Okay, hello. Yes, hello, good evening, everyone. Yeah, it's my honor that mumeshinda vizuri. Yeah, I want to run our podcast tonight. Yes, karibuni. Yeah, there is something I wanted to discuss here sababu nimeshangaa. And I don't think like United Opposition or watu wa upinzani they should buy that. Ati watu wa serikali wanasema sasa wametumalizia ati hata siku hizi even ati our podcast hazipati watu. Nikacheka tu ati, mnaona hata siku hizi bwana, siku hizi even in your own channels you people you are not even discussing anything. Nikauliza watu kukataa kukuja kwa mapodcast, does it mean that ati ni serikali inapata momentum? Anyway, ni sawa. I disbelieve so because like what the guys from the government are saying ati they will demoralize ati hata sisi hatutafungua vituo kuongea siasa. You see, mnaona vile watu wanafanyanga kazi like hizi vitu like because they know like we do small impacts in our own way. Sasa nimekuwa nikiongea na mnaona hata siku hizi mumeisha content kashindo surely. So can you tell me is a poll I'm doing here, tumeisha content kweli? Ati tumeisha content, we cannot even talk is it true? Tumeisha content hiyo nayo ya kuisha content sijui, but kama mumeisha content ole wao. So the government is very happy that I think they monitor our shows and they can see what is happening. They are claiming that we are deflated as well, even in our shows, that we are not speaking at things meaningful. Nikashindwa. But mi kuna kitu naambia upinzani. By the way, in my own analysis, wacha upinzani ukae disorganized the way they iko. Disorganization is also part of a plan. Wacha upinzani ukae hivyo disorganized because Ruto anataka hao watu wajipange mapema so that it can. In fact, the way opposition is working is the best way. Wacheze hivyo mpaka mwisho. They don't need to be conformed and conventional. Kila mtu acheze vile anataka. Gachagua cheza vile unataka, Matiang'i cheza vile unataka, Kalonzo cheza vile unataka. But ni kama nimesikia Kalonzo alikuwa kwa NTV. Maybe I can begin with that if he is there, naweza mweka hapa live tumsikilize pamoja and then we discuss from there. No, sioni. Somebody was telling me like Kalonzo was in, is it NTV or KTN? Let me see. I need to read that message. Where is Kalonzo? No. Kwani amemaliza? Breathing fire. Kalonzo is in NTV breathing fire. So kwani amemaliza? Okay, let me look for that. If Kalonzo is in NTV breathing fire, those are things which we need to listen. Mnaona hata nyinyi mnataka kufanya hao watu wa serikali waamini kama tumeisha hewa. Okay, wacha niwaekee Kalonzo. Okay, ni kweli alikuwa NTV. Hii tutadiscuss polepole. Noma scene. Unaona hata nyinyi mnakuja mkienda sasa, we only have one person. Hii ndio inafanya sasa hata watu wa Ruto wafikirie tumeisha hewa. So please, when we join the show, let's be there. I hope we all have time. Ama kama mnataka kunidemoralize hata mimi niende, alafu sasa watu wa Ruto wanaanzia kusema wameshinda. They are the ones who are saying, by the way, wanasema siku hizi hata tunachungulianga hiyo mashow yenyu ni mtu mmoja watu wawili. So don't try to show Ruto team that we are losing power. Hata siku ingine hata nimechungulia hiyo show yenyu, within 1 hour uko na watu wawili hapo na wanaringa vibaya sana. Mnaona mumeisha content na mtaisha kabisa, hata mtafungua. That's what they are saying. So don't give our enemies power. So tuchangamkie hizi show. So this idea whereby ati lazima tukuje kuongea story ya Kenya hapa when the politics is very vibrant, hapo ndio tunakosea. Tunafaa kuchangamuka. If you are a subscriber to this channel and other channels which are anti-government, hebu tuchangamukie, tunakuja tunaongea hii story ya watu wa Ruto. Sasa wanaanzia kusema hata washatumaliza. I don't feel happy. So yani mnataka kuniambia sasa tufunge mashow tuende simply because sasa Ruto is boasting ati wametushinda ati Mbere. They are now even swearing ati Muminji, those two words in Mbere watatugonga tena vizuri, ati watatugonga Isiolo. Kwani watatugonga tukiwa wapi hii raundi? This round game yetu lazima ikue juu. We already know what was done in Mbere for us to lose. So and we have to be prepared for that. We know that how watu they will attack polling station. So lazima hata sisi tukue tumejiprepare vizuri with our defense team proper, na defense team yetu tuipee miti sasa. Hata wao history ya kusema sasa watu wanakuja kuchoma polling station na tuko hapo tunangojea, hiyo ujinga tutaacha. Tupange timu zetu na watu tuwanunulie miti tuwapee. In case kuna timu itaingia huko kuchokoza, timu yetu pia inaingia na miti kuchapana huko. Tutaacha hii ujinga bwana. Fire for fire sasa. Mimi sijasema ati tukue na timu ya kuenda kusumbuana huko ndani kwa polling station. Hapana. What Roko did for example, akaenda kwa polling station, watu wanafungwa na makamba na wanaenda kutupwa kwa msitu. Hiyo ujinga tu. What we need to do, we need to have people around. Tukiona watu wa serikali wamekuja na wakaingia kwa polling station ku cause havoc, tuingie huko na tuwapige. Lazima sasa to learn kitu inaitwa self defense. We have to defend ourselves against the government goons. Na lazima watu wa upinzani wajipange na anti-goon defense, anti-goon dosage. Otherwise hii Muminji tutaibiwa hivyo tu tumeibiwa Mbere. So ile kitu iko kwa hizo polling stations zote na nataka pia hapa bwana Belfast karibu, nataka tupangane na Stone PK and I want ukikuja hapa, I want us to become serious. I want us, we look for the most popular polling stations. Hiyo ni plan nimesema nitasema hapa mbele. For the two wards in Mbere, the most popular, Stone PK utatuambia the most popular polling station in Mbere in Muminji. Mbiri Muminji and na Mbiri the other place Evurore ama ni wapi. So we will hire 10 people per polling station, courtesy of our show here. Na hao watu tutawanunulia mpaka hiyo miti ya majembe. We will buy for them hiyo miti ya majembe kungojea if there is any person who will come to attack. So hiyo ni commitment inasema kama show yetu. So we have to be prepared now. Hata sitaki ati tukue na watu wa kuhea. We will not do hearing again. What we are going to do, tutakuwa na watu wetu wa majembe, wakiwa na hizo miti za majembe wanangojea Roko akikuja kuingia na watu wake, tutakuwa na watu wetu hapo wanangojea wapambane na wao. Hatutakuwa hii ujinga, hatuta entertain tena. We have to do our own things in our own retro ways. Yes. So na hiyo Museme ni mimi nimesema. So if there is anyone who wants to join that team, it is very simple. Hata sisi tutakuwa na watu wetu wakiwa na miti za majembe. Iwezekani ati serikali ndio inajua kupea watu miti za majembe, inakuja kupiga watu. Hiyo hatutakubali tena. So kama kuna mtu anataka kujoin hiyo barabara, you can tell. Hata sisi we have to see how we are going to defend our people. Hatuwezi tu ruhusu watu wetu tu wanachapachapwa in the name ya kura zinaibiwa. We will not allow our vote to be stolen again. Hata sisi we will have to hire watu wetu na tuwapee miti ya majembe. Yes. Ama vitu zingine. Yeah, we have to defend. Self defense is allowed. Watu wetu hawatafanya ini attack. Lakini akina Rukuna watu wengine wakikuja wanasema ati watakuja kutunyorosha. Wakiingia wanaanzia kuattack watu. Timu yetu ingie pia na yenyewe ifanye mambo. We will not allow our people to be attacked simply because kuna watu wanajifanya wao ndio serikali. Hapana. If they go high, we go high. If they go low, we go low. It's that simple. But tukiruhusu hao watu tu kazi yao ni kukuja alafu they are just attacking us, we are losing our nation. So that is a new front. So the new front, we have to defend ourselves and we have to defend our votes practically. Sio na mudomo. Lazima we have to defend our votes practically. So it is not about ati kumwaga kuku kwa mtu mwingine. Let the government know we will defend ourselves. Yes. Tutajidefend. Hii story ati ya kusema ati pigeni kura muende nyumbani alafu mnabaki mkiibiwa, hiyo ujinga tukubali tena. We will defend ourselves. So tutakuwa na watu wetu kwa ground na watakuwa na miti ya majembe. Hata wao kama hao watu wa serikali wananunuliwa miti ya majembe. Hii ujinga ni too much bana. Kwani tutalia mpaka lini? Kwani hata sisi hatuna nguvu? There are no things which we can do in our own little way. Sasa sisi ni watu, sisi ni viwete wa akili. We are just like mental dwarfs. We cannot say anything, we cannot plan anything. We are mental dwarfs. Sisi tu ni hakuna shida, hakuna. And I'm saying it with all the equivocation here. There's no in which watu wanakuja wanapigwa wanafungwa na makamba na tunatulia. Na hiyo nimesema. Me personally in my own way. Nitatafuta watu na niwape miti ya majembe. Wangojee defense. And I cannot apologize on that. Hiyo Muminji na Ivurore. Tutakuwa na watu wetu na wako na miti ya majembe. Museme. And that is what we have to plan. We have to plan for that. And we have to finance it. Tukuwe na watu wetu na wako na miti ya majembe. Yes. Taki ujinga. So no, we have to say it here. So at say ni uongo. Si wameanzia, they have started vowing and sijui kusema ni nini. So it is very simple. In Mbeere and Muminji tutakuwa na watu wetu na tutawapea miti ya majembe. But hawataenda kupiga mtu. Tunangojea watu wa serikali wakikuja au watu wapeane defense huko. We will look for our own ground hata sisi. We have to start defending ourselves. Hii ujinga ati ya serikali ndio inajua ati kupeana miti. Sisi hatujui. We will stop that stupidity. Hiyo ujinga tutaacha. I'm saying it here. I'm saying it here. Tutatafuta watu wetu na tuwapee miti ya majembe, na wengine watakuwa na mishare. Yes, lakini hawata atake mtu. Hao watu wa serikali wakikuja, we will attack them. Wakikuja kuiba kura. Yes. Hakuna ile ati tunaambia ati mutulie. No way. Mnakuja kutuibia kura tunyanyamaza. Mnakuja kutuibia kura mnanyamaza. Hakuna. Tutajipanga. That is a new front. Hakuna story ati tuna complain tukua. So the next wave front. Tujipange, tutafute pesa, tukue na ulinzi. Hata nyumba 10 inakuanga. In fact, we are starting to investigate kama nyumba 10 zinakuanga. Hao watu wote wa nyumba 10 tunataka kuwapea kazi, wakuje kulinda kura. Mtacha ujinga bwana. Kazi yetu mnakuja mnatuibia kura tunyanyamaza, mnatuibia kura tunanyamaza. Tutajipea ulinzi sasa. It's too bad. Hatuenzi hata hiyo ujinga. Tutajipea ulinzi sisi wenyewe. We will hire people to man those polling stations. Na hatutategemea wanasiasa. We will not depend on politicians because politicians they have always lied to us. We will not rely on Gachagua to man our votes. We will rely on ourselves. Sasa the formula is simple. We will have anti-goon squad. You have to say goon, anti-goon. Remember, we are not bringing goons. Sisi tutakuwa na squad, Sisi tutakuwa na squad ya kuneutralize magoons wa serikali. And that one has to happen in Embu. It has to happen. Hata serikali ijue. We will have anti-goon squad in Embu. Hii uchaguzi inakuja. Personally, I will make sure it happens. Even if people will not support it here, I don't care. But I will make sure it happens. Nitatafuta wale marafiki watakubali tukue na anti-goon squad. Iwezekani all the time tunaibiwa kura alafu tunakuja kucomplain hapa. Kwani sisi ni wajinga aje hatuwezi jisaidia? This is the same way tutakuja hapa kulia 2027 miaka ingine 5 after tumeibiwa kura na Ruto through the use of goons. Now, they want now to marshal young people to come and steal our votes in the name of kama ile kununua watu na kufanya vitu zingine. Kupeana pesa ni sawa wapeane. Lakini story ya kukuja kwa polling station na kuanzia kumanipulate huko, hiyo hatutakubali. Peana pesa huko kwa gate. That one we cannot control. Peana pesa huko kwa gate kama unataka kupeana, hiyo ni mambo yenu. Lakini sio kuja kuanzia kufuata vitu ndani. Hapa tunapigia kura, mkianzia pia mnataka kuingiza kura ndani. We will not allow that. That one and I want to tell the government, you wizi ya mbele was the last one. Hatukubali wizi ingine. Wametusoma ufala for long. Hao watu wametusoma ufala for long. How can we build a nation where watu wanakuja kupigwa after kupiga kura, ama wakati mnahesabu kura mnakuja kupigwa, and you want us to land a civilized government? You ujinga hatutakubali. So I will be starting a kit anti-goon squad. Na kama tutatafuta mabouncer, hata klabu kuna kuanga na mabouncer. Kama unajua bouncer mzuri, mabouncer wazuri, mtupe majina yao, we will approach them. We need bouncers wa kungoja hapo. Watu wako na vifua sasa. Vile hata kwa maklabu kuna mabouncer. Mtu akileta ujinga anatoroa, anainuliwa. Msimuliona vile hata Karen Nyamu anatolewa. Anashikwa hivi, anarushwa nje. Tutakuwa na mabouncer sasa. It is not difficult to man a ward. Hiyo ujinga tutaacha bwana. Kazi yetu ni kungojea tuibiwe kura tu, tukua tumesimama hivi. Tunangojea tu watu tu wanaleta tu tumutu, tukua tu na miti mbili ya majembe hapo, sababu sisi ni viwete wa akili, hatuwezi jisaidia. We are just sisi ni viwete, hatuwezi jisaidia. Hakuna. we are going to hire anti-goon squad. Anti-goon. Mimi siiti goon. I'm not saying we look for goons. Mimi sisemi tutafute goons. Lakini hata hao goons wako na dawa. Inawezekanaje ati Itumbi ndiye atatukontrolia maisha? Ati kura Itumbi ni kuja inasoma na inakuwa. Hiyo ujinga tutaacha bwana. Huwezi Itumbi in this life. Itumbi ndiye amesoma kuliko binadamu yoyote kwa hii dunia. Ati Itumbi kile kitu amesema ndiye atatuambia. In fact, and we will sanction Itumbi. We will tunatumana, we will sanction. Tunatumana, we are firing a motion in the court. Itumbi is a threat against humanity in Kenya. Is a threat against humanity in Kenya. Huyo Itumbi. Is a motion we want to file before 2027. He is a threat against humanity. Sababu huyo Itumbi ndiye anakuja, anatumika na serikali, alafu hizo vitu anasema ndizo zinakuja kukua. Yani siku hizi Itumbi ndiye IEBC. We want the government to tell us. Not the government. We want to know, is Itumbi IEBC ama IEBC ni nani? So Itumbi is a threat against humanity in Kenya. Itumbi is worse than a terrorist in Kenya. And we need him isolated from human population. Sababu huyo mtu ametuharibia maisha sana. Itumbi is the man behind our suffering from 2022 up. Asijui ni lini. Itumbi ndiye amekuwa akitumika. Itumbi ndiye is the worst enemy of Kenyan population. Okay, Janet anasema inside police station there were people with sacks of money guiding people where to put. Sasa hii ndio ujinga sasa. We have to do all these things now. Anti-goon squad here, these are the things they have to neutralize. So in information, we need to have it, and our anti-goon squad, they have to neutralize it. So it's a trial test. I don't know how it will work. I hope our anti-goon squad itaogopa. Itakuwa na watu watajua kujituma. Fire for fire sasa. Kuna bana. Kuna. All the time tunaibiwa kura tu. Tumeibiwa. Now, and we are saying it, by the way, because we want to say it here. We want to return power to the people. Na tukinot uchaguzi imeibiwa, we have to start sensitizing those people. They should not sign those forms. Our agents should not sign those forms. Pia tuko na ujinga mwingine. Kura inaibiwa na maagent wetu wanasaini mafomu. Hiyo ujinga tutaacha. Kura imeibiwa, tuko na agent hapo na anasign. In fact, we will start dealing with all those agents who sign those forms after kura imeibiwa. Hata wao watakuwa wanaenda njia moja na huyo mtu ameiba kura. Hiyo ujinga tutaacha. Unaiba kura, agents wetu na wamesign hiyo form. Agent wetu wamesign form aje? Na tunasema kura imeibiwa. Pia our agents are joking a lot. I don't, you know, the problem is that I don't have proximity to some of those people who have that power. So mtu kama Kirumba, see, I don't have her number. But if I can be able to get some of those people, those are some of the people we can talk with them and we can give them the messaging. Unajua wengine wetu hatujapata neema ya kufika kwa hizo ma-TV kubwa. Sisi tunaongea kwa hizo ma-TV ndogo. Maybe in the future of God tutaifika kwa hizo TV kubwa. Musikie. Nikaweza kufika kwa hiyo TV kubwa nitaongea hivi naongea. Lakini sasa wacha tu niongee tu kwa hii TV ndogo. So Janet, if you have proximity to Kirumba, please talk with her. Yeah, so if you have some of these people, you don't have proximity to them. So in other words, tutaacha ujinga. I'm sorry. So bwana msimamo tu niruhusu kwanza tu niongee. I will get in touch with you. So tutaacha hii ujinga ya kuibiwa kula, tuna relax. Hata haina shinda, tugoje next time. Next time gani? Kuna bana. This is people's operation. na people na hakuna vile ati raia. Kwani serikali ni wangapi? Serikali inakuanga watu 200,000. Serikali ni watu 200,000. Ati watu 200,000 wametushinda serikali, the whole of government vile unaona. Forget about TSC na polisi, nasema serikali mzima ni watu 200,000. Sisi wa Kenya ni watu wangapi? Hata sasa tunaanzia kuogopa serikali. Watu 200,000 wanatutishia aje? Ili hata muone hata sisi ni kama sisi vichwa zetu hazipigi vizuri. Watu 200,000 wametuweka baridi kabisa, wametuweka baridi kabisa Watu 200,000 wametuweka baridi, hatuwezi kupata chochote. People's action has to win in Kenya. The power of people has to be respected in Kenya. Raia lazima aheshimiwe Kenya. Historia ya raia anawekwa baridi na serikali, hiyo ujinga tutaacha. Raia ati baridi kabisa, ati raia sijui nini all the time, sijui vile we are going ati serikali shida langu inayo. Serikali gani tunajua serikali shida langu inayo. Serikali gani? Serikali kama hii, they are just sitting. Tutashindana nayo. I don't believe in that. Tutashindana nayo. Ati serikali, usishindane na serikali. Kwani who are they? They just destroy your nation in the name of what? Usishindane na serikali. We own our nation and we will not be slaves in our nation. Hatutakuwa mabusu katika nchi yetu. Hatutakuwa mabusu. Atile we are slaves because hatuwezi shindana na serikali. How? Ati ukue mabusu. Sibebu unajua serikali shindana nangu nayo. Ukisikia watu wakisema serikali shindana nangu nao, huyo ni mtu amekubali kukufa akiwa hoe hai, akiwa huyo ni mtu amesema hata watoto wake wasikaijisaidia. Yes. We will not allow it. So, Anti-Gun Squad is our new, uchaguzi ni February 26. So, tuko na miezi 2 kupanga hiyo squad. Tuko na miezi 2 kupanga hiyo squad. At least watu 50. We need 50 people in Mbeere. Kazi yao ni hiyo, hakuna story ingine. At least we need 50 people in Mbeere. Hiyo ni formula. Isiolo sijui hiyo tutapanga aje. But pia nikipata watu wa Isiolo, because Isiolo si ati ni kubwa, tunaweza panga huko pia. But at least in Mbeere, the two of them, tutakuwa na watu 50. Watu 50. Na tutakuwa na pesa ya kuwalipa. We will pay them. Wako hapo. So, uchaguzi ya Mbeere, we will not be hearing. Hatutakuwa tukiwaonesha watu wakiiba kura. Uchaguzi ya Mbeere, we have now gone a notch higher. Tunaenda kulinda kura. So this channel inaenda kulinda kura in Mbeere. So tutakuwa na watu 50. So hao watu 50, kura yetu ikiibiwa, ndio tutauliza swali. Kura yetu iliibiwa mkiwa wapi? We will have 50 people in the ground. Na kazi yao ni kuman kura. I don't know, ni hesabu tu nimepiga. At least watu 50. This is people's movement too. Si ati ni kitu ati just a people's movement, people's action. Hakuna ati historia tunaibiwa. Tumelia hapa Mbeere North, Mbeere tumeibiwa. Hadi sasa tunalia. No way. Na wacha hata huyu au akina Roku anzie kujua mapema. Tunapanga vikundi za kwenda kulinda kura. Hii ni vitu hata kwa mtandao nitaweka, even in my Facebook mkienda from tomorrow. That is what I will be posting. We are going to put our own defense. Unajua mimi siwezi afford watu ngiri. Sasa ukiniambia niweke watu ngiri sasa unless muniambie muta afford hiyo. Kama mnataka ngiri ni sawa. I have no problem. Kama by election mnataka kuweka ngiri. Mnataka kuniambia uchaguzi mutaweka 1 million. Sawa, Janet, please tufanyie investigation. Tufanyie investigation huko Isiolo. Linkas na huyo mtu wa Isiolo mwambie tunataka kukua na anti-goon squad. That is our new name. Anti-goon squad. And na usisikie haya ukisema vitu kama hiyo. Usisikie haya, that is the new Kenya we are. From tomorrow, that is what I'm posting kwa mitandao. Hata kwa mitandao we will be having anti-goon squad. Hata akina Kalonzo waambiwe hii story bana. Hizi vitu wakienda kuongea kwa mitandao, it should not be legal. You can have anti-goon squad. You are not advocating for violence. You are just saying hata utajirinda kama raia, because the government which is supposed to protect you is jeopardizing, ama haitaki kukulinda. Hata wewe msimamo tutakulinda sasa. Ni vile wewe ulisema hata utaki kura. Tutawalinda sawa sawa sasa. Tutalinda raia wetu. Any person who is in opposition tutamulinda. Kuna ba. We cannot rely on the same government which wanataka kuingiza ballot papers. Wanataka kuingiza ballot paper. Mimi nataka tuibiwe kura tukue na watu wetu hapo ili nijue we really can manage it. Lakini si ati nakuja kulia hapa and there's no any effort we did. Hakuna, siwezi. Hiyo siwezi. Ati utapigwa simu by your followers then hakuna mtu hapo nitaretract. So anyway, naona Janet anasema watu 100. Haya. Hapo mtasaidia at least. So from tomorrow, not tomorrow, maybe kwanza mkule sikukuu. So kila mtu aweka kakitu kadogo. Security sasa. Kila mtu aweka kakitu kadogo. Weka kakitu kadogo. So hata ukikula Christmas, bakisha kama kangiri hivi. Ngiri ama ngiri mbili ama ile utabakisha. We are hiring security for by election. Na tuanzie kuinvestigate watakuwa watu wangapi? Watu wazuri, tuanze kuinvestigate watu wazuri sahi. Watu ambao pia wawezi enda waanze kukua influenced by, and for the first time it is a follow up we want. Kura isipohesabiwa vizuri, our agents hakuna kusign. That is a new clarion call. It's a new thing we are saying. Tukiona form zetu zimesainiwa na agent wetu, msituletee complaint. Hiyo ujinga hatutaongea hapa sana. Ati form zetu zimesainiwa na agent wetu and we are busy saying tumeibiwa kura. Our agents will have to explain. Amesign hiyo form aje. So kura ikiibiwa, no signature. It's that simple. Hizo mafomu mnaita form 34 na form 34B. If the vote has been stolen, no signature. Hizo form tukiletoa zikiwa na signature, and we are sensitizing all the agent, and we are telling akina Gachagua na akina Muturi, because I'm calling them one by one na watafuta. I'm calling them one by one. Wasikuje kutuambia kura imeibiwa na form zetu zote zimesainiwa. The first explanation ni kutuambia formu zimesainiwa aje na kura imeibiwa. Hatutaki ujinga. How were the votes stolen yet the forms have been signed? Unajua watu wametusoma ufala miaka mingi. Hata ukienda bank na hujapewa pesa, unaweza sign form hapo. Umechukua pesa. Hiyo ujinga ya form zetu our agents, you have to style up. If you are becoming an agent of opposition, can you style up? Kama agent wetu amesign, wakuje hapa kutuelezea amesainia wapi? Hiyo signature yake, is it a fake signature ama ni nini? But I'm tired of complaining and our agents have signed. Hiyo ujinga tuache. So lazima tujue mapema agent wetu 1 hour kabla ya polling station ifungwe. Agent wetu tunafaa kukua tushajua kama ataweka sign ama hata sign. We should be prepared to know. Sababu kazi ya agent ni kuona uchaguzi uliendelea vizuri. Lakini msiniambie maagent wamekuwa hapo, kura zimekuwa zikisabua, kuna vitu zilienda vibaya, alafu na ameweka signature yake. What do they sign? We need a war on agents. There must be a war on agents. Anyway, wacha nitulia hapo, msiseme nimekuja na ubaya hapa. Msimamo endelea.
Nimechemka kama nilivyochemka jana.
Msimamo, unajua ni ile tuna behave kama viwete. Tuna behave kama viwete na ni vibaya sana. Yaani msimamo unataka kuniambia hatuwezi jisaidia, hatuwezi jisaidia. Sisi ni bure.
Ndio pale sasa mnaambiwa wewe beba kitambaa cheupe, mwenzako amebeba gongo. Si unasikia misemo yangu hii kila siku hapa, alafu unategemea kuna amani hapa? Mara mwenye beba gongo anakukandamiza nalo kwa sababu huna la kupiga, huna vya kufanya, inabidi usaliti amri na wewe na kitambaa chako cheupe. So hakuna vile ambavyo lazimishwa bebe kitambaa cheupe hadi kachi, mwenzako anakuja hapo na bastola, alafu nasema kuna amani hapa. Kwa hivyo hii ni njia moja hapo nzuri. Hii anti-gunzi mimi naiunga mkono, kwa sababu lazima tuangalie kila upande, lakini pia umegonga ndipo pale kwa agent pia wana kasumba. Hizi hela hizi 2,200 kwa zinagaiwa, si uongo. Kalonzo hapo amezungumzia sana katika conference yake, nimesikiza tu muda mchache uliopita, amezungumzia masuala ambayo yamefanyika sio katika hizo election, anajaribu kutia pondo na yake vyake, lakini anyway yote tisa hapo uchaguzi ndogo ndio kwa kupima maji na unga, wasipate tena hii kifua yao tumeshinda square. Wacha kama ni square, tuone kweli ni fair na tutosheke kweli tumeshindwa haswa kihilali ama tumeshinda kihilali, na iwe hivyo haswa 2027 sorry. Hakuna wa kunyolewa na hakuna wa kunyafuliwa. Unajua kunyafuliwa naumia zaidi. Kama kunyolewa tunyolewe, kama kunyafuliwa sote tunyafuliwe. Si hao wananyafuliwa nywele, hao wananyolewa sipo. Kwa hiyo mimi najua hiyo asili iko wapi, kaka yangu, naungana mkono na 100% kwamba lazima kama ni gunzi wapo, lakini si wafujo, ni wa wale ambao wanakuja. Lakini hapa pia umegonga kwa hawa wazee wa nyumba kumi, wanaelewa watu wao wa vijijini ya kina nani. So hapa mna kazi, lazima pia kila mahali mguse. Wazee wa mtaa mkileta ngwe, kwa sababu maajiwa 3,000 mwisho wa mwezi na ya Kasongo, na mmeletwa hapa vijela kwa magunia. Sasa watu mnaanza kufichana hapa, tunaanza kulinda nyinyi. Na pia wananchi wenyewe pia tuwe ambassadors, tuache hivi vitonge vya mkononi hivi, tunajisaliti wenyewe kwa kuangalia mlo wa leo tu, na kesho hujui utakula nini. Kwa hiyo shibe ya leo usishaulishe njaa kesho hata siku moja. Mimi sina usemi mkubwa ndugu yangu, labda kama kuna mapya tuyajadili basi, lakini kiukweli hata mimi uchungu nausikia na uhisi sana zaidi.
Unajua msimamo ni vibaya sana. All the time mnapiga kura mnakuja kulia, mnapiga kura mnakuja kulia, tuliibiwa, tulifanywa nini like and hata mzungu alisema, sijui ni stupidity ama ni ignorance, is doing things the same way and expecting different results. Hakuna vile saa hii tuko na experience ya kutosha ya kuibiwa kura, so sifikiri ati we need more experience ya kujua tunaibiwa kura namna gani. Experience ya kuibiwa kura tuko nayo. Ni ugonjwa. Sasa wizi wa kura Kenya ni ugonjwa. So hakuna desturi ati hebu ati tungojee tena waibe. We don't need kungoja. Sasa hii ni kutafuta dawa. Kutafuta dawa. Ugonjwa ni ukoma sasa. Ni kama ukoma. It is like, it is so obvious. Lazima kura ikipigwa Kenya lazima iibiwe. It is so obvious. And we cannot survive in such a society. So our new front between now and 2027, we will be financing anti-goon squad. How it will form, I don't know. But we need it. We need it for our survival. Otherwise, unless sasa tuseme tu tuachilie kazi yetu tu ni kuongea without objectives, which I don't think, because as a human being, lazima, as you are talking, as you are isolating problems, you have also to try and see how can I be of impact in some of these issues which we are having. I have no problem mtu akichaguliwa achaguliwe kihalali, lakini sio kuchaguliwa because you are motivated. So Janet anasema simuelewi. Janet tunasema ati watu waliingia na pesa na mangonia na wanapea watu hapo ndani. Those are some of the things which we have to ask. Did our agents report that? Mbona agent wetu anasign form na pesa ina? So Janet, hii ni shida ya agent. There's no in which agent, tuko na agent hapo ndani, pesa inapeanwa hapo ndani na anasign. Huyo mtu pia haelewi. They are not understanding it. How are people being bribed inside the polling station? And I believe inside the polling station, the agent is there. Now my agent wanna sign. A time to ask ourselves, how my agent wetu, kwani wana signingi form ili wa sign? Wewe Erika yako achana na mimi bwana. Wewe nilikuambia ukuje hapa tena. Kwenda kabisa. Sitaki mambo yako. Wewe all the time unakuja, you are coming to enable the same man who is destroying Kenya. Tutapigia Ruto, tutapigia Ruto. Kwenda kabisa. You think ni vile tunafurahia sana? Coming to market is the same man who is part of our destruction. Unafikiria ni vile tunafurahia sana ukikuja hapa wasting our 4 hours. Wasting our 4 hours. Tutapigia Ruto, tutapigia Ruto, tutapigia Ruto, tutapigia kabisa. Wewe ayaga wewe. Tutapigia Ruto, tutapigia Ruto. We need the power. You cannot even feel. We need the power. You cannot even feel embarrassed. We need the power. Power for what? Well, according to you, it doesn't matter. Hata Kenya ibaki kuwa maandamano. We need the power. Let me tell you, Bwana Ayaga, nasiseme kwa vibaya. Hiyo power mnatafuta mpati. If that is the concept, kama if you think you are getting power through Ruto, ni sawa. Let me tell you in this life. Let me tell you. I'm an ambassador of good deeds. I'm an ambassador of good deeds. Let me tell you, there is no way in which you want to work with the wrong person and the person who is already doing evil things. And nilisikia jana ukisema atakuwa ni Ruto peke yake ameua. These days you're even justifying. You don't even you even. Let me tell you, Ayaga, the reason why you will not get power is because you are using the wrong process. You amutapata. Kama you think at positioning yourself with Ruto ndio mutapata power, hampati. It's a use and dump thing. Wewe ngojea, hata Kindiki anapewa power. Hata Kindiki anapewa power 2032. Even Kindiki is being given power. Hata Kindiki anasema we need power. Lakini hiyo kiti yako Ayaga, ati we need power. Then you have used the wrong route to get power. Yeah. Oh, Mungu atupe uhai. I hope I will be alive for quite a long time to disapprove you, kukuambia unaona mkubwa ile power ulikuwa unasema. Let me tell you, Ayaga, power. No, wewe Ayaga tutakumaliza bwana. Jana umekuja hapa, nimekupea nafasi 4 hours. You are just talking about Sunday Ruto. Ruto, ODM. Wewe usinifanye ni kuanze wewe. Na ile person anakuja, unajua nyinyi watu wa Ruto hadi mnaanzia kusema ati nimeisha content. Unafikiria sijawasikia? Ati Njiru hata siku hizi ameisha content, hakuna kitu anasema kwa channel yake. ati nimeisha content. Ati tumewagonga mpaka ameisha. Kwanza nyinyi hata ndio mnaniweka charge. Ati mnasema nimeisha content. Mzinifanye niwamaliza kama 2027 ijafika. Please spare me. Unajua mnaweza fanya nikasirike, tuanzie kufanya vitu zingine hapa, tuwamalize mapema. Hivyo mnafikiria mtatumaliza? Hata sisi tunaweza wamaliza mapema kisiasa. So msifikirie you are the only people who have the morality to plan. Unajua hiyo ndio ile ujinga Kasongo ako nayo. Kasongo anafikiria ati yeye ndiye anajua kupanga. Wengine ni mazuzu. Wengine ni mazuzu, wajinga, hawezi panga chochote. Simply because aliiba kura ya Raila Odinga and they have perennially stolen Raila votes. Na wamekuwa akifanyia Raila mambo mabaya, they think hiyo kadi wataweza kutumia na watoboe. Sawa, wacha tuone. Hiyo mtoboi raundi ni noma. Let me tell you, opposition might seem as if it is formless, but that thing is very dangerous. Let me tell you, unaona hiyo sitashinda nikiwaambia, in psychology that opposition is very strong. Ati si ufanye, ngoja February 29 mbele tu, you will not have a place to hide. Ni sawa. Hiyo Eric, mukishinda unisalimie. Hiyo mukishinda unisalimie. Hiyo muende hata na pesa na mangonia. I'm waiting to see. I'm waiting to see. Kwani you people, kwani nyinyi sasa ati nyinyi ati mshapanga mnashinda. Sisi ni viwete, mtaleta guns watupige. Hata sisi tutakuwa na anti-guni yetu. Kwenda kabisa. Nilikuambia vizuri toka jana, enda uambie Ruto na vikaragosi wake na kina Itumbi wakufungulia show, uongee huko. Yes. Wewe ambia Itumbi akufungulia show, uongee huko 5 hours. But hatutakuruhusu kuja hapa kutuharibu masikio. We are tired of this. We are going to Singapore. We are going what? Wewe endelea. Ayaga, we pigia Itumbi mwambie unataka you feel to talk and you need a place to talk. For now hapana. You are too much into Ruto. So there's no need ya kukuja hapa uanzie kutuharibu masikio. If you are talking about ODM hiyo tungekubali. Lakini unakuja hapa kutuambia we need power and we need it through Ruto. Hapo ndio niliona wewe hapana. Wewe tutafuta ile pali utaenda kumarket Ruto pole pole. We have no problem. If there are people who will allow you to market that narrative, well and good. But I don't think I can sit down here to hear somebody marketing for me Ruto for 5 hours. Hiyo nayo sikubali. Na sio kwa vibaya. So wacha tusikia Kalonzo Musyoka, let's hear if kuna mambo. Anyway, Kalonzo ataongea kidogo alafu nirudi. So tumesema form ni anti good. So nikikuja form ni anti good. Simujibu. Form ni anti good. Tuleta nani? Wewe kuacha. Nimekwambia wewe. Ambia Itumbi akufungulie show. Mgonge mnaongea huko how to steal votes and to hire goons. Ambia Itumbi akufungulie show. Show yetu nayo wingi. Hiyo hakuna. Show yetu hauingii. And opposition is in form and in place. And we will help this opposition until it wins the election. Wacha kwanza hata niweke video. Unajua saa zingine mnafikiria I'm bluffing, Itumbi. Eric, tafutana na Itumbi. Si uliona Itumbi akiuza sukuma? Muende muuze sukuma huko mambo ya pili leo. Muende we ambie Itumbi aende akurikuruti muanzie kupeana masukuma huko na manyanya. But we will not allow those negative thoughts. Hapa ni upinzani bila breaks. Hapa hakuna shida Janet, tutapambana nao polisi who are goons. Si tumesema we are having anti-goon squad. Wacha wapambane na polisi. Yes. It will be a national accord. And that is na hiyo na huo ni wito niko na wao. Tutatafuta anti-goon Kenya mzima. Kenya mzima, anti-goon. We will be recruiting everywhere. Hata huko Rarienda tutakuwa na watu. Bana. Pwagu alipata pwaguzi. Munafikiria all the time munaweza kuwa mnatupangia goons. Hata sisi tutajipanga. Wani nyinyi ndio mnajua kupiga watu peke yenu. Ati hatuwezi ishi kwa nchi na amani sababu mnatupangia goons. We will have a very efficient squad Kenya mzima. Yes. Kenya mzima. Hata huko Rarienda, we will neutralize you from there. Anti-goon squad is the new movement in Kenya. Hakuna vile tutakaa hapa hivi tunangojea mnatuibia kura na mnatupiga. You are beating old women, you are beating our young people, at sababu ati nyinyi ndio mko na serikali, lazima mupige watu na kutuletea vifaru. Wacheni story mingi. Ayaga alituchoma masikio jana. Ayaga, umesikia? Mambo mingi tuache. Let me tell you, that is my email. Let me tell you, hii dunia it reaches a level whereby lazima ujipange. Yes. It reaches a level lazima ujipange. It reaches a level lazima ujipange, especially when ati serikali ndio inakuletea havo. Hata Marekani, let me give you a theory of Marekani. Marekani, the reason why they cannot give up their guns, it is because they are protecting themselves against the government. Because serikali ikuange kitu mzuri. Serikali inaamua vile itakunyanyasa. Usifikirie ati serikali ati inakupangia mambo mazuri. Hata Ronald Reagan mwenyewe alisema, hiyo nitawaambia hapa. Ronald Reagan mwenyewe alisema, the government does not come to help. That is Ronald Reagan, US president, 81 to 89. The government does not come to help. And don't ask what the government can do for you. Ask what you can do. Na sasa sisi tushajipanga na that is Ronald Reagan who said, usiulize serikali inaweza kufanyia nini, lakini uliza wewe unaweza fanya nini. Na nini tunafanya? Anti-goon. Formally, anti-goon. Yes, tunajipanga na anti-goon zetu mbaya sana. Hiyo sikuelewi, lakini it's okay. So lazima tujipange. Yes, lazima tujipange. Tumelia miaka mingi. So lazima tujipange sasa. For the first time lazima tujipange. Sisi ni raia bana, hakuna vile raia wanakosa nguvu. People are united, people cannot be defeated. Kwani hizo vitu they are not working in Kenya? Are united people cannot be defeated. We are going to unite to fight goons. Yani magoons sasa ndio the new wave ya Kenya. Goons all the time. Na wanajulikana. Hata wao magoons wa mbele tunawajua. We know the guys who get hired. We know those goons, au magoons wa mbele tunawajua. Hakuna historia tumelemewa. I don't believe that we are losing it. I have seen countries which have rescued themselves from worse situations than Kenyan situation. Mimi sio yule mtu ambaye anapotezanga matumaini haraka. I believe things can be different. Yeah, so I will not lose hope because another politician has lost hope. Sisi wa Kenya lazima tujilinde. Yes. It's okay, and I have no problem. I will do my own retro ways. Zile vitu kidogo tunafanya. Instead of discouraging me, I know it is possible to do these things. I have seen even civilized democracies where raia wanajipanga na wanajilinda. You cannot do the stupidity which is being done in Kenya in places like America. So how do you want to make Kenya a Singapore na even hata raia hawezi jilinda? It begins with raia anaweza jilinda. Raia ako na power ya kujilinda. Because it has to be safe to do anything, even to do your civil duty. It has to be safe. It has to be safe to be in court. It has to be safe to vote. Inaweza kuwaje raia hawezi jilinda? Sasa sisi hatunanga buduki. Americans wanajilinda na buduki. Sisi tutajilinda na zile vifaa tuko nazo as a raia, because it is your right kujilinda. Tuko na mishare, tuko na miti, kujilinda lazima ujilinde. Yes, tutajilinda na vitu zetu. Yes, tutajilinda na vitu zetu, vifaa zetu. Hakuna vile tutatokezea. Uwezi jilinda na mikono. Sisi sio Jackie Chan ama Jet Li. Ati hapana, tutajilinda na vifaa zetu. We will defend ourselves. So history ya kututumia goons and frustrating us using goons, it must be a thing of the past. Hiyo lazima tujipange. Hata naonanga saa zingine watu wakipata mwizi sugu sana. Even when I was growing up, watu wakipata mwizi sugu sana, tulikuwa tunajipanga, tunatoka na bishare na miti usiku na mnalala nje. Huyo mtu na neighbor ameibiwa ng'ombe, another neighbor ameibiwa ng'ombe. Sasa ni yenyu sasa inakuja kuchukuliwa. Inabidi mlale nje. Na ndotono. Yes. Lazima tujilinde sasa. Lazima tujilinde. Na mimi I will propose, ingia hiyo police station uko umebeba mti. Kila raia beba kifaa. Beba kifaa. Na ili mtu asikuja hapo kuanzia kukufrustrate. And this is the first time, the time now, even now, our commanders, they need to start now declaring issues accordingly. Raia hawezi kuwa anatakiwa na wananyamaza. Raia wanatakiwa na wananyamaza. We are being attacked in the polling station na wananyamaza. No, we do not allow that. If citizens are not going to be allowed to do their civic duty, we will not do it. And peace is artificial. Peace is not natural. You create peace, you destroy peace. You can either create or destroy peace. Hakunanga ati kitu ati huku tunakuanga na amani. Amani ni artificial. Amani is something you create. You allow peace to be there. That is why in Palestine there is no peace, because a situation has been created to be that way. That's why in Ukraine there is no peace, because peace is artificial. And peace is not permanent. Peace is structures. Comfort. Lazima watu wanaridhika na kile. Let me tell you, even people in Ukraine si atu wanapenda vita. Hata wale watu wanapigana saa hii si atu wanapenda vita. Hakuna mtu kwa hii dunia anapenda vita. Everybody want to live in peace and in consciousness. But inafika wakati things become overboard. Hata wazazi wetu wakikufa wakati wa Maumau, it was not in their design waende wakakufe. If there was something better than going to Maumau, they could have choose that. Wale wa Kenya karibu 600,000 walikufa kwa Maumau, sababu najua hata mmoja yaambiwa death toll. 600,000 Kenyans died in Maumau war, close to 1,000,000. Hawa Kenya walikufa kwa Maumau. They wanted to see their next birthday, but their consciousness could not allow them. Okay, Bude karibu. How are you? Good. Hata nilikuwa nakutafuta kwa siku kupata. How are you?
Poa aje?
Njema kabisa, unaendelea aje?
Si tuko poa. Baridi tu ya Minnesota.
Pole sana bana. Hiyo itaisha, unajua by May it will be off, so you have 5 months to battle it. Unfortunately.
I wish that mentality ndio ungekuwa nayo. Ujipee pole useme by 2032 that's when we'll battle Ruto.
Ati nini? Hakuna bana. Lazima tuanzie kujipanga sasa.
Kwa hivyo mimi ndio sijajipanga na hisi no.
No, you know Bwana Mbudi kuna kitu imenikasirisha. Kuna jamaa ameniambia bwana, unaona hata tumewadifrate siku hizi hata muongei bana. Tuliwamaliza mpaka kwa mashua muda cha kuongea.
But it's true, it's true. I mean,
I cannot believe in that. Yani, you want to tell me that the government has neutralized us to the level that we don't have a story. That's what you want to tell me, that sisi at like
so tuko na story gani sasa? Tell me, tuko na story gani?
Si ndio tunajipanga anti-goon squad.
Unajua ukienda hospitali kaa kichwa inakuuma, tuseme umeanguka chini alafu umeumia mguu, uenda hospitali mwambie tu daktari kichwa inakuuma, usitibiwe hali ulianguka chini. Unajua unarudi kwa nyumba na hiyo ugonjwa yako. Wakati our enemies are telling us the truth, hali ugonjwa wetu iko, then we keep on denying. It's not helping us.
We have been here maybe newaene mzowajui, so ama ni umekuwa defrated. Sisi hatuko defrated.
Wacha nikuulize, wewe kwanza ndio the biggest deflator. Unakuja hapa unatutangazia tutachangia msimamo, tutafanya nini? If we can't even changia msimamo peke yake, tumuweke ground, tujipime sisi kama wananjiru, you know, msimamo peke yake ametushinda. The only person carrying msimamo with his 2 hands ni Kip. Alafu nataka tujidanganye hapa. Bro, unajua Jiru, hii mchezo tumeifanya tangu Mtembei mpaka sasa hivi. Hapa ndio nakuja kujua pesa na kujipanga ni kitu kingine. Kujipanga ni kwenda ground na kufanya vitu kwa ground, si tu kuongea tu hapa pere, tuongee Monday to Monday alafu tuanze kuargue na watu wako kwa ground. For instance, Raymond Omolo ako kwa ground, you don't hear him speak a lot. Nikikwambia Raymond Omolo has convinced the South Nyanza this is the way to go, unafikiria ni mchezo.
Hata Ayaga alikuwa jana na tukamfukuza hapa because Ayaga anaongea story ya Ruto peke yake. He is hallucinating Ruto.
Sasa hata mumfukuze. You see, the thing is that where he comes from, he's speaking what is happening there. You see, Oburu was forced, actually. Oburu was forced actually to endorse Ruto right in front of us. So it's like, if you look at the vehicle that in as much as we have hopes that the Luo Nyanza, all of it, will not go to that route, I think every day we give them a reason to do that. Look, I think in as much as we may not like tribal politics, I think this tribal politics is working against us. Ukiangalia, you know, how people are positioning themselves. And where we need to position ourselves and have stronger people, we are finding difficult penetrating. I saw the other day a lot of happenings in regard to how we are positioning ourselves, whether it's true or not. But unapata, like, within the coalition under which sisi we having hope, in hiyo hope ambayo unataka tukue nayo, it's absolutely disorganized. Well, it has time to recoup, but then there's a lot of questions that are arising that under the current situation ambayo tuko, will we be able, you know, to eventually have an agreement on the next step? I'm not sure. I mean, now we are looking for new alliances. I've seen Matiang'i go to Natembea. The other day he was with Anyang' Nyong'o, which reminded me of Social Democratic Party, which actually went against Raila, and the Raila wave, was it 97 or which one? And made Anyang' Nyong'o, Orengo, and other people who thought that they could edge off Raila from the politics of Europe, stay out and later on come in as insiders and continue to sing praises to Raila until he died. So I saw, like, Matiang'i is having consultation efforts, though not openly, but I saw Anyang' Nyong'o open that. You know, and you see, he's positioning himself differently, which is okay, because I think he realizes the larger opposition is not going to be, you know, viable for him. But the question still remains that pesa ambazo zimemwagwa in the mountain ni kama ni bank mpya imetengenezwa the mountain, and unfortunately money works wonders, especially in the mountain. Unaona women rep wenu sasa hivi ni kama wanaimba praises to Ruto openly after the stealing of the votes ya Mbere. People who did not have courage, now they have courage to come. Unaelewa? So, and again, unataka
Umepotea.
pole. So I think for me, I will be a little bit liberal in accepting some of the criticism that is coming on our way, so that we don't become so conservative and go the way we were last time that Guinea was a cow. You know, we were so confident that this thing, you know, if you look at the situational environment we are today vis-a-vis where we were in last general election, I think things are even more worse. they are worse than we literally thought. And the person we were having hope in, hii jamaa yenu, hii Epstein files, ambayo tulifikiria he will never make a deal with Ruto. He has already made a deal with Ruto. When we told you that American interest supersedes the governments, the third world governments, ulifikiria ni mchezo. You never thought that Ruto will come to White House and make a deal. He has already made a deal, released our health, data, and whatever it's going to do, we don't know very well. We are actually speculating, but obviously it's very important to this administration. So I think in one way or the other, I think when it comes to our politics, the foreign interference is huge. The return of the former ambassador back to Kenya is questionable. I mean, there's a lot of question because these are wheeler dealer who, in spite and despite of everything, you saw what happened. And now there's a possibility after the death of the guy in the Supreme Court that Sholei is going again to the Supreme Court. The possibility of Sholei becoming the Chief Justice is 100%. Tuachane hizi vitu bana. Hizi vitu zinafanya tunakuwa na ulcers bana. Wacha tukule tu ujinga yetu polepole bana. Hizo hopes uko nazo every day zina dim.
Sasa no, hebu nikuulize sasa, hiyo story ya Sholei nilisikia. So like wanataka kunominate Sholei.
Obviously, who will Ruto nominate? My friend, Ruto, look, if you listen to David Wafula and his analysis on by 2032, if Ruto wins by 2032, my friend, from Smoking Wanjala, from the deputy CJ, to everybody will be forced to retire. Just like IEBC, the guy will, let me tell you, when we say Kenya is in a bad situation, until and unless we paint it to that picture, that is when people are going to arise. But every time, tunaanza kusema sisi tuko na hopes, nothing. And when you know very well the IBC tuko nayo haina hope, then unataka tujidanganye. Bro, I mean, we just have to paint the picture tuko nayo, and after we paint that picture, maybe it will elicit a response that is overwhelming the way it was during the GNC. But right now, if we keep on lying that, ABCD, I think that is detrimental to our hopes. There's no hope right now. The only hope is for us to say the truth. Period. Jirongo ni kama alikuwa assassinated. I didn't want to talk about it. But who is there to defend these assassinations? Allegedly. Who is there? Nobody. Like all traces leads that the guy was finished. But who is there to, bro, hapa mtakuwa eliminated pole pole bwana. I'm not ready to be eliminated bwana. Not even Liza juzi. Somebody is still already pregnant. I still need to take care of that. Njiro umesikia wala?
Kwani utazaa mpaka dunia ishe?
Bro, hiyo ni one gift ambayo tumepewa, ambayo hata Ruto amepewa, yenye Ruto hawezi chukua kutoka kwetu. So you rather use the only gift we have right now, ya kuongeza kura zetu. Kama we utaki, hiyo ni shida yako. Kama Somali wanaziongeza day and night, nyinyi mnataka kufanya family planning, well and good. Sisi wakisi tumeamua kuongeza kura zetu.
No, but naona Matiang'i ni kama anacheza the wrong range, eh? I don't know, kulingana vile naona like Matiang'i election bid could be more stable than from what I'm seeing, like it seems to be like if you look at it scientifically, his politics seems to be a bit stabilizing with the time. Is it a long assumption ama ni mimi naangalia sana? It seems like to be
he's playing the right politics, the politics that we are not used to, the politics of non-tribal and the politics of principle. Unaelewa? The politics that finally might bring the country under a banner whereby I think tribalism will be the past tense. Unaelewa? Which is very difficult for him because people, even the politicians, have been trained into that kind of politics. You know, he's trying to be above, you know, the petty politics. But the question is, it's like Trump playing the politics of pettiness when he came in, whereby people wanted him to be presidential during the debates, and he edged everybody out, unaelewa, and became the nominee, became the president because, you know, he became unconventional. You know, like people wanted him to debate Hillary the way, you know, Hillary expected. Unaelewa. So the problem of him doing that is Ruto is not going to play by that. Unaelewa. So it's the right politics, but Ruto is not going to play by that rule. So what will it help us then?
So, can the other United Opposition guys in, sijui kama umesikiliza Kalonzo leo, nitacheza video zake kidogo, nitamcheza. But do you think the other opposition guys can be able to intertwine with the Matiang'i concept? Ama tu akina nitungojeze, like maybe if you look like Kalonzo is more of he is using the.
It looks like the backers of Matiang'i are not giving Kalonzo a space. Unaelewa? Matiang'i understands that he has to listen to his bankrollers. It looks so, because I expected a close working relationship with Matiang'i. And if you listen to Mudhama, I don't know if you listen to Mudhama. You know, Mudhama has been quiet, but I don't know if you listened when he said that wakati Raila aliona mtoto wake ya siasa ameshinda, alisema hakuna haja akae nje, wacha yeye mwenyewe hata yeye afanye nini, aingie ndani, because hata mtoto akishinda na yeye ameshinda. And which obviously I think made sense. I don't know if you listened to that speech. And then he did castigate and say Kalonzo doesn't know how to do that politics, which made me ask, what should Kalonzo then do? What is he insinuating? Unaelewa? So Kalonzo, yes, nationally is accepted, which is one good thing. But the problem Kalonzo is going to face, and I think Nani alluded to it a little bit, but he should work hard. He shouldn't take an advantage of that, because Kalonzo is a wealthy person. If there is a person actually who has more land in Karen than any other person in Kenya, is Kalonzo. His farm is also so big, more than any other farms in Kenya. So Kalonzo shouldn't be crying all the time, ana pesa ya kwenda Kisumu. What? Kalonzo is just a stingy guy. You know, he's very stingy. So, but you can see that the backers of Matiang'i ni kama wamemwambia he can't work with Kalonzo, because working with Kalonzo is tantamount promoting Gachagua, and Gachagua believes that he's the one who has Kalonzo. So I think the problem now we are having is that Kalonzo finally is going to get to a point whereby, you know, Kalonzo politics has been very funny. He financially and in terms of strategy, there are people he depended on that who actually right now may fail him. Mudhama used to be there, Mutula Kilonzo and Mutula Kilonzo Jr. used to be there, and Makau Mutua used to be there. And if you look at these people now, they've worked closely with Ruto more than before. I don't know how the relationship between him and Gachagua is going to work out now when it comes to rolling money down and making sure that Kalonzo, for him actually to win even the Ukambani, yes, he still had to get the backing of Raila so that he campaigns the money power. And the way the campaign used to roll down, it used to be of advantage to him. So if Kalonzo does not come with that money power, which Ruto is ready to use against Kalonzo, I think they can edge him out. So Kalonzo is banking on somebody who is very fluid in terms of money when it will come to the general elections. right now it's easier, but when it will come to general elections, Kalonzo needs to think long term. So Matiang'i has realized he has no money. He depends totally on the bankers, the people who are going to bankroll his campaign, and therefore he has found out that discipline is tantamount to destiny, and he realizes that he needs to make headway a little bit so that by 2032 maybe he will get it if he doesn't get it right now. So what does he do? He gets the structures that have already been built. So he has already risen to this position in Jubilee, and now the next thing is what? Working with people that might be reasonable and accommodative.
2032, is it not working for 2027?
Him alone 2027
him
is
alone,
unreasonable.
You see, if
him alone
is serious, all the other people
him
can
alone. Jubilee alone in 2027, that's a lie. I mean, I want to be more reasonable there. I don't want to be radical the way you are radical.
Yani umesema hiyo na ukapotea. No, what I was trying to say, na wacha nikuwekee link, you need to come and I radicalize you as well. Yeah, but you need to return so that we finish that statement. What I was saying is that yes, Matiang'i could be playing wrong range. It seems more organized in his politics. But what I'm asking is, if the other opposition members see a more organized man, can't they not gravitate towards him? Huh? Eh? Sawa, wacha Kalonzo aongee as I wait for Budi.
27 and various other issues affecting the country. The road to Singapore, which President William Ruto has been passionate about since he first mentioned it during his State of the Nation address, and has been repeating it ever since, and has drawn criticism from leaders of the opposition. Thank you very much, Leader Kalonzo Musyoka, for granting us this interview. Asante sana, you're live on NTV.
Thank you, Ibrahim. Karibu sana.
How are you finding your December?
Oh, December is always a very good month, isn't it? People begin to look at Christmas period, end of the year, and Nairobi gets deserted. People go to Shagu, families get together. For us, some of us, it's also a...
Okay, tusikia Kalonzo, thank you very much. Then after me ongea, I will be occasionally be responding to what he is saying. I want to see, and as we watch Kalonzo, kuna vitu nataka we isolate. Do you see leadership? Do you see courage? Do you see charisma? Do you see strategy? So nataka, as we watch Kalonzo, nataka hizo vitu zote you can write down and you respond to me. Do you see leadership? Do you see charisma? Do you see somebody who can be able to tackle Ruto? Because after tumemuona, that is the next thing. I want us to analyze the candidate, because now the candidate is here. Nataka tumuone and then we analyze him. Can we see a candidate who can manage Ruto? Or we need to prepare another one? Because now from this, you can get it.
Beautiful time. We celebrate our birthdays and things. And notice I'm not alone in this. Maybe I wish William Ruto happy birthday. It was today before we go on his case. So
wrong point. He was not supposed to wish Ruto happy birthday. I think Kalonzo Musyoka, that is a wrong point. That is from my own way. I would say why. Before we go, let me wish Mr. Ruto, but you don't bring your opponent into the eyes as the first point you say. Kalonzo Musyoka, you need to stand up. In his speech, you don't do that. You always place your opponents. You don't want to mention them. You don't want to give them a limelight. Now, Kalonzo Musyoka is even telling wale watu hawajui Ruto kama alizaliwa, ashawaambia Ruto alizaliwa leo. You don't do that in politics. You don't try to to hype your opponent. You was not supposed to mention Ruto. Ruto is supposed to be mentioned to him. And you always try to keep your opponent low. You are here to propagate yourself. Mistake number one. Politically, that was a very wrong move. Let me pray till you. He was not supposed to do that. He was not supposed to wish Ruto happy birthday.
As this interview, Asante Sana, you're live on NTV.
Thank you, Ibrahim. Karibu sana.
How are you finding your December?
Oh, December is always a very good month, isn't it? People begin to look at Christmas period, end of the year, and Nairobi gets deserted. People go to Shagu, families get together. For us, some of us, it's also a beautiful time. We celebrate our birthdays and things.
Mm-hmm.
And notice I'm not alone in this. Maybe I wish William Ruto happy birthday. It was today before we go on his case.
Mm-hmm.
So
I wish Mr. William Ruto happy birthday. Wrong move. Kalonzo Musyoka, you are not supposed to mention Ruto. Ruto is supposed to be, and I want they start learning. Ruto is supposed to be mentioned to you. You don't come to propagate. Sasa, right now, you have not mentioned anything about yourself. Na ushataja Ruto. Wewe, mzee, relax bwana.
Yeah, December is okay, but it's also difficult. The rains are delayed in a lot of country, in a lot of parts of the country, the short rains. So I think the country should brace itself for some hardship in the months ahead, and let us hope we can all weather the storm of dry weather.
What's your typical December Christmas day like before we get into the interview, just to understand you? Kenyans travel to the villages, but is it the same for you?
Now, today I traveled to Githiga in Kiambu County, in Githunguri, and very warm reception there by the Catholic Church at Githiga, and I want to thank them for their warm hospitality. And we're out there singing gospel music. We're there listening to very sound preaching. And so, although it is December, we still have to find time to visit areas we may not have at the time to visit. And so we'll keep on going to places. The good thing about Kiambu is very close to Nairobi. In fact, to get to Githiga is only 30 minutes from Karen. If I want to go to Sekuru, my friend, I have to plan.
Yeah, sure.
So I hope to be able to get time to get home to the villages. This is it. Our Lord and our Savior was born around that time in a village. So, and the parents had gone out for a census, and that's when the story began.
Sure.
Yeah.
When we posted that we'll be hosting you tonight, that we'll be having this discussion with you, Kenyans immediately started reacting. And on Facebook, where one of our posts on NTV Kenya is, I'll read some of the comments for you to quickly respond. One of the questions, actually top, is kindly ask about the road heading to his home. Very important question. That says Seth Etoti. There's also another question, someone who says, thanks for hosting the next president. Ask him if the opposition picks any other person, Governor Natembeya, Matiang'i, Maraga, or Martha, will you be ready to support them? And perhaps a comment that I find funny, someone says, Anthony Waburi says he's capable of getting the senior seats, but to defeat Kasongo, that's the word he's used, remains a mystery.
Okay. Yeah.
How fast do you respond to this?
Well, first of all, the road to Sekuru. I think we have, in the recent past, when Ruto started throwing tantrums at me, which I find almost obnoxious or unexplainable. You cannot go on character assassination when at that level. The holder of the highest office in the land should be graceful, should not be a fellow who just throws insults right, left, and center. But the truth of the matter is, in 2011, when I was the vice president, I had made a trip to China. In fact, I remember I was received at the Great Hall of People by the then vice president, who is today President Xi Jinping. And we had arranged, because that road Kibwezi, Mutomo, Kitui Mwingi, Mwingi Kanduya, and they recently launched Kamuongo Kanduya. Same contractors in Handro. Same contractor I launched as vice president. And then from Kanduya to Sekuru, a diversion under the World Bank funded study, which was done even when Raila Odinga was Minister for Public Works. From Kanduya cuts across to Gatunga in the Rakanidhi, and then joins the other road now to Isiolo. And you remember, under Vision 2030, Isiolo was meant to become a tourist city.
Sure.
That added to the corridor, and Ruto does not have time to talk about LAPSSET, which Kibaki and us launched, along with President Salva Kiir of South Sudan, Prime Minister Meles of Ethiopia. The LAPSSET project, Lamu, our second port, then imagine all these high infrastructure from And of course, I was the vice president under Kibaki. When 2013 happened, the way it did, and Jubilee took over, I have it from President Uhuru Kenyatta, or indeed some of his handlers that time, that they had wanted to continue with that project. But you remember, William Ruto was like a co-president. He was given such leeway under Uhuru first term that he controlled literally everything. So they wrote to Exim Bank of China and said this road here is not a priority. It does not meet a certain criteria. So they stopped it. So a vice president of the country, and I launched it, I think it is clear, in 3 parts, 3 contracts. And that same contract, the same contractor was meant to get to site, but they delayed.
Yes.
They delayed. Of course, between 2011 and 2013, they were mobilizing. When they are ready to move, stoppage. In 2016, Uhuru Kenyatta insisted on relaunching that project. The same contractor, the same road. And I thank him for it, because they didn't go to Kibwezi, he went to Mutomo. Now there's a beautiful road from Mutomo to Kitui with some interchange. Then the road ends up in a place called Kwasiku in Kitui, in Mwingi West constituency. Ikasimama hapo. They refused to pay the contractor, and so the contractor to do stoppage. Really what Ruto has been trying to do is to get that contractor back on site. That's what it needs to do.
It's true that...
but on the other hand, I really don't think a leader gets elected for self-aggrandizement to enrich himself. And this is the difference between me and people like William Ruto. Because I looked at leadership as a calling. It's a sacred calling. It wasn't meant that I go there, employ every relative, and I go and put a tarmac road and cabro all the way to my village.
But
I think that is
the
wrong.
description of this road, and it's true indeed. And I'll come to my question.
So that is the whole truth about it.
It's
when
very
William Ruto goes to Kamuongo, same road. He actually launched 2 parts of that road. And I hope the contractor is still there, by the way. I hope it is not like in Mali, where he launches on a Wednesday. I go there on another assignment on a Friday and found a monument that he left there. Because some of these things are not even in the budget. Because if you launch things there, it's deception, politics of deception. But I thank him that he has woken up to the reality. This is an important road project.
It is an important road project indeed, sir. And true to it, we have a video showing you launching that particular project. And this was on April 5th, 2011. If Arnold would allow us to play that particular clip.
And by the way, leaders got so worked up on the delay. I remember Senator Musila that time and other leaders going to demonstrate. So why are you delaying this? You people in Jubilee, why are you doing it? They were tear-gassed. Very
All right, sir. Let's play the clip, then we'll have follow-up questions on that particular project. Okay. This is a clip of Kalonzo Musyoka on April 5th, 2011, of course, accompanied by then government officials, including now Cabinet Secretary, then Assistant Minister Lee Kinyanjui, on the launch of that particular road that is the subject of our discussion.
barabara inayotoka Kibwezi kwenda Mutomo, Kitui, Mwingi, Kandwiga, alafu Saikuru. Hiyo barabara tumeizungumza karibu kipindi cha miaka 20. Lakini sasa kwa majaliwa yake Mwenyezi Mungu, hiyo wakati imefanya nini? Imefanya nini? Na mwezi jana kupitia wizara yetu tuliweza kutia mkataba na serikali ya Uchina ambapo itakuwa ikigharamia ujenzi wa hiyo barabara, na tunatarajia hivi karibuni tutakuwa tukianzisha.
Tuliona ni vizuri tuwatajie, na mimi kwa upande wangu ni project moja yenye umuhimu mkubwa sana. Juzi alipokuja Vice Premier wa People's Republic of China, mambo haya tulizungumza, serikali tayari imeweka hiyo sahihi, wizara Minister of Treasury wamesaini ile inaitwa commercial contract na contractor mwenyewe ni kilomita karibu 400, na hiyo ni kazi ambayo hii barabara ikikamilika hakutakuwa na sababu yoyote ya mtu atoke Isiolo akiwa anataka kwenda Nairobi, akwenda Mombasa, atoke Isiolo apitie Nairobi. Kwa hivyo itapunguza kwa idadi kubwa sana hata ajali ambazo zinatokea barabarani.
So that timestamp on that video is 29th March, but when actually that video was uploaded on YouTube as I was doing my research to...
Yeah, nataka tusikilize. So please, I want us to follow what Kalonzo was responding. I'm actually here. Don't leave the show if... but nataka tusikilize Kalonzo because he is one of the candidates, and unless we are able to understand our candidate, we are not able to know if he is doing the right thing. I'm doing it for the people who are not able to watch the show. Nataka to analyze pole pole, because when somebody speaks like for 1 hour, so I'm just asking in all good faith, let's sacrifice this 1 hour to musikilize. Can we try to see, can we isolate our candidate? Is this candidate having capacity to handle Ruto? Because we need to start understanding them. Lakini sasa hii clip ya dakika 2 hapa, dakika 1 hapa, you cannot understand. When you have somebody speaking like for 1 hour, you can gauge out things. So na ndio nataka kumsikiliza sasa leo, nione kama kuna kitu naweza toa hapo. So I'm actually here, but we need to understand Kalonzo leo.
Was March 5th, 2011. Indeed, you launched that particular road.
Yeah.
Today you say President Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto, the Jubilee administration, stopped that project.
That's right.
The Jubilee administration, President Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto, were inaugurated on 9th April 2013.
That's right.
2 years down the line.
That's right.
How many kilometers have been done by this time?
None, because the contractor had to mobilize. It takes a lot of time to mobilize and also to complete the documentation with the treasury and that kind of that. So during that time, everything was placed or was really activated. But of course, election time came, all right? So some delays were experienced. But when then Jubilee took over in 2013, stoppage. So it would have been wonderful if Uhuru Kenyatta went to Kibwezi, which is where I was launching. That is where the road actually links up with the Mombasa highway. Yeah, but they chose not to do it at Kibwezi. They went to Mutomo, which is okay. So the same road is what William Ruto has been launching and complaining, and yet he actually blamed the victim. He's the one who stopped the project. That is the truth.
Can you explain to me, sir? Yeah. Because for me, it is logic. The layman also may want to understand.
Yeah.
A vice president went to launch a project on 5th March 2011.
Yeah.
That would not start for 2 years because the contractor was still mobilizing.
That's right.
So what is the logic behind launching 2 years before mobilization of?
No, that was it. You know, the documents are there. You can see that road project was in 3 parts. Contract 1 from Kibwezi to Kitui. I think contract 2 from Kitui to Mbondoni to Mwingi actually, and then the 3rd contract all the way to Sweni. So that was a clear, a clear expression of interest. But it takes time to mobilize. Unlike William Ruto now, when he goes and launches and says it brings, instead of bringing tractors there and say start the work, and then nothing starts. So you need to mobilize for the project. So that is what was happening.
That is what was happening. This is part of the larger conversation that has been ongoing about your legacy.
Yeah.
In the 40 years of public service that you've had, 28 years in government and some 12, 13 years in opposition. Why would your legacy actually need defending, Your Excellency, if it is as monumental as is being painted by you and as by your supporters? Then shouldn't your legacy be shining so bright that
I think
it needs no defense?
You know, Ibrahim, it does. And I agree with you, I don't need to defend anything. Kenyans will remember I was vice president to Kibaki. That is when we did the Thika superhighway.
Sure.
And I remember even went to Kibaki with Ambassador Muthaura, and we tried to convince him to name the Thika superhighway 8 lanes with funding from African Development Bank. We asked Kibaki, can we name this road after you? And he said, well, Vice President, where does this road lead to? That was Kibaki. He didn't want aggrandizement. He didn't want to. So he wanted action, right? Remember, it was under Kibaki that we put money in Kenyans' pockets. Today, William Ruto is taking even the little thing we have, okay? So there's a lot we did as Vice President. Vice President of a country is a vice president of the whole country. If I can tell you that Kenyans will remember the work we did for regional peace and security, the work I did in Somalia, which to date I think stands out, the work we did in South Sudan, until we realized under CPA, Comprehensive Peace Agreement, which was signed here in Nairobi under President Kibaki again, which then gave rise to the Republic of South Sudan. The work we did in Burundi, the work we did in the region to revive East African community. I can tell you for a fact, I was the first chair of the tripartite ministerial commission, which was asked by President Moi, President Mwinyi of Tanzania, and President Yoweri Museveni to look at how we could revive the East African community. I'm so proud of that achievement. Today, the only remaining thing is to convert this thing into a federal, a federation. Today we sing everywhere the national anthem, and then the anthem of East African community. This took people's work, and that is what you do as a leader. So I can tell you, I've seen people commenting on this, and I want to really thank some of my colleagues. My learned friend Getogo Manyara has written a very clear article on how leaders should serve, and not just to go and do everything in Sugoi, as is happening. I think everything is in Sugoi. Everything, even the hospital. A good example, the Kakamega Hospital should, I think it needs about 3 billion shillings to make it really level 5. But instead of doing that in Kakamega, William Ruto's administration said 50 billion shillings to hospital, another hospital, not even more referral in Eldoret. So you cannot take everything to yourself. This is why Kenyans begin to say, then we want to be leaders so we can also eat. Now, I want to tell William Ruto and people who are like-minded, my philosophy, if it's a calling, I've read a book entitled Leaders Eat Last. Watoto kwanza wakule, saidia watoto. And of course, I believe that the road will eventually get to Sekuru, for sure.
For sure.
Because there's now a national polytechnic, there's everything there. But if you started by saying I'm vice, but by the way, let me tell you a true story about that. PS for roads, Mr. Kamau, Engineer Kamau, who was an engineer under Kibaki, he came to me and said, Vice President, this road, I've money for 21 kilometers, right? And because you're Vice President, let us start with from Sekuru. We do the road from Sekuru. I looked at Engineer Kamau. I said, that is very bad leadership. You cannot go in the middle of somewhere there and do 21 kilometers, and then in Akushia before you get to Kiso. Let it start from Mwingi. Part of what William Ruto was launching, the best by another Chinese contractor, from Mwingi to Kamuongo. That was the road that should have started from Sekuru. I said no, because you leaders must demonstrate justice in their leadership, not self-interest. Therefore, this matter to me, I must thank William Ruto for bringing it up. And because it looks very bad. And it's ridiculous that you can say, Kwanza yanze na wewe yanze. I'm just giving you an example how I refused to do Sekuru, instead do from Mwingi on the road to Garissa, Mwingi to Sekuru, because of stomach.
And the fact that President William Ruto brought it out has now taken Kenyans to discuss about Kalonzo Musyoka and his track record. Indeed, you were vice president from 2008 to 2013, and you had that higher calling for the country, to serve the country regardless of your own constituency. But even before you became vice president and even became minister, there was that period between 1985 when you were member of parliament for Kitui North.
Yes.
And
I have to comment there a little bit. Kalonzo demeanor looks very good. In fact, I can like a president who speaks that way. No, I'm not talking of the content. I'm talking about composure. I wish I can have a president who can, in terms of speaking charisma, I think he has it. Just, I'm analyzing now. Charisma, he has charisma. He has charisma. So, when it comes to content, that one we'll discuss later. But I think charisma, composure, respect of information, how he is handling other people. I think I can see a Kalonzo who has weaved himself away from like terms like your name betrays you. Now I see a very mature Kalonzo now. I feel demeanor. I'm talking of the demeanor is the way you handle yourself, the way you take yourself. I'm not talking of content. He doesn't seem to be arrogant. He looks respectful. I cannot even position Ruto hapo in terms of demeanor. Hapo amegonga Ruto 10-0 in terms of demeanor. So demeanor, I give him 10, I give Ruto 1. Demeanor hiyo hapo ameweza. So let's continue. So demeanor hiyo nimetoa good. Charisma varida. Charisma hiyo ako nayo. He is scoring better. The same things he is scoring, and I'm not pitching for him, but I'm saying he is scoring better than Ruto, if we have to put them. So Matiang'i, I would have to also positioning him, and also I try to isolate the same. But I think in terms of this, I think even in terms of charisma, he can even score higher than Matiang'i. Charisma, he can score higher than Matiang'i. Deliverables hapo ndio sasa Matiang'i anaweza muacha kidogo. But charisma, how you carry yourself, he scores better than all of them. But in other places, things tutaendelea kuanalyze tukijua. So far so good. So wacha tusikie vile atadefend track record yake since he was a vice president to now. Because he was a vice president in 2007. 2007, that is 18 years ago.
Questions are asked about what are you most proud of are some of the things that you did for your own constituency at that particular time?
Today, thank you, Ibrahim, for asking that question. Today, one of the most successful water projects is the water project which gets water from Kiambere Dam. Remember Seven Forks, because that is now it used to be Kitui North when I went in, Mwingi North. Today, Mwingi town is one of the fastest growing towns in Kenya. And the reason is because of that water project. When I went in, people...
Friend, for those people who do not know, Kiambere Dam, because I did not do that project, but I went to that site to do some exploration. I wanted to do a bid there for a company I was working for that time. We went there in Kiambere, and that time, you know it's Seven Forks Dam, in a place called Ngire, huko ni kwa kina Stony PK, in a place called Ngire, there is a very big pipeline. Waliweka, I think, pipeline here almost 100 to 150 kilometers. Pipeline ya maji. I think they started doing it immediately after Seven Forks. That is they started doing it in 90s, and it is one of the legacy project of Kalonzo Musyoka. So that project, I know it. There is a pipeline, 6 inches, starting from Kiambere, pipe ya chuma, and by the time inafika Mwingi, I think as 4 inches. That one I know it's a project I know because I saw even its design. And that's a project that you can see it. It is available online and it is completed, designed and completed. 200 kilometers pipeline, I think 150 to 200. Big one from Mbere mpaka Mwingi. Hiyo nayo hiyo imefanywa. That one is true. I know it personally.
A lot of donkeys used to die, by the way, and you know donkeys are like beasts of burden. They are long lasting, but they would die, collapse, because there was no water in Mwingi. And so that was a project that we initiated, and water is pumped from Kiambere Dam, a distance of 12 kilometers, to Mumoni Hills, and it goes by gravity a distance of 65 kilometers to Mwingi town. It's even the cheapest, because from there under CDF, then we would, those pipes. In fact, one time I think Mombasa Port was alarmed by the number of pipes that we imported from Spain, steel pipes, which are long lasting. So that project is a big achievement. I don't think William Ruto can do a thing like that. So that's one a good example. When I went into politics, my constituency was a very unsafe place. We used to have bandits. Shifter. I went to Shifter. Of course, Shifter had been degraded by Mzee Kenyatta when he said not an inch of Kenyan soil. But in Sekuru, we used to sleep in the bush. Yeah, Sekuru is a very interesting place to have, for anybody to have come out of there and become a vice president. It can only take God. But then you see, I had to deal with the security, and we succeeded. I went and talked to Mzee Moi. We started a JSU camp at a place called Usweni. Today, I think some training ground is happening around there, so that although we still have incursions, all right, and these are basically problems linked with the poverty between the communities in northern Kenya and parts of where we come from. So. One famous singer, Ibrahim, went loud about it. He said, unless you are saying Kalonzo Musyoka does not have a big tummy, na kwenda kwa bunge, haimaanishi uwe na tumbo kubwa, unahitaji akili. Ask yourself, why would these people keep on electing one man called Kalonzo Musyoka from 1985 to until we decided to change the constitution? I believe if we did not amend the constitution to say if you are running for president, you cannot then become an MP or deputy president. I think I would have beaten Kibaki's record. William Kibaki was MP for 35 years. Because we had understood, and I still understand at the fingertips. If I tell you there are only 3 secondary schools when I went to Parliament, they are now over 70. If I tell you that electricity connectivity in Mwingi North is over 70% by the time I left. If I tell you some of the national schools best performing before William Ruto came to confuse, a national school like Modale used to be in Kitui North, right? Before he went to Mwingi North. If I tell you that that the road from Mwingi to Garissa itself, there was no tarmac, okay? In fact, National Youth Service had decided the road from Thika to Garissa is a training ground for people who want to know how to make roads.
All right, sir.
So that road to Garissa itself, we had to work. Get funding from Saudi Fund. I remember how many times I went to Khartoum and pushed for this. And now we have connectivity.
All right.
Yeah.
We have to take a break. And you're mentioning a very flowery track record for your from your time as member of parliament.
But that is just a member of parliament.
Yes, as member of parliament. When we come back, we'll be going to the other national levels that we had, because it appears the election that we'll be heading to will also be about track record and what one has achieved. But right now, let's take a very quick break. When we come back, we'll be asking about the infrastructural projects that are perhaps the product of Kalonzo Musyoka as vice president and even as minister, aside from the flowery track record that is mentioned that he did, also in terms of the relations between Kenya and our neighbors. So let's take that break. When we come back, we continue with this conversation with the Wiper Patriotic Front party leader, Kalonzo Musyoka. William Ruto and the claims that you're making. Of course, we will need to, our fact-checking team will be fact-checking everything that is said in this particular interview. Whereas the opposition is painting that as personal interests, as a president serving his own interests. Let's speak about perhaps what would have served the people. For instance, the road between Kibwezi, Mutomo, Kitui, all the way to Sekuru. You mentioned here how important, and Lapset, you mentioned here how important that particular road was. So if you had put any effort as vice president to have that road done, perhaps in the early days of your vice presidency, it would have been completed even before,
vice president, my friend,
between 2008.
For 5 years. I remember when I took over as the 10th vice president, not by appointment, by my negotiation, the country was burning. I was actually busy helping this William Ruto from the hangman's noose, okay, the ICC, right? Trying to say, these are Kenyan nationals. We want to handle this thing as Kenya. We don't want to hang our dirty linen everywhere at the International Criminal Court. I spent the first 2-3 years settling the country, helping President Kibaki literally. And of course, also other things that we are doing at the national level. Yeah.
Now that we're here, sir, do you accept that then there are points at which you fell short? Do you think what is being given to the country is not a fair representation? But is there a point where you'd say, I would have done this better?
Of course, one can always do better, for sure. Oh yes, there are things even today I would want to see done. For example, when it became important under Vision 2030, which Kibaki and I promulgated, and of course joined by Raila at that time. Remember the Grand Coalition government, which was a very successful government. We said under Vision 2030, we wanted to do the high grand force. This, William Ruto has done everything to scatter, all right? And I mentioned earlier on, he had a meeting in Sharm el-Sheikh, in Egypt, where he met Prime Minister Sunak. The British government and Overseas Development Corporation were willing to assist Kenya get this project, which is supposed to generate 650 megawatts of electricity, give irrigation capacity in order for this country to run away from rain-fed agriculture, irrigate those swathes of land from Kitui to Tana River to Garissa. He has done everything to stop it, to scuttle, just like he has scuttled the dual carriageway from Nairobi to Mombasa, which again an American consortium was leading, and they done all the financials and everything because he wants to be able to give this to his preferred contractors. This is the whole business about Ruto, and that's why we call it Rutopreneurship. Yeah, everything is.
Wow. That one is so good. He has even now, and I don't know why now, like these are some of the things which we need to be propagating higher. Rutopreneurship. Yeah, this is how a candidate is able to build scandals for your contender. So rutopreneurship, that is now something which Kalonzo should not stop. When you start declaring somebody's scandals, unyamazangi, now Kalonzo has to keep on using those words continuously. Now, as to me, your word leo alafu gaache. So there is one word I've gotten from Kalonzo today, rutopreneurship. It's a big, so as a politician, you should have capacity to build scandals for your opponent if they are there. You know, scandals are built. Atujuange kama mtu amefanya kitu. You have to build scandals for somebody. So tunasemanga Ruto ni mwizi, but no one has been able, or many people have not been able, presidential candidates have not been able to come out. That one was so good. Rutopreneurship. It's a scandal. So Kalonzo asimamia hapo, everywhere he is talking, he should be talking about rutopreneurship. Yeah, I want to stop. We will never have a president who is wanting to do investment for himself. So now, rutopreneurship should even be in his manifesto. That is how you build. So I cannot see a Kalonzo who is building his candidature, but he can only be able to build his candidature if he does not stop. Now, E-word, you keep on saying it everywhere, like the way we say Kasongo. So it should be a clarion call for, because out of you vitu yote ameongea. That is what I've gotten. Hiyo vitu yote ameongea, I'm marking his speech. I'm marking his speech. Rutopreneurship has hammered it. I have to repeat it there. Na sijui kama wale wanamunafuata.
Welcome back. You're watching
Yeah.
Whether you're a professional welder or simply take pride in consistent and precision welds, Harbor Freight offers high quality.
Special funding, right? Code equalization fund, right? Special Marsabit, parts of Ukambani, right? Wajir, Mandera. So specially has tried to do that, okay? Because everybody is busy trying to grab and run. I think this is a government that is absolutely confused. And so I do not need to defend what is obvious. If leaders commit themselves, right, to constitutionalism, budget making, to devolution, I think William Ruto has tried to do everything to kill devolution. Are you not hearing from the Committee of Governors, COG, complaining even the 15% that they're supposed to go to them? William Ruto wants to put in a mechanism that controls who is getting what contract, yeah, the procurement aspects of it. And therefore, it is not possible to ring fence under Ruto, but I can tell you where there is proper and fair budgeting, everybody in the country will have their share of development. There must be equal development. And where people have been left behind, you also do equalization. Under the Equalization Fund. But of course, the important projects, like I mentioned, the Vision 2030. Now, instead of William Ruto completing Vision 2030, he has now jumped to Singapore, all right? Because this is actually the concept of when leaders, and this is politics, when leaders find that they are
I'm really sorry. Oh, sorry. So Stony PK, I was saying that because I want to give you a chance, because umesikiliza Kalonzo, we need a Kalonzo who is able to build scandals. We need to see a Kalonzo who is building scandals. Na amejenga hiyo ya Ruto is vizuri sana, utaisikia hapo. Then I also want to see Kalonzo who is putting Ruto on a defense. And I also need to hear his accountability path for Ruto. Now, because he is describing all the criminal things which Ruto has done, is he going to describe any person who has done those things which Ruto has done? What will happen to him? Because that one can also raise the CV very much. In terms of, we need that accountability path. So maybe Stony PK, you can react to what you heard as I allow Kalonzo to roll in, because it's a very good interview which we need to hear. I believe I think it was one of the best which Kalonzo has ever done. Go ahead, Stone PK. Kiora Nendwe. Mr. Kiora, how are you?
I'm good.
Yeah, siongee bwana. So can you react to what we have seen from Kalonzo? We are trying to analyze the presidential qualities. Charisma, tumesema hiyo ako sawa based on what we are seeing. You cannot even position him with Ruto in terms of charisma. He is good. A presidential candidate, he seems to, he is a presidential candidate from what we can see. Capacity to build scandals, we can see now he is trying. For the first time, sijaona Kalonzo akibuild scandals. At least I have seen he has built one. Ruto is it. So, what can you comment about what you have seen?
Thank you, Njiru, and all those who are watching us. I watched this live on NTV, so I followed everything. And if you remember, I sent you when I told you he was live and breathing fire. I wanted you to also go and listen to him live. I really, from my experience, my opinion is that at times the Kenyan community politically, we are so immature that immature politically, and that we don't learn from the past, and we don't know what we really want as a nation. Because we get too trivial, we get into, it's like the way you would, in a home, you find that you have a very vital tool, but just because a necessity has not come to use the tool, unaiacha hapo nje ina rust too. And until maybe you are in problems is when you start saying, ala na hii labda hii inaweza fanya hivi. And when it comes unasema lakini iko hapa na it is rusted. Kenyans, we do not know what we want in terms of leadership, and Kenyans can never have anything that they can call perfect, because I think that's our nature. In our previous discussions, I raised an issue of, and sometimes you should be replaying this, the way some of us look at politics, and even the journalists. When you listen, our level of journalism today is so low that you listen, even the interviewers, they look like people who have just jumped from some place. Ni kama si wa Kenya, and they are annoying, by the way. You have to really have very high level of tolerance to listen to some of the things people say. And they like quoting, Kenyans are saying, Kenyans are doing this, Kenyans. Which Kenyans? It is your opinion. Say, in my opinion, or I've read 1, 2, 3 tweets saying this. Don't say Kenyan. Kenya is 50 million people. Why am I beginning this way? I'm beginning this way because anybody who doubts Kalonzo's leadership must be somebody from a different planet, not Kenya. Because if you talk, I mean, in any field, people talk of experience. Wewe uko na experience. Wewe uko na hii. Uko na hii na hii. So if you have those checklists, and out of maybe 10 checklists, mtu ana score 8 or 7, we say that person is above average. But I find Kenyans, we trivialize everything, even the good things we have. Tunakanyangia chini. I would not sit to debate with the people of whether Kalonzo is capable or not capable of being a president of this country. But I'm so happy that despite what we've been saying in this, especially in this channel, we've had some of our supporters on this channel coming so bitterly saying Kalonzo cannot be. And when they give you the excuses they are giving you are so, they are tired. So then you wonder, who do we need to come and help Kenya and lead Kenya? Because you have to begin somewhere. All right. Now, from this interview, for those of you who may have listened to it live, or those who are going to listen through, this man has now outlined all what you've been poking him through. He has answered everything. Unless I don't know what we are looking for, he has answered everything that you need to hear. So it's upon you as an individual to decide whether you would want to vote for him or not vote for him. As simple as that. And I wish Kalonzo had ended the interview by saying, it is up to you Kenyans now. Okay? You may choose what you want. But he also did that indirectly when he said, if anybody else comes out or is selected or whatever system will be used, he said he will support that. That puts everything to rest. But then he said, despite me supporting whoever that might come other than me, but I still think I'm the best to finish this job. That's it. That nails it. And when he talks, when he said of the way to revamp, to restart this country, I think it is all well laid there that I don't even need to go running around 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm yet, I've listened to Kalonzo, I've listened to Maraga, I've listened to Matiang'i, I've listened to Martha Karua, I've listened to the only people that may not have had a chance to articulate if they were given the mantra is probably Eugene, okay, and maybe Natembeya we've listened to, but not in a capacity of saying that he is given the leadership, but we've listened to Natembeya having the same agenda that marries so well into what all these guys are looking for. So for me, one thing I would be celebrating, and I'm celebrating from wherever I sit or stand, is that we have what it takes in terms of getting a leader to counter and move and rescue. The word is rescue this country. We have a leader. Among those three guys, those other guys, I believe in either of them, whoever it is, so long as Kenyans come out and vote and put them in that seat. And then we tell them, please steer the country out of this mess that we are in. So thank God we don't have any shortage. So the rest of discussions, sijui akafanya, ni tiring. Those are the useless discussions that Kenyans like engaging themselves, led by the media. By the way, the media is one of the worst, just for them to create time and
enemy. They are our enemy, eh? So kwa hivyo umekubaliana na mzee wangu akisemanga fake media, eh?
Of course, it's true.
Mzee wangu all the time anasemanga fake media.
Our media is our media, Jiru, you are not very young, umeona media kutoka, hata tuanze tu 80s, I'm sure 80s ulikuwa unaweza listen to radio. I don't know, how old you are, but the media has been going down the drain. I mean, if you listen to even some of these interviewers, what they are talking about, they keep on repeating 3 questions. Oh, what is it that you did when you are this? Now, kama ulizaliwa 2002, sasa utajuaje what somebody did 2002 kurudi nyuma? I mean, some of those questions even you are not supposed to ask. Because that's by the time wewe umekuja kuwa journalist, ni jana. So you cannot ask, like people asking, what happened during Moi's time? What happened? Go read. Yeah. So you are lucky when you sit with somebody like Kalonzo, like now that gentleman, he had a whole, in fact, he should write a thesis on that. I'm sure he was educated thoroughly. Yeah. And he has been given what a capacitated leader should be. And by the way, whether we like it or not, among all those people, Kalonzo, Martha, and Matiang'i, they should be the front runners and the people that Kenyans can trust. Any of those 3. These are people who can bring, and Maraga, of course, but Maraga again looks like Maraga can join, and then he can be given some of, because we need a big team to really rescue this country, because this country is dead. It's dead. Not Kalonzo alone. It requires these people. And if we were Kenyans truly wanting to salve this country does not need Kalonzo alone. It needs that team the way it is. That team is what will really rescue this country. And Kenyans have to admit that this country is dead. It's uko chini. Uko chini. That is one thing we should nini. And tujue hii si siasa ya kawaida, which Kalonzo has put it very clearly in his interview. That it is not a matter of politics as usual. But if you want to play politics as usual, you can go 2 term if you want. I think that's what Kalonzo should have said. Kenyans, ikiwa mnataka kunini kuingia huko kwa kabisa kwa the dark shovel, just go that way. Just play normal politics. But he said it. It's a revolution. And a revolution, you have to come up in all ways. That he put it very clear. Always to make sure that you do not have Ruto as the president come 2027. I think he could not have done any better than that. Thank you, Njiru.
Okay, sawa. So wacha ongea kidogo alafu I analyze. Ayupo uko hapa stonipike ama unaenda?
Niko since hizo nilikutumia, nilitaka uisikize live. Kwa nini hukusikiza live? Oh, I'll send you how I get live. You also should.
Yeah, I was engaged with other things, but yeah, maybe there is something which I also wanted to explain here. Maybe unaweza tupata later. We don't want to be bystanders again. Na sisi hatutaki kukua watu wa complain as we go around. So we are now agreeing that there's a problem in Kenya and we want to start seeing our influence in Mbere. So by February 26, ini kukuupdate tu, by February 26 tumesema tutatengeneza anti-goon squad yetu for Mbere. So na hiyo ni vitu tumeanzia kusema we will be doing them openly. Ili sasa hata wao wakuanga wanajua tunajipanga. So we need anti-goon squad. Na watu ni kama wanasema we need to recruit like a minimum of 100 people. Do you think it's a pipe dream ama ni ujinga tuko nayo?
No, that is, by the way, Njiru, let me tell you, when it is a matter of life and death, Njiru, in your house umeingia, wife ako pale na watoto, tuseme, umeingia a bit a little late, they are at the table preparing for dinner and they are waiting for you, okay? Alafu umeingia, then all of a sudden umeingia ukakuta kikobra which they had not seen, kinainuka kinataka kuanza kuspill over. What do you do? What do you do? You have to save them. You have to save them. At this, you have to, whichever way, at the spur of the moment, you have to decide to ensure that this cobra does not bite any of them. Hata mtu wa unajitolea afadhali ikuume wewe, lakini isiguze family. I'm giving that very extreme example. Utakuta hata unapata nguvu ingine, you want to jump and hold it and with your hands and squeeze it, or whatever you pick in the hand, hata kama ni nini ulikuwa umebeba, is what you aim and try to hit it to save the family. That is where the country Kenya is. So when people say we start planning those kind of, by the way, Kalonzo amesema plan in all other way. Right now amesema they have already a team of 100 lawyers who are going to sue left, right, and center. What does that tell you? Because there is so much mess happening. So that invasion from January is the beginning of the war. Okay? Anything that is unconstitutional. Because, Njiru, when people, mi na wewe tunakula kaugali ya jioni nini, we don't feel it. But this country it is a journey of an insanity. This country is being led by an insane person. And when you are led by an insane man, that's why munaenda hivi, munaruka hivi, mara mlikuwa mmeendelea, munaenda Kianjokoma, mara ameruka anasema sasa tunaenda Mbere, mara mmeenda hivi anasema tunaenda Machaku, mara. That is the characteristics of a bad person, mad, insane person. Simple as that. And there's one guy who had said, by the way, these guys should be checked. It's not extreme. Because, anyway, we will go back to that. Because where do you start just jumping up and down talking about
so Stone PK, the reason why tumesema hivyo ni Roko ameanzia kujigamba tena ati venye atatukurisha chini. Sijui kama umesikia hiyo video yake akisema ati venye atatukurisha chini huko Mumenji and Evurore, and I'm double sure he thinks of planning goons the way he did again. So what we want to do is we want to map that Mbere, and we will, and naini kitu na maybe Stone PK, naini kitu tunataka utu advise. Why are our agents signing forms if they are not satisfied? So we also want us, is there a way in which we can say our agent was signing these forms if the election has been stolen?
They don't sign, Jiro. Ask me, nikwambie. They don't sign.
Zina saini yangu wapi? Hiyo signature utoka wapi?
Sini yao Jiro, I can forge your signature. Where will you verify it? Jiro, bana. I can sign there. Anybody can sign.
No, those are some of the things now which we have now to start talking openly and asking for a solution. If our signatures are being forged as the agents, what is a cure for that? Because we need a cure.
Jiro, it is meaningless pale ati kura zimehesabiwa na agent kusign. I make sense for anybody who has ill motives. Okay? It doesn't make any sense. It's the same as agents, mtu anakuja anafukuza kila mtu anabaki hapo a whole CS. So kama
tunasema sasa Stone PK, that's why we are now saying lazima sasa tujipange on this experiment of how can we have effective signatures, and then number 2, mtu kama huyu Roko anajipanga na anatupangia goons bila hata sisi tunaweza kuwa na squad yetu sasa which can neutralize those people. And we have to map hata kama, I don't know, our experiment, we want to do it in Mbere and Evurore. I don't know. I don't know if like 50 people per ward, if it will be enough, but we need to explore right now.
Are you able to fund these things? Watu wa diaspora? Are you able to fund that kind of a thing?
No, those are the things which we are talking here.
And that is what I asked Jiru before, that we have not even experimented on the model of funding of even one thing.
No.
We want to talk things, but let's be honest, too much talking sometimes in a different.
It is not too much talking. Let me tell you, Nani, when it comes to the issue of Musimamo, is not that I'm not saying that he is not funded. We have not structured it to the funding point. The issue which is there is we have not agreed to what levels he needs to be funded. Mi mwenyewe hata mwenyewe ananitumianga message ni sawa.
So you think now it's going to be miraculous? Now we are going to accept that model right away, bro? People start from somewhere. Jiru, let me tell you, these excuses that we give, time is running out. People have the ability, people have the passion to do that, and people are willing.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Like, you need to convince people, like, why are we funding Musimamo? He is no longer a candidate. Why is Musimamo being funded? I need to convince people. Amanda. There is a difference between funding an election and funding somebody who is in the grassroots. So mukisema we are funding Musimamo in the grassroots, it is okay. I have no problem with that. So I need to convince people, why are we funding Musimamo? I have no problem. So anyway, this is what I would say in the channel. If there are people who are doing the grassroots and we want to fund them, it's okay. But I was just trying to say it is much more reliable if we start thinking of how we can fund result-oriented objectives. Kama already tusha identify history ya goons, au watu wanakuja wanaletwa kwa polling station. How can we neutralize that? It is different from people who are going for the outreach. So Stone PK, I don't know, ama unaionaje?
Now, listen, Nani, Alex has a good idea, but me, I've had experience with the diaspora, and and I'm also going to engage diaspora very soon. Come next year. I know diaspora can do things, but reality is this, and I don't like beating about the bush. For example, if we want to be engaged, you and I, for example, we tested kidogo. And you know what it was, it costed. And I mean, it is not easy. Even raising $200, it's not easy. Let's agree. It's not easy. Okay? It is not easy. So what I'm talking about is now for such a situation, like if we want to really properly engage in Mbeere North and in those two wards, Momenji and Evrori, okay? And go with what you guys have proposed. You need not less than 200 people. I don't want to call them that other name, okay? Vigilantes, you call them Walinda Kura or something like that. 200, or on the very lower side, just get 150 in Momenji and 50 in Evrori. Then you need logistics. Those people have to be mobile. Okay. Now, mobile in the sense that the best way is you kind of recruit locally, so that they don't have to move a lot. Because these days it's a little bit easier when people are on border or something, piki, something like that. But the picture here is either 100 or 200 people. Okay, for like 2 days. Okay, 2 days meaning the pre-election day, or 3 days actually. They have to land, they have to go surveying anything that is unusual. Day 1, then day 2 is the pre-election day. Then day 3 is the election day. They have to be all over, and they have to be with communication with each other. Okay, and they have to have target terms of whatever they are looking for, whatever they are preventing. And they have to be well equipped. Well equipped now, that's a bit, it's varied.
Of course, they have to be well prepared.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And some of these people, it's good to even recruit, although this public, and when you go to this channel, this public, some of these things we need to talk differently.
Anyway, forget about that. And that's why I am not saying that we can find so many things here, but the challenge which I'm having is that I don't see, you see, like even Akina Musimamo, we will fund them, but we need a structured, what are we doing in that? What are the objectives? What are the results we want to achieve there? So after
Jiru, this is why I was telling you that if you cannot do it on a pilot scheme, you are trying to be now more sophisticated in trying to give an excuse why we have not done what we ought to have done, so that if it came now to funding whatever you wanted, that we could have already rolled out. It's a well-oiled machine that we wouldn't go back to know who will help us, how that is going, who will manage it without the hiccups that we have had before. So the issue is this: until and unless you have an outline that we start on a lower scale, that we can be able to actually look back and say, look, we succeeded in doing this, and therefore we can go to a higher level. You can't be thinking something bigger than that, like that, which actually people have passion in doing. Let me tell you, today if you open doors, many people are watajitolea. Why? People are sick and tired of this government. But the question is, are you going to deliver? You will be overwhelmed. That's a fact. You don't take something, you don't bite more than you can chew. So what I'm saying is this: Jiru, listen to me on this. Don't connive. Don't ignore what I'm telling you. Take the Musimamo issue ASAP. Wachana isema, you don't know this, you don't know this, you don't know. We have the human capacity development to do that. How is one man show Keep doing it? You want to tell Keep is better than all of us combined? Answer me on that.
You see, there is something I'm trying to ask here. I have no, you see, we have been saying we will fund Musimamo, but Musimamo we were funding him as a candidate.
You came here, you gave us and said we must do that. Nobody asked you. It is 3 months down the road. Now you are starting another thing, which is a pipe dream.
we already.
And that is why Ruto will look at us and his people say, "Hatuna plan."
No,
because we keep on hoping.
You see, let me tell you, and that's why nakwambia elect Budi. That's the best objectively. We look at something which we can do. Like for example,
yes, ya Musimamo, we can do it, not based on this candidature, to see how we can influence the Coastarians towards seeing that where they are headed to or where they are being taken to is not sustainable. Unaelewa? Whatever Musimamo is doing is beyond his candidature. Unaelewa? So it could be part of what we ingrain, and Musimamo can be the chief goon then. We will start him as the first goon. If that is what you want, then he can be. If you don't want him to be the candidate, let's recruit him as a goon then.
I understand what you're saying, but we have to prioritize.
Guys, let's be careful. Let's be careful here. Actually, we are not recruiting goons.
And that is what I said from the very beginning. You know, he has been saying it openly that we can do that. Why are we running away from what he has been saying? Those are the words.
For me, I didn't know what you've been saying, but
yeah, that is what he has been saying throughout. We are responding to what he has said.
Let me correct something here about Musimamo, because I've been part and parcel of that. For the sake of this channel and those who are listening, Musimamo is doing a wonderful and very noble job towards making sure that Ruto is one term. Okay, maybe people have not understood what he has been doing. As much as he has been trying to push and recruit for Martha Karua's party, that party is part of the movement that is supposed to throw Ruto out of office. Okay, and as we said, and everybody knows, if you start from grassroots, that's how you build movement. That's how you build force. That's why KANU was very powerful. That's why initially ODM had some reasonable power, because it had a very, very strong base from grassroots. So what Musimamo is doing, he is recruiting opposition from bottom. Pale chini is strengthening force from there. How do you do that? It's by getting very strong candidates that will not vie using Ruto's party. Because the moment you get a strong candidate means what? The people pass on. Okay?
And Stone PK, that's the problem we are having of definition. Anytime we say Musimamo is okay on the ground and he has what it takes for us to support him, people don't want to elicit that support. But when you use the other word that Njiru wants to use, then people get excited. That's the problem we have. So I rather use that word that he wants us to use from Musimamo to get that support that I want Musimamo to get. Because we don't want to use the word that the support base, because once we use that, we start questioning if Musimamo is capable of doing it. But now we are willing to start an amorphous thing whereby we don't even know where we are headed to, while we have something that we can work with as we move forward and furnish it.
No,
I have a problem with that, Njiru. There is no reason. Njiru, come to your senses. There is no reason.
Na mbere kura yetu tu ibiwe tu, and we have an election in February. Are you aware of that? Mbere kuna election in 26. So what do we do in Mbere?
I give you Nini. The roadmap is we use Nani's formula to have a prototype in Mbere. We just get to know who is the people's candidate.
Njiru doesn't want to believe in the Musimamo. He wants something else than Musimamo. I'm telling him, Musimamo has done a very good job, but Njiru doesn't want to believe it.
Why do you say that I don't want to believe it? he needs to come here and defend what he has done.
No, he has done it several times. He has sent all these things to us. What will he do more than what he has done? We have a prototype.
And
we can work and build on it.
Okay, I understand. Is that prototype going to make sure that we are going to reach all the way to Andy Kulinda Kura?
You know the problem in you, if it's not Mbeere, it's not anywhere.
No, I have not said Mbeere. I have not said. I have.
Why are you bringing in Mbeere and saying all of a sudden Mbeere, and we were talking about a countrywide thing, and already part and parcel of it is the cost, which actually we have been talking about. That is the biggest headache we have. Why? Because we are missing. It's a vacuum.
Alex, you know, Mbeere is coming in February, and it will be the best prototype, as you say. So
I totally agree.
So when we talk about Mbeere, that's where we need now to test what we are thinking and talking about.
A place where we can get results quickly.
Yeah.
It is what if we see if our system will fail, to do sasa, it cannot work. We need a place where you need to test your system quickly.
Let me finish, Njiro. What Msimamo is doing is the build-up for 2027. Okay? Now, what comes in before then is things like Mbeere by elections. And because we are on a journey, our longer prototype to 2027, we test it in some of these situations that come in between, like Mbeere. Now, what is Msimamo doing? As I said, he's strengthening and is going by the people choice. Once you have the people's choice, talk of Linda Kura. I like what one of our nani amesema to eat a Linda Kura. It's a good one. What will happen is that if they say hapa kwetu ni Stony PK, you don't even need to bribe them to Linda Kura ya Stony PK. I'm telling you, I've been in it, I know. Yani mtu anatokanga kwake nyumbani, hata ukitaka abebe mishale anabeba, anasema hakuna kura ya Stony PK itaibiwa already, because one, you went for who these people want. And that's why we have to start building it. And I love what Msimamo has been doing. Okay, I know here people are saying, oh, that is Martha Karua's party. And this is the problem we have. And Kalonzo has said it today in his interview. Tuache mambo ya ati huyu ni Wiper, huyu ni DCP, huyu ni nini. We have a serious common problem that does not define itself through parties. In fact, for me, if I would become president tomorrow, I would say tubadilisha katiba, tuseme hakuna party, we bury them, we take them to hell, and we deal with characters, we deal with people. Because what do parties benefit common mwananchi with? I've never seen a party doing roads. I've never seen other than it being a kiosk for the owners. It is a nonsensical thing to mwananchi. So basically, Kalonzo has said, wacha maneno ya chama. Don't start saying, oh, sijui Gachagua alisema Nairobi itagawanyishwa, sijui ni. It's not about Kikuyu, Kamba, Luo, Kisii or anything. It's about a proper characteristic of a leader we can trust. So Msimamo is building that those people which he is able to do through inaitwaje hiyo party ya Martha hiyo, those candidates is getting out of whatever people want, then that is the beginning of our journey. So that should be replicated or that module should go across. So now we come to Mbeere, which is going for these 2 ward elections in February. What do? We take that module, we descend in Mbeere, Momenje Ward and Evurore, and we duplicate that. So we go for the popular candidate of our side. Our side is what? Opposition, not the popular candidate with the UD, with the Wamudende, because now Wamudende will also be on the ground to look for another thief to join him in the den of thieves. Okay, so we go there, and now we liaise with people, and then we know who is not a thief, who is the party on the opposition, because the party on the side of opposition is the one that is trying to rescue wananchi from the jaws of the crocodile. Then how do we emphasize and how do we really strengthen that? And I tend to think that is a good journey. Then we say, okay, hii maneno ya kulinda kura za huyu, how do we contribute into sensitizing the supporters of this particular candidate we are picking. Okay, same thing with the Ivrori. And from there now we move on. In fact, we
and that is Nani Stone PK, and that is what I've been saying, that when we have a problem in front of us, we ignore it for so long, and then now we make an emergency of another problem and thinking that our mentality has changed. No, we are only lying to ourselves. If your idea is already we have something that is within our reach, and if we harness it with the coming by-election in Mbeere, maybe we can have two regions that we are working integrately with, and that will stretch us forward, because we already people who are willing to come even from the coast and replicate that in Mbeere. And since we know them and we are ready to fund them, that is the right thing to do. But if we say ngoja hiyo kwanza, but we can build this, bro, we cannot do things like that. We have to be absolutely loyal to one of our own by showing that we are in this thing together. We cannot just supersede and surpass some things, ignore, thinking that it looks good on the surface, but in reality, we are dismantling the very thing that we need, that is loyalty and the coming together. So if, like, for example, we have been hoping from every place, finally, we have said, okay, this is our home until 2027. Now, he is one of us. Stone PK is still one of us, because the two people that we said we must come together and see that we also have our own candidates, these are the two people. Still hatujajipanga. Now tunataka kwenda kupanga wengine, hatujajua wamepangwa aje, whereas we already have. So what will they look at before they accept us is, what outline have you had from before? So if we show them the work that Msimamo has done, secondly, he is still working with an organization. Within that, it's going to be easier on us. So if we want people kuja pamoja and to fund us, it becomes easier. We don't have so much to do what? To explain. And I'm sad that we have left these things to be a backdoor. Sai ndio Stone PK and Sema, he has been part of it. If all of us come just to be on an individual basis, then why do we come here to talk politics? Then let us all go and do things individually. But because we know individually we cannot do it, we need this teamwork. We cannot ignore what already has been built and what we proposed before. And now we want to ignore it and say, it's on a larger scale, but now we need to visualize and deal with this first. No, I think we must deal with this, harness them together, and understand that is how we move together as a group. And if we cannot be able to fund this one, let us not have that hope of saying, now let us all. Before we even had a hope of, we even took money from, fortunately, I saw people were passionate enough to even have a goal of buying a TV station. And people actually contributed. Why? People were sick and tired of the last administration. People still have that passion. If given a right model, people will contribute, my friend. And I'm glad for the person who said, hii jina tunatumia gun is very, very careless. Let's just say Linda Kura. That's very responsible. But Njiru, you have used that word more than once.
Use the word anti-gun, and nimesema pia nini,
but still,
use the word self-defense.
Once you use that word anti-gun, it can be interpreted anyway. Let's not even go there.
Okay. So, okay, wacha nikuuliza swali. It's good to listen, nimesikiliza hiyo. So let me now ask you a question. Can you now, because I want now so that people can understand, because najua watu ndio watatoa pesa. So can you try to explain to people model ya Msimamo, and then can you intertwine it na kulinda kura? Because we need to see the start and the end. It is important. Just try to paint it so that people can understand. Amen. So, Bwana Mbudi, I needed to hear you. I want you to, I want us to tie. So, Stony PK, you have said you are also getting involved with the Musimamo. Can you be able to tie for me what Musimamo is doing na kulinda kura? How can we push the two together? Stone PK, are you there? Stone PK, are you there? Anyway, I appreciate the discussion and what we are doing, but I want somebody to tell me like this sensitization, what we are doing sensitization, na kulinda kura. How can we fund the two together? So like hii tutaifund hivi, and you know, I like a very accountable thing. So I want people to understand. Tukichangisha pesa kutoka kwa watu, people can know that our money will be used in this thing exclusively. That is why I really want people to understand the idea. Ili sasa hata tukisema sasa tunataka pesa kutoka kwa watu, people can understand from that microscopic look of the issue. So Stony PK, are you there? I needed that explanation. I needed somebody to tie the two now. What Musimamo is doing in the ground and kulinda kura, because hata tufanye civic education na hatuna formula ya kulinda kura, ile kura yote tumetafuta haitaingia kwa debe. So the two have to work together. We have to sync the two, kulinda kura and educating people. Anyway, I don't know. So ni kama Stony PK yuko, wacha Kalonzo aendelee kuongea as I wait for them.
Right? There's so much corruption. Nobody is trusting them. Nobody can even look at them in the eyes and say, this man is saying the truth. All right? You do what is called the dead cat strategy.
All right.
You get a skunk, you throw a dead cat and say, I want to take you to Singapore, to first world. And you confuse the situation. You don't even say how you're going to do it. But I listened to his address on December 12th. And one thing he admitted is a country must also be under the rule of law. The country must have peace and security. Now there can be peace and security where the country is feeling the citizens are safe, citizens are not being abducted. William Ruto's record is actually number 1 in the world on abductions. And you want to take citizens to Singapore? Well, if I last checked, the population of Singapore is 6.7 million. We are nearly 60 million. Maybe William Ruto wants to eliminate us and match Singaporean kind of thing. So of course, that's on a lighter note. On a serious note, from Hustler Nation, Dynasties was as hustlers. He has found he is now acting against every intention. An innocent Kenyan Mama Mboga or border hub is running.
So, Stony PK, are you there? Stone? Yeah, I think that you went. So let me just wait. So, Budi, you can return because I needed you to answer that question.
From that now, no more dynasties, no more hustler, no more bottom. He only talks about bottom-up economics when he's delivering a national address. But you ask yourself, what is this bottom-up? It's all about Rutonomics. He once said he was a student of Kibaki. Kibaki would never have done this type of economics. So we are dealing here with a leadership which is confused. All right? And so it is our responsibility to set this country back on record. And the number one thing, because he keeps on saying we have no agenda, hatuna akili. Ile akili tuko nayo ni nyingi zaidi, by the way. And now I'm just saying the issue here, constitutionalism. If Ruto can go back and recognize, he swore to uphold, all those undertakings under the Constitution. Although, of course, we all know your post-Constitution 2010, but he has ended up being the biggest beneficiary of his opposition. All right? So we want to take this country back to the rule of law. All right. It's a major undertaking, an all-important agenda. Of course, I will not be running for president for the first time. I ran in 2007, remember? And I was talking about a country that works on the basis of 24-hour economy.
Now, how do you make Kenya Singapore when 6,000 companies in Kenya have migrated to Tanzania, to Uganda, and our youth are unemployed? How do you do that?
What is the source of your data about 6,000 companies?
Well, this was given to us when we had the NADCO report. It was brought to us actually, hard copies. Well, that time we were told because of what had happened in the country, and it continues, nothing has changed. Companies were migrating from Kenya. That means exporting jobs to Uganda, jobs to Tanzania.
So, Excellency, you're basically
what Ruto has done, he has thrown a dead cat on the table. That dead cat syndrome,
which is the Singapore dream.
In Singapore dream.
So basically,
nobody is opposed to making Kenya a first world country, but we must do so. Under Vision 2030, Kenya was supposed by 2030 to be a middle income country with its citizens enjoying high quality of life. How many Kenyans are able to put food on the table today, even as we go for Christmas? And you want to tell us they're taking us to Singapore? My friend, this is a dead cat strategy.
It's not too out of the way, you figured, until you found a rental car with airport pickup on Kayak. Filter by location.
Gave to me here. You mentioned about the Asian tigers and how you truly believe that Kenya can achieve this.
Indeed.
Then which is your way of achieving first world status?
I just given you that, Ibrahim. You heard me, Vision 2030, work on it. Then, of course, Africa is talking about Vision 2063. Okay? We can move faster. This country, by the way, has a potential to grow very, very fast, provided we get rid of leadership types of this type of William Ruto kind of leadership, all right? Where you do everything by reverse order and then say, I'm taking you to Singapore. Of course, we want to wait. This is a time for from the Asian tigers. In my book, I talk about the African lions. So the countries of Africa have provided we do some of the basics, by the way, we see that in the region, for example, there's instability which tends to come with elections, like happened recently in Tanzania. But I'm sure as Tanzanians will pick themselves up and move. So it is true. I believe in the Asian tiger story, but of course with African characteristics. All right? African characteristics. Let's talk about all the resources. See Donald Trump pushing an agreement between Kagame and Felix Tshisekedi, right? In order to look at the mineral wealth in the DRC. And he made it very plain. The amount of wealth we have under the soil. Look at the gold in Kakamega. And by the way, we must tell people they should leave Kakamega gold alone until people of Kakamega have actually been socialized to this whole idea. Not just to come in there and dig and run away. Value addition is key. All right? So there's a lot of wealth in Africa, but it requires proper leadership so that wealth does not go to people's pockets and they claim that they're taking you to Singapore when they're actually enjoying themselves.
I really wanted to speak about your dream in a granular way, to break it down so that Kenyans understand. Because right now, we're speaking about a Kalonzo Musyoka who stands a chance of being president in 2027, should Kenyans give you that mandate. We saw a statement by the Wiper Patriotic Front Secretary General Shakila Abdallah speaking about saying, just to quote it verbatim, Wiper Patriotic Front stands ready to anchor the next government in 2027. We stand ready to, this is the commitment of your party. One, restore Vision 2030. You've mentioned it here. Rebuild our healthcare system from Ruto's ruins. And this is where my first focus goes to. What is your plan on healthcare? How will you rebuild it from what your party terms as ruins?
First of all, healthcare, admittedly, is a shambles under Ruto. Okay? Universal healthcare is a basic human right under Article 43 of our Constitution. So every Kenyan is entitled to decency when it comes to how they get attended to in terms of healthcare. If we put things right, a lot of Kenyans go to India, and in India you hear of health tourism, tourism linked to health. People flying to India for all manner of attention medically. Well, we can do it here. All right? So our priority is to get universal health care properly and not to make it a cartel. Right now, SHA, as we know it,
is part of the Andani deals. 104 billion shillings, which was supposed to be an arrangement between Andani, Shah, and of course, NHIF actually needed to be looked at properly and sort out the management and the corruption. And there was nothing wrong with NHIF. But this Shah, nobody understands. It's all corruption. So we will set healthcare correctly. Education, as we speak, is also in shambles. All right?
Excellency,
in shambles.
Excellency, education is the next point, but still on healthcare. I know you're saying we will set it correctly, and we have the time to explain, because thanks to NTV, we have that time to explain to Kenyans. So how exactly will we make healthcare work? How exactly will you accommodate all the 55 million Kenyans to universal health coverage with the systems or with all factors remaining constant, including the kind of money that the kind of revenue that we are raising as a country under Kalonzo presidency?
Healthcare happens to be a milk cow for anybody who is greedy as a leader. So take out the greed, the corruption in the health sector. That is a problem. So the number one thing is we take out corruption from healthcare. All right? And you see a big difference. That's what we must do.
Then that takes me to the So how do you take out corruption? Because it's something you're picking. I mean,
correct leaders, the corrupt leaders. You know, we mean business, my friend. I know Kenyans have given up on people saying we will do away with corruption and what have you. But look at me. How many Kenyans can say, oh, Kalonzo is corrupt? Under Kibaki, when I was Kibaki's vice president, if I wanted to enrich myself, I would have done it. But I didn't. Because where I come from, I mean, my calling is to show leadership. I tell you, everybody knows if Kalonzo is president today, even those cartels, before we give them 3 months to wind up and return all the money they have taken to Dubai, to other tax havens, we want that money back. That money will give our people healthcare. That money, by the way, you say you're coming to education, will give our people free secondary education up to the university.
Education is my next point. And right now what is happening is placement of learners to senior school. And there appears to be an uproar. We are in this new system where the country is yet to understand. The opposition says we're experimenting with our children. What is your practical solution to what is happening in our education sector? Look at the funding crisis, be it in universities or whichever level of line. What is Kalonzo Musyoka's practical solution now that we have the time to explain to the country?
You know, when I ran for president in 2007, I said we will make this country enjoy free secondary education, additional to free primary, which Kibaki and us did. Remember Mzee Maruge, who went to primary 1 at 84 years, right? Eventually passed on. But he had at least the opportunity to go to school. It is everybody's right. Every citizen of this country is entitled to free secondary, free primary, which is compulsory, and also now free secondary, which they've tried to mess up with. University funding is a shambles. Ruto himself is a beneficiary of the Higher Education Loans Board. When I was Minister for Education, I appointed, I think, the present day governor of Baringo. He was the first executive of Higher Education Loans Board. And we used to get, 6,000 shillings per semester. And now we would even go and have decent meals at the Central Catering Unit of University of Nairobi, where some of us went to. William Ruto himself is a beneficiary. Why bring such a confusion on funding? Today, there are so many parents who cannot take their kids to MB University, to whatever other university. I have a driver here who is supposed to give, he's asking me to help him with 200,000, ndio mtoto aendelee na MB University. A lot of parents cannot access university funding, university education. We will correct all this. By the way, when I say this, I want you to know we've already set in mechanism experts in this country whom we will not even mention. They are busy working. We don't want to throw Ruto out of State House and then waste another 1 year trying to see what shall we do. We will hit the road running. If it is that we must review SHA, they'll come up with the best way to do it, right? If it is that we need to realign education now, because people don't know which classes as kids are going to and which schools. Complete chaos. This is not how to go to in Singapore, my friend. Yeah.
So, Kalonzo Musyoka,
you mess up education, you messed up the whole country.
All right. President William Ruto has accused the opposition of being agendaless. He actually says the agenda of the opposition are three things: must go, one term, Kasongo. Kalonzo Musyoka here is asking to be the president of Kenya. The voters are watching tonight, and they want to know, aside from theory, we are saying, yes, we have to fix healthcare. Yes, we have to fix education. You are in office. You have been inaugurated. What is the most transformative thing that you expect within the first 100 days of Kalonzo Musyoka?
You see, first of all, Kenyans will need a breath of fresh air. A breath of fresh air. This is what this country needs. I think Kenyans are tired of deceptive politics. But let me be very clear. The first 100 days will get this country settled. I've told you that we have experts already working on every sector. Because nobody, that's a problem with Ruto. I think he's his own advisor, even the advisors he appointed, I don't know who advises William Ruto. So, as I said, we must stop the nonsense, the dragon of stealing from your people and then pretending you're going to do something wonderful, right? I've talked about healthcare and education, which we must again review. What is this thing? What is this in the model? Must make sure our children go to school. That's very important. I don't think there's a more important agenda than getting every Kenyan child going to university at any other level in a predictable, clear system. All right? When I say that healthcare will be redone, we mean it. Well, of course, we're going to come and discuss things we must do. Ruto asked, right, to give him a clear agenda, even when the by-elections are ongoing. He signed into law, right, Government-Owned Assets Act. He has repealed 18 acts of parliament establishing state parastatals. Right? I'll give you an example. Even KPA, KICC, ADC, I'm talking about, AFC, all that, and setting up a situation which is almost very highly questionable. That you take these parastatals, right, from the public limelight, scrutiny by parliament, and also not to be subject to the Control and Auditor General. What does that tell you? Creating now a fund which is meant now to kill this country's economy forever. And that is what he's saying. You'll be selling these state-owned assets and put them ring fence. You talked about ring fencing. Ring fencing into some account, which will be under Ruto's management. My friend, what are we talking about? So that we must reverse. It's a very important agenda. We will reverse those. You cannot sell a state-owned parastatals without public participation, without telling Kenyans what is happening. The requirement for public participation is a cornerstone requirement under Constitution 2010. This country has come of age, all right? So that's very important. Of course, when I tell you, we will not allow any Kenyan kids to be shot in the legs haphazardly. We will not allow any abduction, no Subarus. That's a very important agenda.
That's the next question I was heading to. What will the security forces or the security units look like under Kalonzo Musyoka presidency? This is a very dicey question because even President William Ruto, while contesting for presidency, spoke about never again will this particular security unit be used to settle political scores. In fact, he even allowed the police to handle their own accounts, their own money. There are claims, of course, that the jury is out there, that the police are still being used politically. What will it be looking like under the Kalonzo Musyoka presidency?
I think I'll give you the most recent example of how Kenya is becoming a police state. Today in Githiga, for the first time since I went into public leadership, a police officer in uniform, full uniform, and I really thanked him, comes to that function and he's taking photographs. One corner there, mimi na Eugene, engine pale, and then when he asked him, he said, it is that photo is required by his commanders. Commander, what does that tell you? That we cannot even genuinely go and enjoy company in a church service without being photographed by the police? But having said that, and I thanked that officer because he was very, very sincere. I hope they don't victimize him. I wish others as transparent as him, saying it's required of us to know nani amekuja huku. All right? But having said that, we have a very professional army. Indeed, I hold the view that please, William Ruto, mess around with everything else, but don't mess around with Tonje rules, which govern succession in the military. Of course, I know there are attempts to do certain things. I maintain General Ogolla was taken out. Because how do you fly commander of the Kenya's defense forces in an 80-year-old aircraft to go and inspect a primary school which was under construction in a military?
That is a kicker. I maintain General Ogolla was eliminated. Wow. I maintain General, at least it's good. He is bringing it out. Although I say it, so I maintain. That's the way I come on. I understand. I like the way that is scandal number 2. Kalonzo I'm a build up. I maintain General Ogolla was eliminated. Very high level. Yeah, ameitaja kama lawyer, but sisi raia tumeielewa. Amesema ni serikali iliua Ogolla. Ni vile ameiweka in a friendly manner, which is okay. At least he is building up the scandal. So in his campaign, those are the things which he should be talking about. Rutoism. General Ogolla was eliminated and we don't want, those are the things that he has to keep on saying it repeatedly. Sio kusemanga hizi vitu kwa NTV, alafu akienda kwa campaign rally aseme hizi vitu. So he has to have a politician has to have repeated information, because politics is very simple. You have to keep on repeating issues. So that one was very good. So on the issue of Ogolla, Kalonzo Musyoka, kudos. I hope tuko pamoja hapa, mjaniacha kwa show peke yake. Unajua mnasemanga mimi ukuja kwa show naenda. Leo siendi, niko hapa na nyinyi. I want us we look at and I have to say, like, it was one of his best interviews I've ever seen. Yeah, he's one of. Did he participate in maandamano in 2023? This is lip service. He stays indoors. No, Kalonzo Musyoka, mambo ya maandamano sasa hiyo hatuwezi ongea, hiyo hata anaweza anguka chini. Kalonzo Musyoka he is a conventional leader. Maandamano ina wengi, so usimpeni ni sana, usikimbize. Maandamano ina wengi. Maandamano, you need to have balls of steel. Bado Kalonzo ana balls of steel. Zake ni za
invested, I mean bandit invested.
Maandamano si ya wengi. Maandamano ni, you need to have balls of steel. Yeah, so some of us neither here nor then tumetumwa. Okay. Sawa, tuendelee na Kalonzo.
No, Njiru, what is this you are talking about, maandamano? Kalonzo has been in all maandamanos. What are we talking about? Ndio nasema Kenyans, we are totally confused. You saying Kalonzo was never in maandamanos? Surely?
No, najua ile ya IBC ndio nilimwona, ile alikuwa anakaa kwa rami hiyo, but
which ya lami gani? Maandamano hii yote hata nani? You guys, I think you are so confused. Hii maandamano mpaka wakipigwa, Raila akipigwa nini? Chaneni nini? I think you are disoriented. What do you mean, Njiru? Ati ya nini ya IBC? Hiyo ni ya zamani. Hii ya juzi wakimwagiliwa maji, wakinyunyiziwa maji na well wishers. Kwani where are you guys? You stooping too low, man. Hata kama if you feel you don't want Kalonzo, don't say he's been in maandamano zote properly with Raila Amolo Odinga. My friends. Let's get serious. Kama una information, dig for information. Tafadhalini. Please.
Aya, Ann umesikia? I was reading comment ya Ann. Ann ndiye alikuwa anasema hivyo. I was reading. Yeah, so I was just reading.
Say, Njiru, let's agree that we have to decide what we want. All right. If whoever you feel people feel should be, then una propose. Hata hapa ukiuliza watu hapa kwa comment section wakwambie who they feel should be and what is it they are looking for. All these people are confused because they are Kenyans. They don't know what they want. You know, it is so bad when unauliza mtu unataka nani. There is a song that ilikuwa inaimbwa na si Jalamo. Anauliza Kenya mnataka nani? That's a simple question that typical Kenyan is very difficult to answer. And hii kitu watu wanasema United Opposition is confused. Surely 2026 sahi, I mean 2025, you are saying that the United Opposition is confused. Are you okay? Surely, what are the characteristics of confusion? What do you expect? These are 6-7 people, and I said they are from different parties having whatever aspiration, but one common agenda is there. That is enough. Kalonzo has nailed it today. I hear press what media keep on repeating. You don't have an agenda. Agenda of removing Ruto is agenda number 1, and is the biggest agenda that Kenyans should buy. That's good enough. And then coming, Kalonzo amesema reversing some of those very draconian decisions that Ruto has done. What other answers are you guys looking for, bwana? Endelea na show yako Njiru na nini yako Kalonzo.
I was just describing your scandal ameongea hapo because he has talked about how Ogora was eliminated. That was very good. I needed at least I have now had 2 scandals which he has built very well. And Stone PK, Kalonzo Hunters should understand that some messages should be repeated often. So those very key points amesema, he has to keep on saying them because that is what the public takes. Kama kwa hii speech, his hunters should be able to listen na wanamwambia hapa hii point ni mzuri, keep on saying this way because he has to simplify his politics. So on that one, na nilikuwa nimekuuliza swali kabla ya uende, nilikuwa nimekuuliza what Msimamo is doing and voter protection. How can we intertwine the two? Na muku nijibu mulienda nyote. So is it possible you respond to me that one and then
I can respond to this, Njiru, and it's a very simple science here. What is voter protection? I want people uliza watu wa comment what define hapo. I had talked.
Okay, sawa. Raia mujibu hiyo swali. Yes. Kulinda kura ni nini?
Kulinda kura ni nini? Na unalindanga nini? What do you linda? What do you protect? Okay? What do you protect? And hiyo kulinda kura, because anyway, I can okay, they can give me whatever their opinion is. You protect what you love and what is dear to you. Okay? So number 1, if you know that Stone PK is the candidate of your choice, then you come wholeheartedly to vote for your candidate of your choice. And out of that, you will do everything that it takes. Ukiambiwa hapa kura za Stone PK zitaibwa, then you decide, unauliza tufanye nini ndio zisiibiwe. Then unaambiwa hapa sasa lazima tufanye X, Y, Z. Then there you are. Because first of all, kulinda comes from love. You protect what you love, what you hold dear. Okay? So Msimamo is sensitizing people and reaching out and getting what are other candidates that people are, popular, the candidates that are popular with the people. People's choice. Of course, you'll never have a candidate that is loved 100%, but you go, unauliza hapa, mnaona ni nani? And that is all over the country, by the way. Ukienda kila mahali, you sample 100 people, you quickly get, if you do your sample properly, you get an indicator. Unaona? So what Msimamo is doing, so what Msimamo is doing, he is what do we call it, amalgamating and putting all those that are popular. Of course, he cannot do that across with all other parties. That's why he is doing that for a particular party, to bring them to the basket of the opposition. Now, so if you have this, if he has these popular candidates, then sasa atawaambia our candidates ndio washinde kura, lazima tujitolee. The word is kujitolea muhanga, kuzichunga. So that module it's direct kabisa. In fact, I wanted to suggest before I left a little bit that I personally can even have Msimamo go to Mumenje and Ivrori. I can hold one. We can hold one of the sessions there where you can go and hamasisha. You can be a speaker, a speaker in one of the, call them workshops if you want, because if we have to have a system, then we have to create a session whereby people will be told what is the objective and all these things spelled out. Msimamo can be a wonderful speaker and resource for that, because he will even be quoting that huku tumefanya hivi, kwa watu wameamua wenyewe ni fulani na fulani, hapa tunaona ni nani, and that will be replicated. You know, like for me, that is the approach I want. I want to have anybody from all over the country even coming and talking. If I have a workshop, I would want guests to come from any corner of the country, and then they come and talk about it. If even campaign, sometimes it's good. Call people from all over and all this to give their life experience to inspire those people you are talking to. So from Msimamo, and we've talked about him so much. I hope I did quite, but it's a super thing that is happening. So they are very, very related. One is what begets to the other. Njiro.
Okay, so we will talk more to wonder how we can be able to intertwine the two and we make it work in Mbere, because unajua we have to listen to each other. So I feel both you and the Budi, and you know, that's like a representative sample. You feel we need to stitch the two together. So we will have to see how we can stitch it in a place where we can get results quickly, and that's why sijui pale ingine kuna by elections. By the way, watu wanaweza toa list kama kuna pale ingine mnajua kuna by election, we can see what to do. But at the end of the day, because I know like in Mbeere North, there was a lot of serious voter sensitization. Akina Gachagua alienda huko wao wenyewe. So personally, I don't think kuhamasisha watu is a problem to us. The problem ni pale kwa debe, the material day. To me, if I scale the two, I see the material day is where we are losing everything. I can give it into a scale of 20/80. If we can have a concept of how to work out issues in the election day, we have much of our problem solved. So maybe Stony PK, that's also something which you need to tell me, like tukihamasisha watu and to make sure that we protect our votes. Where do you keep more weight? Because I don't think the both of them, they have equal weight. Where do you need to focus more? We know that Ruto is a very unpopular candidate. He wants us to focus more. Tunasema sijui ni kura, but pale kwa debe tunaenda tunaregea, things don't work. So I think that's why we have to observe the two things. That one is okay. So Stony PK, ni kama unasema kitu? Stone, are you saying something? So Enlightened anasema, can we have or appoint one of us here tusimamishe 20. Already watu wanasimama. Stone PK yako kwa debe enlightened. Stone PK yako kwa debe in Mbeere. Hii Mbeere itatusumbua for so long.
Wewe Njiro, acha kuanza kuharibu bwana. Njiro, on a lighter note, can I talk about Mbeere? Honestly.
Okay, go ahead.
You know, and I love our audience. Can we stop and start thinking why this little place? I call it little because, you know, for a long time there has been this serious injustice that has been meted to some communities in Kenya. You know, that, oh, nyinyi ni wachache. Remember, you know, somebody vilifying you because you are few in numbers. Can you imagine? And it has happened for the last 62 years. That you come from a small, read that, you come from a small community. My good God. Can there be any other injustice in humanity more than that? That because you are from a small community, whether you are whatever level you may have of education or wealth or, you know, that it doesn't matter. Wewe umetoka kwa kabila ndogo. That is one of the worst. And at one time, I'm not faulting Roko 100% for him going berserk on that, whatever. Only that now the context becomes a little bit biased. But imagine, why has Kenya, northern Kenya, been what it is? Mpaka watu wanauliza huku ni Kenya. Surely, would you even feel like these leaders who've been there before us deserved to live? That you go to coast region, that there are people saying, Pwani si Kenya. That you go up to today, 62 years down the line, people are squatters. Can you imagine being a squatter in where you call home? The injustices are terrible. So why am I bringing this? Mbeere, most of you didn't know what Mbeere is. Honestly. You know, I used to, and I'm one of those people that have been insisting, don't call me this, call me Mbeere. And people don't know why I've been saying that. It's because that identity, tribe, is important in identification of a human being in the jurisdiction of a country called Kenya. It's important because you belong somewhere, whether you want to erase it or not. You belong somewhere, and that somewhere is where you call home. And there, you will not tell me that there is anybody that does not belong to any of those tribes. That's why we keep on saying we have 42 tribes. Okay? And there was no intent that these tribes should be used as a weapon to, you know, to demean others, to whip others, to mistreat others. It is only that politicians, and these are the people we want to get rid of, because you can't get rid of a tribe. But you can get rid of these terrible leaders who keep on coming telling me because I'm a Luo, I should go fight a Kamba, I should go fight a Giriama and all that. So these are the leaders we want to kill. And that's why the Gen Z 24 movement was fantastic. And most of us rode with it. We loved it. Okay? When they said they were tribeless, it didn't mean they don't belong to their tribes. What was it? They were tribeless in the sense of that this is a goal they want to achieve as one. Okay? So, Mbeere now comes in because by design or default, okay, kunatokea hii issue ambayo sasa the Titan, the battle of the Titans, the president, the thieves gang together because they want to fight these others who are on the opposition side, and then the president designs a resignation. He creates something thinking that this is an insignificant place, mahali nitapitia ni changanye ni rarue, alafu picha ya mlima itatokea. Bahati mbaya, it has backfired. Now it has backfired in the very big way, so that all the rigging has been seen in this very insignificant area called Mbere North. And it continues to do that. Okay. And it continues to do that. Okay. So basically, Njiru, Mbere sasa ndio it has what it takes to bring mambo yote. Israel is forming the world. It's the cause of all the disturbances and everything in the world. And people sometimes say, oh, hata hakuna nchi inaitwa hivyo. Back to you, Njiru.
Ati hakuna kitu kadogo lakini sumu. Aki, if I tell you that the width of Israel is 6 kilometers, utashanga. So nipike, are you aware of that? Width the Israel ni kilomita 6. 6 kilometers by 110 kilometer hivi. It's a very narrow strip, like 6 kilometers, like from east to west. East to west 6 kilometers. North to south 110 kilometers. That is Israel for you. na hapo 6 kilometers kwa stretch moja, there is also a narrow place, sababu si ati ni hapa a regular triangle, ni rectangle na imesumbua watu for decades and decades. So hii Mbere sasa, we have to start now looking at it. So kuna kitu hata unajua, we have been saying majority minority. Sasa nasikia sasa ati it is being invited at the minority majority. Sijui Stone PK kama umeanzia kusikia theory inatumika Kenya sahi. We have been talking of majority minority. Sasa at the minority majority. It is something they are trying to stitch together and build. It is the same narrative of numbers. So the other time it was tyranny of numbers for big tribes. But now the narrative they are building is tyranny of numbers for smaller marginalized tribes. They be pitched against the big ones because they exist. Ukienda pale Nyanza, Wakuria unawagonganisha na Wajaluo. Ukifika Mlima Kenya, watu wa East unawagonganisha na wa West. Hivyo every place. So ile place ni kama watagongana raundi ni akina Nandi, Tugens, Kipsigis, au watakuwa intact because they have to defend. But hizi tribes zingine zote lazima wazigonganishe. So that's why now it is a shift from, it has been majority minority, but now they have now inverted the curve to be minority majority. Interesting. Nimesikia hiyo explanation ya Musimamo. We will see how we can stitch that one together and we come so Bwana Budi, I will be engaging people here on a larger scale platform. So nimesikia, nimewaelewa. So na urudi kwa show at least so that you can come now and we build that platform in that way. Hiyo ni kitu itahitaji mpaka committee na vitu vingine, because we need to build something big by 2027. Kama tukiweza kukua na something which can be piloted in the whole of the nation, it will be good. Getting people out, sensitizing people out, defending our votes. Ikuwe na those 3 pillars, I think it will be good. Yeah, thank you for that. Kalonzo Onge.
Area. So, apart from that, I'm happy that our boys have come back from Haiti. That was a mission impossible. And I think they tried to do whatever. When they touched down there, they were able to kiss Kenyan soil. They're back home. We wanted that because we attended the funeral of some of them in Kajiado and elsewhere. But the recruitment right now, the recruitment to the defense forces, right, is very questionable. And the problem we have, for example, in Rwanda and in Burundi, where we have the majority being the Tutsis, the Hutus, and the minority were always the Tutsis in both countries, in both Burundi and in Rwanda. What happened which led to the genocide was the majority Hutus. That's a very important matter I'm raising. Because if you allow recruitment to armed forces to be on tribal basis, not professionally, now to get your child employed in the army or the police or even the prisons, you have to pay 700,000. It's a tag. a price tag 700,000. Mtoto amesomeshwa mpaka form 4. Mama hana namna, ama baba wengine ni from single mothers. Okay.
What evidence do you have for these allegations?
No, we have all that.
That payment has to be done. What evidence do you have that a single community is being hired into the military, for instance?
Let me tell you that. Yes, I would want a report by the committee in Parliament dealing with security, foreign relations to table, and I've asked our members of Parliament to table the names of Kenyans who have been recruited recently.
But you are alleging, you're the one alleging live on NTV, and it will be fair to our viewers if you say these are the allegations that a single community is dominating recruitment.
PK, are you there? Because this was a powerful purge as well. Stone, are you there? Hiyo story ya recruitment ya army inafanywa one tribe, and then huyu jamaa wa media ati anasema it's an allegation. Who doesn't know that recruitment is monosided these days? That was a good punch at bringing. And this is a talk in which Kalonzo should keep on talking. He should now tell Kenyans, the reason why not everybody is not getting employment in Kenya is only that employment is going to one side. That's what msifikirie, sio kila mtu ambaye hana kazi, watu wanaajiriwa kutoka sehemu moja. That is something you should punch every day because it is true. So I don't know hapo mtu wa media alikuwa anasema nini.
And this is the evidence.
Evidence is there. And I think we can lay it there. And by the way, it's a requirement under the Constitution. Remember there was recruitment under KRA, where I don't know, 1,500 people, the whole thing, the court said, hey, no, this is blatant, okay? It's contrary to the Constitution. I'm telling you, I'm concerned about recruitment to Kenya Defense Forces. And I want, when the Parliament next sit, I know they will try cover up, but I think I'm asking our members of Parliament to demand a tabling of the names. I saw right now, it's a good example. I saw Inspector General Kanja in Kiganjo 2 days ago, launching the training for 5,000. Wrong, then I will apologize.
But the burden of proof lies on you, who's alleging, and especially on NTV. And it's important that you mention that this, these are views of Kalonzo Musyoka as NTV not able to verify right now.
Are you not aware that even the 80,000 teachers that William Ruto says they are recruiting, they give these appointment letters in funerals? In Kisii, for example, that was found as correct evidence.
Yeah, that was in public.
Okay, public domain. That continues. That if you want, as a member of parliament, you go to State House and obtain your appointment letters. Today, State House should tell us how many people went through State House to be recruited. You'll be shocked. Not less than 2,000 recruits are picked by William Ruto directly. And this is the truth. And when you go that way, then we end up with that serious conflict, undermining the professionalism of our defense forces.
And because you're a leader and you have members of parliament,
I have to bring you on course on that, because I think that one was excellent. I hope Kenyans can take it serious, and that one should be one of the reasons why actually Ruto should get out of power. If jobs can be dished like that, what else are we talking? Huh? Ati watu elfu mbili wanajua
Njiro, unajua, sometimes we need to pause and look back and acknowledge the mistakes we made, and we allowed because we never thought we'd be out of power. Then we allowed the same mistakes now to happen under, a different regime. And now we think that is something that is foreign. Is that something that just started today? No. Has it been going on in Kenya for a long time? Yes. So should we just all of a sudden start implicating this regime that this is what it is doing? Obviously, we cannot stop, because you know, it is our duty, it's our solemn duty, and it's a civic right for us to sensitize and say, look, I mean, this is evil, because after all, it's political expediency working, you know, to the core. But if you look at when Gachagua and Nani came to power and Ruto came to power, it was Gachagua who totally said, if you never voted for us, hutaandikwa askari na hutaandikwa military. In fact, if there was an apologist for the recruitment in the military more than any other person, was Gachagua. And the dangers of being a sycophant when you are within, and now when you are outside, knowing that you are the engineer of it, not knowing that it's going to bite you. Now the chicken have come home to roost. Whatever that we see today was clearly planned and executed very well before the ouster by the man called. So he should come out clearly and apologize to the Republic, because it was not just rhetoric. These people meant. Today you hear Ndindi Nyoro come out, speak about these issues. You know, Ndindi Nyoro come out, speak about the issues. When he was the budget chair, in fact, he was proposing the sale of parastatals. Why he didn't know that it will come to bite him. Now, the next thing you need to know is post 2007, something that clearly 3/4 of the countries kept quiet, because at that particular time we realized the dangers of 24 years of Moi being in power. Remember, the military refused to come on to help, and even they refused to take orders from the Kibaki administration in 2007. And one of the key things when they took the statistics, and you'll not find this anywhere, and we know it is to be true, anybody who knows to be true, was for a very long time, the mountain, because of the nature of how they do business, which is one of the greatest, positive influence they have had to the country. Many of them, when they finished colleges or, the career starting, they never saw military or what we call service as a priority. So 2007 revealed the composition of our security, like there was serious delinquence within how the recruitization was happening. We know very well, without a doubt, maybe the Gen Zs are the ones who don't know. Whenever a person from the Rift and Kimaliza Class 7 easily could be recruited to be a police officer. And that is why we used to joke in Kenya for a very long time. If you were in college in the 90s, you saw, if you go to town, ukitoka jioni utaambiwa toa kibande, like yani you speak, the police used to have only one accent. And you could know, if somebody came with a Kikuyu accent, toa kitambulisho, mutu you will doubt if this is actually a police. But if you had that accent, and I'm sorry for that, you will know actually this is a real police person. Why? First of all, he was a Kalenjin. Secondly, they were uneducated. Fourthly, I mean, they were corrupt. So by the time 2007 came out, we came to understand that Mulinge had done so much justice to the people of the Kamba. A lot of military officers were from the Kamba. And also the Luos, because of the nature of football, so on and so forth, walikuwa in the military, in the lower ranks, maybe cadets and lower. But post that, we militarized the Roysambu GSU. If you don't know, go and read the Kreger report on the changes that we made. And everybody that came aboard, beat me with this, stone me if you want, kama mnataka kunistone kama PK, stone me if you want. Post 2007, when we militarized our GSU, 80% that was taken to Roysambu wa Kikuyus to protect, because for the first time, you people realized that, hey, our people are not here. which actually was a good thing for even the Kisses, because we came to realize we were not safe. So this issue of tribalization of the security is a big issue ever since, we got independence. Some of it was not by design. Later on, it became by design because of the fears that we had. But now it's because of political expediency. And we must tackle it in holistic, okay? Because when we are in government a little bit, we get used, because the people who actually, Gachagua was the biggest proponent of tribalization of the military. Go to the records and see it. So if Kalonzo is working together with Gachagua today, he needs to look and say, look, bro, this is the problem of us when we are in the government. We bring upon, now we have to tackle this, and we can't get to power because we put the bumps ourselves. Ni kama unapika chakula mzuri, unapikia mtoto wako, lakini mfanyikazi anaweka pilipili imejaa. So inabaki like where you bought the food, you did everything. But mtoto haezi kula, kwa nini? Pilipili iliyeko ndani. So Gachagua ndio pilipili yetu kwa hii issue. Gachagua ndio pilipili. The shareholder thing, while he was speaking loosely, and maybe he never meant it, Ruto was quietly enacting it, if you don't know. And Ruto was feasting when Gachagua was talking like that. So when Raila came on, and remember when he talks about his famous speech of tribal hegemony, I remember that speech very well, when we were speaking about for every cabinet minister that is not a Kalenjin, amepewa monitor, I'm a prefect, who is what? A PS, who is a Kalenjin. Then we went to the parastatos. Then we went to ambassadorios. And my friend, we were wondering. And that list is online. If you go to Facebook, if you go everywhere, you could see that kind of tribal hegemony. They took over HAFCO in the military. They took over military hospitals. Okay? They took off, the militarization was completely Kalenjanized. Like he entrenched, he encroached, and he took over. So right now, we are talking just because we are seeing the bumps of eating the food. But who created those bumps? That's the danger. Now, having said that, that doesn't mean now we can't work with Gachagua. Now, Gachagua should come out and tell us truly how that plan worked and how it has injured. So he gives us the statistics, and whatever Kalonzo is saying, it's the truth and nothing but the truth. And even the statistics maybe we are having as not even staggering as we may think. Because Ruto is somebody who has no shame nor fear when it comes to giving his tribal people, doing what we call the principle of tribal hegemony. So, yeah, dear, that's where we are.
Now, we are talking about police and the military. Are those the only sectors where employment can be influenced? Well, that's why it matters. Like, is it not like 360? Is this not replicating
the Bureau of Statistics, which still holds the census, is the biggest catch here. And it's and hapa ndio tulikuwa tunapigananga na nani na Madam Julia. There's one thing me and Madam Julia fought more than any other thing, apart from when me and Gachagua, where will we part ways? But one of the key places me na yeye tumekuwa tukifight is Kiambu is not the most populous county in Kenya. It is Kakamega. Me and Julia have fought about that over and over and over. But because I know the Bureau of Statistics very well of Kenya, I know that. So when I come out and say that in terms of population, people think that I'm blowing things out of proportion. I am not. So that is the biggest beneficiary of Ruto. So you may think it's the militarization. It is the census. All of a sudden you will come to see, like last census walikuwa nasema Nyamira hakuna mtu alizaa mwingine for the past 5 years. lakini wa Somalia walizaana bwana, ni kama hata watoto walizaa. You saw that when the census came out. Now the census that will come out, utapata wa Somalia hata wenye wajazaliwa walizaa. So that's not the only way. We are looking at the military and so on and the security, but the biggest room in the elephant is the census. You get me, Njiru?
Yeah, so like na uko kwa census sasa, they will try to, is it like they will try to manipulate it to fit their current statistics, or what do you mean when you say like the census hapo ama hapo kuna kizungumkuti?
Njiru, that is self-explanatory. And you think they will not do what you have just said? The numbers must add up. The numbers must add up. Let me tell you, mtu mwenye alikuambia hii maths is very important everywhere. You've seen mtu hajaenda hata class 1 but anaweza hesabu 1 million. Somebody is a millionaire but he never went to one. But unajiuliza anahesabingi pesa yake inafikaje mpaka 1 million? So Ruto is not a fool asihesabu kura zake mpaka 1 million bila anataka. You get it, Njiru?
Yes, I get. Yeah. So so in other words, the Bureau of Statistics, in other words, now it's a long conduit between Bureau of Statistics and IBC, because that's upon now Bureau of Statistics has to feed IBC appropriately. So in other words, for the first time, regions, do you want to tell me that like regions which will seem to be supporting Ruto more, their numbers have to explode?
You know, Njiru, let me give a disclaimer here. For a very long time, tunafikirianga IBC ni election. We don't remember the Boundaries Commission. And one of the things that the BBI was supposed to do, and you know, if I can call Kikuyus to be fools at any time, and I have a right to call them, is when they were handed over so many constituencies in BBI to protect them in the future out of the hatred, obviously, that they knew if they got out of power, they would be at least not be able to be edged out, was the representations, true representation, okay? Which also was going to award other areas, obviously, like Kakamega, who are underrepresented. And you people were very happy when the BBI was put down. And what happens? We handed the BBI to Ruto the same way we refused, Nani refused to swear in the judges and say they were corrupt. The moment the guy got into power, the first thing he did is to swear those judges who refused. And you saw Maraga went there. And today Maraga is telling us how the judiciary is very corrupt. And he was feasting with Ruto and they were given 800 million, okay? Now, that's the other side you need to forget. You tend to forget. We handed the BBI to Ruto, the boundaries, and he's going to deal with them. Remember Museveni, how he has been winning election. Museveni could go, because he knew in this Kampala he could not win anywhere. He goes and subdivides one constituency into 8. So he has enough members of parliament. If you don't know, that's what he did. Mutaona wakati the IEBC is going
gerrymandering, eh? Like the same gerrymandering which is usually attempted in the US, eh? You know,
not attempted. You know, you guys, what you did in Texas, and we ended up doing it where? In California. That was unnecessary. Let's not even go there. Let's not go to the US politics.
No, I'm not saying we are going there, but tunajua hiyo ni friendly, eh? That's a friendly statement. Na unarusha na unaenda. So nipige yuko hapo. Are you there ama
I'm there. Sijaenda mahali.
Yeah. So kuna swali nilikuwa nataka kuuliza hapo. Unajua Kalonzo hapo amegonga kitu, but huyu mtu wa media ni kama anasema na hiyo ni that is an allegation from Kalonzo. Kalonzo has brought out 2 issues here. Kwanza ameleta hiyo story ya employment, military and the police. Amesema it is known that everybody, majority wale watu wanaajiriwa huko ni Kalenjins. He said even when he says only from one tribe, we understand what he means. So can you comment about that? That boldness of Kalonzo to come out today. Are these statements which is Kalonzo able to repeat these statements over and over again? Because not everybody who is able to listen, especially sasa, these statements anafaa sasa, he should be able to, akienda Ukambani, he should be able to replicate hizi vitu anasema hapa in Kikamba. Hapo sasa ndio nakubaliana naye Stone PK, because this is a very good speech which can actually, hata hii speech ikiinterpretiwa into Kikambo, into Kiembu, hii speech the same speech can also saying you go and tell my grandmother in her language, hata anaweza toka kwenda kurusha mawe. Go ahead.
Yeah, you tell to the relevant people. You don't talk about ice cream to the fishermen. Okay? So you choose your audience. It is true. It is true. They are when you're talking to public, you choose the topics and items that they would be able to easily identify with. For example, when it comes to employment, yeah, it is true. All departments are in a problem because one, there is that it's across the board. There is nepotism across the board, not only with the Ruto, but even previously. And the fact that it has been repeated doesn't mean it should not end. Singapore had to end all those malpractices, ndugu zangu. Let us not say, oh, this happened in Kibaki. At the end, that's a weakness Kenyans tunayo sana, especially our journalists. Oh, this happened in Kenyatta One era. This happened during Moi. This happened. So it should be normal. No. It comes a time when you have a new beginning. Okay? So, yes, it is true. Nepotism has been practiced across the board. Yes, it is true. Some of these things actually are what builds up into Kalonzo's or anybody's speeches. Like when you go down, you are talking in vernacular, you tell people, why are your kids not able to get any job? It doesn't mean hakuna kazi. Kazi watu wanaandikana with what we call in our language kimenyano. All right? It is true. Like for me, I had two nephews. I wanted to waende jeshi. Niliambiwa 750,000 each. Surely ndio mtu achukuliwe, na achukuliwe hata rank ingine ni private. Initial entry into jeshi. That is a fact. It is there. But utaulizwa utoe evidence. Sasa hii evidence unatoa na umeambiwa na mtu kama Njiru, who is your close friend, that is supposed to link you with somebody who will link you. It's a chain. And most people even lost money. Leave alone that. Ilifika mpaka ikastopishwa. Why was it stopped? Like ya police nini na nini? It was because there was a public outcry. That's obvious. I have cases of hakuna mtu ameingia jeshi from common mwananchi huku chini bila kunini. That's there. And what does that tell you now? What do public feel about our forces? It is bad. Even we had a clip. We should look for that clip and play it here. An officer came. Shit, I think I saved it somewhere. An officer came here saying why they are not even able to perform, because wale watoto wameletwa kwa jeshi ni watoto wa Cerelac na mayai, and instead of really getting the people you go to the field kupata wale watu kabisa wamekoma. It's like trying to get a marathon runner to somebody who has never even done a walking race. Okay? It's in public domain, and Kalonzo has said it. Jeshi wenyewe walikuwa na complain. That's why they are having that serious deterioration. As much as we keep on saying, oh, our forces are the most disciplined and all that. Unajua tunaimba hiyo wimbo kutoka 62. These are 60 plus years. Yeah, and there is what we call moral decay and all that, which reduces kabisa. So it is true. These are things that are supposed to be blown up to community in terms of employment, in terms of why prices of things are very high, in terms of why taxes are also there and all that. And it is true, we need to do it in all understandable languages. Okay? So, yeah, I mean, there we are. Kalonzo has spilled it all. Okay? And also when we talk of like that sample he wants us to use, that would be a perfect example. Why do you think the police thing was suspended initially and then this one that they did? That is a quick sample we need to get. That sample at 5,030. Tuone what is the distribution. Remember, even when it came to ministries, it came out. Raila raised it and all that. And the bottom line is that the Constitution mitigates this. It describes and spells out how we are supposed to practice. You know, I joined the bandwagon that keeps on saying we have one of the best constituencies. I mean, constitution. Yes, we have one of the very good constitution. It might not be the best, but this constitution of ours spells out how we are supposed to behave. By the way, if you follow and practice the constitution to the letter, you don't need a manifesto. The Kenya constitution is your manifesto to the letter as a presidential candidate or somebody who is elected by Kenyans. Hiyo tu, fuata hiyo tu kabisa. Ufuate hiyo tu to the letter. You will deal with all those evil, with all the rot and all that. Ufuate to the letter. Back to you, Njiru.
So Njiru, remember when Kibaki came to power, we had a big problem.
Okay, Bwana Mbudi, go ahead. I know you want to react.
Yeah, we had a big problem when Kibaki came to power. And one of the things that he successfully did was the Ringera Commission. There's something they did. I forgot the name. Can you remember that the commission, there's a name they used to purge tribalism and statistically get the civil servants from being Kalenjanized to Kenyanized. There was something there's a name, I don't know why it's going. And it was sort of a cohesion commission. And in the first 2 years, it worked very well. And one of the things it seems that was unfair to many people who did not see it is for a very long time, there was this quandary within the civil servants in the scheme of services whereby you needed to go from one job group to another. But because of tribalism, you were not promoted totally. So by the time we formed the commission to execute all these people who did not get getting what to the and somehow Ruto has used that to say that during the 20 years of the Kikuyu regimes, a lot of Kalenjins did not get promotions. Unaelewa? Now they have concocted some, algorithm that does not even, I don't even know where it came from, whereby it's giving promotions. And it's a very dangerous pathway because what it has finally replicated within the service delivery is we are finding ourselves in a dilemma, because that is why now you are getting these issues that young boys are young boys and girls are now the bosses who have no experience, who do not understand what is going on. They have a position, but they cannot execute. And that is the danger that we are currently facing because of the insecurity that Ruto has, that the most qualified people, when they are put in place and they are not part of his tribe, they don't seem to be loyal. And those who seem to be loyal towards the public service, we take them to be disloyal to to the plight of Kenyans. Another conundrum that we face, that if you serve in Ruto's government, obviously you are not serving the people of Kenya. And I don't know how we can deal with that, because Ruto seems to be giving us too much problem that we don't want anybody to help him achieve anything in that. The only thing we want is to take him out, which even me sometimes in Leteanga Shida, that if he gets qualified people, can we allow him to achieve anything, or we still say Ruto must go? I still have a problem with allowing Ruto to continue, even if he was to put Jesus Christ as the prime minister. I don't know why. I don't want to give him that chance. But Stone PK, we are not saying that we are castigating and saying that if what was done should be done. That's not what I was saying. What I'm saying is we must ask ourselves, for instance, right now the Kalenjins and the Luos seems to be in power, in quotes, the Luos and the Kalenjins. Are they looking that 10 years from now they are not going to be in power? That if they follow for 10 years, they only wanaandika watu wao and they edge us out. So when get to power, they expect us, okay, now we should now be Kenyan. My friend, if I was to become a president again, and for 10 years, hakuna mkisi alipewa kazi, and I get to that position, I will not be a Kenyan. That one I will lie to you guys. Hiyo weka kando. Hiyo weka kando kwanza Njiru. That one I will say no. I hope you hear me that loud and clear. If for 10 years we don't hire some sections, and then all of a sudden we get to power, now the other people wants to say that now we should be Kenyan, now we must hire them. I don't think that is equality, and that's democracy. And that is the purge Ruto has used for the last 2 years. You don't expect another person to get into power to keep the Kalenjins who are not qualified so that they cannot be edged out. No, if another person comes to power, I will expect justice to be done. I hope I'm not too radical.
You cannot get reforms without being radical. So reforms and radicals are one-on-one. So you have to do a surgery. It's a decision. And that is, and that.
Thank you. It was called radical surgery, if you remember that name. Finally, you got it by accident. Ringera did what we called radical surgery. And in that radical surgery, it was, people thought that we were promoting Kikuyus. No, Kikuyus for years were suppressed. In terms of the schemes of services, they were not being promoted. So when we were doing radical surgery, we found out like 80% of Kikuyus never got their promotions.
Yeah, so those things happen, and you need to have a very equal. And I don't know why, like, we don't want to use technology, because if we really use technology, some of these things could, like, every job ikuwe na job description yake mzuri sana. Like maybe like the way I see, like maybe done in the West, and although I don't know how the West has been able to get that. Like for instance, Bwana Mbudi, how comes in Kenya some people get employed without a resume? Nikuuliza tu, like, is it a criterion to have a resume to be employed in Kenya? Ni swali nauliza. Do you need a CV to be employed in Kenya?
Actually, at some point, no. If you remember, one of the things Kibaki did, I don't know why I'm talking about Kibaki a lot today. We ingrained in our system in how we hire. First of all, we said Nairobi University should get the key and then we came to other universities, and then we put 30% outside people from other universities, especially from America. You cannot give people sponsorship to go to Europe and America, and then when they come back, they cannot get. So we actually did sort of a very extreme affirmative action. And in doing those affirmative action, which actually we refused to enact them in parliament, I wish I was a parliamentarian, because that's one key thing that we should have done. What it brought again was a controversy. For instance, for years, we did not see the Somalis having ranking positions. But because of affirmative action, all of a sudden, we started seeing Somalis taking position all of a sudden. You remember Abdul Kadir in parliament, so on and so forth, because we were in that part. Yeah, we started seeing now the mushrooming of Somalis, and we thought that they were being favored. No, it was part of the affirmative action. So some of these things we do have consequences, but those consequences will be seen later on. You know, these are hard conversations with you. These are very difficult, hard conversations.
Na ile kagrupu letu Ogiek, mbona hao Ogiek hatuwaonangi in the affirmative action? Wanalia mpaka saa hii. Mbona hii affirmative action haipatani na Ogiek?
Yeah, Nani Okuru Ekot came as an Ogiek or some. How did he mushroom? Not by merit. Yes, very qualified, but bro, there are people who call themselves that they are, you know, there are people who came as Ogiek. There are people who came as couriers. How did this guy, Bayali to Sumbua Mombasa for a very long time, get that job of a police? It was affirmative action. Kibaki did what he ought to have done. But I think preceding, because of the Chungwa Ndizi thing, I think after that, after the Chungwa and Ndizi thing, I think Kibaki stopped doing what he ought to have done politically.
Na sasa si affirmative action pia ndio ilileta ma women rep hawa 40 50 ama ni ngapi? Women reps, those are products of affirmative action. Like we have, and up to now I still ask myself, like for example Bwana Mbudi, and I want to ask you this question candidly. Women reps, do you think that seat is helping Kenya? Like having a woman representative, is it valuable to us as a nation, as a society? Is that what we need? Not tafadhali friends, you can keep subscribing us. Mbudi, uko tayari? Ni swali tu nakuuliza because we have brought the issue of affirmative action. Do you think affirmative action, which brought woman rep position, do you think woman rep position in Kenya is playing the role which it is supposed to do? Bwana Stone, sema.
You see, women rep are representatives. They are MPs. Okay, they are MPs, so they are supposed to play the role of MPs, not being seen as a woman. No, it's not about gender. So it depends on the individuals and the characters. But when it comes to the constitution outlook, they were trying to actually meet this the 2/3 gender rule, you know, and then the easiest way to be able to, you know, kind of catapult ourselves to achieve that was to have that affirmative action. Affirmative came after the constitution. It's not the other way around. Okay, so it was a goodwill of trying to bring in, you know, that gender issue, but it was not to bring in girlfriends and women, whatever, friends and wives on board. It was to bring in quality people in terms of, you know, in terms of gender equation. So the issue of whether we need that position or not, for me, I don't think we. For me, I think it is okay until we attain a situation whereby that those numbers can play in very, very quickly and independent, like the way they are in Uganda and Rwanda. You know, Uganda and Rwanda, there is deliberate action, and I think Rwanda has more. Either they are balanced, or I'll check. But they have so many. You know, you have women really, you know, in very many positions, and they don't even feel like they are vilified because there is the goodwill right from the president. Uganda the same. How they get so many representation of female gender. I can't remember what is their formula, but they don't have that kind of affirmative thing. But somehow it works out very well. But for Kenya, I think because of the male chauvinism, something had to be done. Otherwise, in Kenya, if you don't do anything for ladies, watalaliwa mpaka Yesu arudi. Because we are, as much as we think we are very tukombele sana when it comes to gender issues, our men are very selfish. Very, very selfish.
Are you saying like our society is more patriarchal? Our society is patriarchal?
Kenyan society, yes, very, very. We vilify women. That's obvious, Jiro. It's obvious. We've not accepted that women can perform as good as men. Hiyo tunajidanganya tu ati ku please the international world. But you go to the village, you go to even college level, you find that discrimination. If you hear this is a woman engineer, tunasema ala, ni engineer, ni wa engineer wa nini? And if you are told this engineer, hata uulizi ni engineer wa nini, lakini because umeambiwa Njeri, unasema aya, ate engineer. Yani you have that. That tells you who we are.
Wacha kuongea kama watu wa kijiji.
But that is it. Kijiji hivyo. Ukisema I'm engineer.
So you know, Stone Pike, I'm wondering, the person actually asking if there is men chauvinism in Kenya or patriarchal society should even know better. Let me ask you a simple question. When it comes to merit, experience, goodwill, and trust in the mountain, tukiweka Kioni, Martha Karua, and Gachagua, by all means necessary with honesty, who can you trust with leadership? Tell me.
Martha Karua, hands down.
You are Zinjiru, wewe Zinjiru. But you be grassroots.
And if you go that, Jiru, do a pilot scheme today. Just go tell your father, nimeamua my president, sio Gachagua, ni Martha Karua. My friend, utatairi mara mbili. You go do it.
Kwanza utasikia mundu mkate wewe mwana.
Jiru, unataka upelekwe kijiji.
Utasikia watu wataanza kusema kama unaanza angalia vano. Kuna pale. Aya, go ahead. Stone PK. Umesikia ile mwembu anasema, kama live handle. Stone PK. Are you there?
Yes, I'm there. Yeah, inakuwa ati kwani mlikuwa wapi? Ati lazima iwe kuna mahali mlikutana ndio umekuwa convinced. You know, it is terrible. Terrible. And you see, Njiru and Alex and those who are listening, this thing has to begin from an affirmation and a deliberate assertiveness from a leader. Kutoka juu. If today Kalonzo takes over or Matiang'i or whoever, na aseme hivi ndio kutaenda, that's what will happen. That is what happened in Rwanda. That is what happened in Uganda. And I'm not actually praising this by just that, but it's where I saw the communities, they are, huwezi sikia mtu akiuliza hala, Chief Justice ni mwanamke. That language you hear it in Kenya, only Kenya. Tanzania sasa wamejoin Rwanda na they don't really discriminate so much about women unless now huyu amewalet down, this one here. Okay, but you go to TZ, the RCs are called regional commanders. You find women very well respected. You find women with very high ranking and they are respected. Hakuna mamaring ati bana wajua sasa tuliletewa mkuu wa mkoa mwanamke bana, hapa mna shida. Amna. That language you hear it in Kenya. Discrimination of ladies in Kenya.
Now let me come closer to a subject that we have forgotten. Let me ask you, both of you seem to come from that region. Why was this lady impeached like 20 times in less than 1 year? The former governor of...
Oh, no, that I can tell you. That I can tell you. She, that I'll tell you if you need, you want to give me 2-3 minutes. I'll explain you about Kanyani Kaweria. Things that people don't really want to talk. But when you ask Ameru, she will tell you, they will tell you something that people try to downplay. You see, there is nothing wrong with having ladies and all that. But once you take a position and then you attain that position and you want to show people mutajua mjui. Once you do that, especially in Meru, my friend, you will not see the light of the day. That you are coming to show people who you are. You utaenda. Let me finish. We don't elect you to come and show us who NX is. Okay? We are electing you to come and deliver. And we are not electing you to come and vilify, to show men are useless and all this. There are ladies also who are like that. And they want to their performance is trying to outdo what men can do. That is not your purpose. Your purpose is to come and show leadership and deliver. Okay? Once you come and declare war with the male, of course, the watakuonyesha dust. And you don't do that in Meru and Kisii. I can tell you, Meru and Kisii are very similar. And Bukusus, even when you are coming, you've been given a position as a lady, you are supposed to show humility, respect, and all that kind of a thing. But the moment you divert, unataka kuonyesha ati sasa mimi ndio governor, Alex utajua mimi hata mimi navaanga longi. Utaishia asubuhi sana na mapema. Yeah. So she has that problem, which is called, actually, I don't know, the opposite of chauvinism. Female, I don't know whether there is something called female chauvinism. You see this lady who sang in Nigeria that what a man can do, a woman can do. Okay? Most of you know that song. That song was in bad taste. Okay? But it was taken in bad taste by the listeners. Maybe the lady did not mean what people now went further to interpret. Okay? She was very genuine, trying to say if it is whatever, given equal chances and all that, a lady can also do it. But spoilers, walileta wakaanza kusema, what a man can do, a woman can do better. Sasa unakuja una-create the wedge and una-create sasa ile unnecessary vita. A woman will remain a woman. A man will remain a man. But there is the respect that God has given them to have to each other. So that is, we are the people who come and spoil what is meant to be really, really good. Alex, you wanted to say something. Are you there? Alex, are you there?
Yeah, so thanks for that explanation. But one key thing, from the point of view of the electorate, it was different. But from the point of the view of the MCAs and the leadership that have been edged off, Kiraitu could not believe a woman, more so an educated, not a Harvard educated woman, could do what the upset that happened. So Kiraitu wanted to use every amount of money in his capacity to make sure that a woman cannot control what he used to control. So that is male chauvinism at its peak.
No, Alex, let me tell you the blunder she did. Hiyo unajua ililetwa kwa desk. You know, those were assumptions. Kiraito was defeated vote-wise, all right? But this lady, how do you come and you start bringing in your husband, you appoint your husband, you appoint your sister, your nephew, I mean, in front of MCAs.
But Stone PK, this person had not gone to any school. The only thing she had done was ministry. And even in that ministry, she did not go to any known school. Not only that, she did not know administration. She was only replicating what she had done in the ministry. While you were electing her, you should have been conscious of what she's capable of doing. That is the only security she had.
No. Alex, Kaweria has a very successful company and NGO. Okay? She has an NGO that has been it's still very, very successful, Mashinani. That is what mobilized her votes, by the way. You know, once you mobilize women, women is the biggest block. Once they accept you, for the first time.
Jiru, in all these things, the husband was the unseen guest at every meal.
Yeah, he was there.
So when he tried to do the same thing to replicate his success, you people said no. So the thing is that maybe you didn't see the influence of the husband behind all these things, and the husband seems to be like a pimp because the way he behaved like obviously a pimp. Okay, so what you failed to do is to understand in all his successes, the anathema was his husband. So there was no way she could operate below or above that. That's all she knew. You expected her to do a different thing that she couldn't.
So in other words, you are saying we refuse love to play in politics, huh? Is that what you mean, Budi?
I didn't say that, but you said it correctly.
You know, I'm trying to say what you are not saying.
Sitaki ani aniaje.
No,
sitaki kuachwa. Hapana, unataka niachwe.
In politics. That's the point.
Let Her Excellency go for the Nairobi gubernatorial so that I can be the first man. It's good to be the first man.
you see, that is also what that is even what killed Muthama politics. You remember when Kavindu, Muthama knew very well if Kavindu becomes a senator, his political hegemony has ended in Ukambani. And that is why for some time, because it is love intertwined in politics, so because there's no in which you can become leaders at the same time. So Muthama knew if Kavindu will become a senator, he is dead. He can't fight for presidency. So, and that's why for so long he was even fighting and even claiming she was not his wife. Until now, when the battle was too much and the Kalonzo identified with this woman, and now Muthama saw that he cannot fight any longer. And sasa ikafika pahali ni kama sasa Muthama anaanzia kusema wananipokonya bibi.
There's a long history of what you're trying to portray, but in some areas it has worked very well. I don't think Muthama was that smart. I think Jacob Zuma outsmarted Muthama. He could have, copy and pasted what Jacob Zuma literally took his wife and put her to be a minister for foreign affairs. Took her wife and put her to the AU. You remember he put her wife to become the hii kitu Raila alikuwa anaendea, bibi ya Zuma alienda akakuwa while Zuma was the president. Do you remember that?
Dlamini Zuma. Oh, this woman who is called Dlamini Zuma, eh? Kumbe alikuwa bibi yake. Hey.
Yes, so there's a way to, Njiru, let me tell you, when you go to politics, you must have knowledge and the capacity to understand how these things are played. Politics is what we call contact sport. Unaelewa? Hii your darts.
Okay.
Sio ya munyua, kanyua ama munyua ile yenye unarusha vitu peke yako. Hii ni kama football. Unapambana. Unaleta bibi, unaweka sister, unaweka nini. Njiru, hata today, hata wewe ukuwe na kitu yoyote, lazima bibi yako play a part, bro, ama utakuwa edged. Tutakupea ndogo ndogo na tutamaliza wewe.
So unataka kusema sasa politics and love has to hegemonically it has to be intertwined. So if you try to separate the two, it doesn't work. Is that what you mean?
It works wonders when you know how to play it. Who is Kihika? Who is Waiguru? Who is Waruoba has already told you that yeye alikataa kidogo, lakini ni kama alikataa, acha niseme vitu zingine like physical alikataa, lakini non physical ilikubalika, unaelewa? So all these things we were talking about from 360. Let me tell you, we have heard that some people are pregnant. And that's why I told you this. You saw this. You saw today Trump playing one of the highest level politics that has ever been played. He released a photo of Clinton and a certain lady, and already we are forgetting that he's already in that file. We are looking at Clinton. So love. I've said it here before that there is something that is called what I've said. There is an organ that is a manifesto in politics. Now, you people don't accept that. I don't want to repeat that name here.
Ulishasema, you announced it, so usiseme endelea. We don't want you to revitalize it too much. So we know your power to insist on issues. At what you are. And Bwana Mbudi, you can become a serious politician. You know one thing about politicians is that they are repetitive and they keep on repeating same thing. I remember that's why even Obama is saying, yes, we can, yes, we can. That repetition is very important. So all the time, at what time are we going to discard Gachagua? And you have been very consistent with that statement almost like for 6 months in a year. And you can say, kuuliza sasa, huyu jamaa anaongea nini? Kumbe kuna kitu ulikuwa unaona wengine hawakuwa naona. I don't know if you are the typical. Is it that you have a wrong neck, or how is it? That was good one. That I think ulikuwa umeona ni kama Gachagua atatunaga at the end of the day. So let me ask a question now that mumeamua kabla tupeleke Kalonzo amalizie speech yake. I want to ask a very serious question. Now that we are talking about this affirmative action, and do you think a first lady can actually influence the election of a president in Kenya? Is there a first lady in Kenya who we can say that this is a person who made it possible for this man to win? Or it has to be purely the man to win? Because like, for instance, like for Kalonzo Musyoka of late, I don't think we can significantly say we are able to see his wife. I hear his wife is, I don't know, bedridden. So at that level, does it mean that for you to be a president, it is a manpower on portray, or there must be a woman to play side by side? Can you win without a woman in Kenya? That's what I'm asking. Stone PK. What I'm asking is, are women important in the presidential election?
No, in Kenya?
In Kenya, in Kenyan context, like Kenya, as a woman somewhere help somebody to become a leader, ama tu nile tu, they are just there as a symbol of tusemange tu yu mtu akiwa na bibi ni sawa. Like
sasa Kenya we are living a fake life, especially fake political life, fake. We pretend, we fake. Ni kama vile unaona ati uko na bibi yako, unaenda kumfungulia gari akiingia because of what you've copied. Ulikuwa umeishi US ama UK ama, yani unafungulia bibi yako mlango. That is not, it's not Kenyan. Okay? Whoever you see doing that, anajaribu tu you know, I know you understand what I mean. So even when you see that somebody is with a wife, anakuja meeting, wako naye hapa hivi, president amekuja, hiyo inakuanga wanasahau, ndio unaona hata wasaile wana walk. Sasa ingine unakuta bwana ametembea a few steps ahead, ndio you know, bibi ana whisper na muuliza, wewe fala hii unaniacha aje na tuko pamoja, unaona? So we've not reached there. We struggle to be there, you know. We struggle to catch up. So nobody cares whether you una bibi or not. Of course utasikia watu ukishachaguliwa watu wanauliza ala na Stone ako na bibi, unaona? So you try to show your wife around, and then so that people can, you know, can feel like you are complete.
Hata during Wamuzende, when the election was so close, si ilibidi atoe bibi.
Juu sasa huko Shago watu wanauliza juu. Now people try to bring it as a card. You remind the audience ati na huyu mtu hata hatujui bibi yake. You see, it is your opponent that bring that card. Alafu wananchi sasa wanaona, wacha tuulize, wacha tuone. Yeah? Otherwise, Moi alirule hapa bila bibi for so long, and nobody cared. Nobody even said that tutaki president ana bibi. And he didn't give a damn. Huh? Just like how he ruled for quite some time without a vice president. So some of these things tunafanya too spontaneous because mtu ameraise hiyo point ama nini. It's not significant. Yeah.
Oh, so in other words, I don't need to have a wife to be a president. Kijana anaweza jitokeza as long as amefika miaka 35 na ashinde.
Exactly. Si lazima.
So we don't need a first lady in Kenya. So like a first lady is not a unique symbol in leadership. That's what
no, it's not. It's not. Hakuna, you can
na wanawake utaorganiziwa na nani? Who will plan for you women?
Sila bibi kwanza unasikianga nani ni bibi gani anaorganizia president nini? Ruto bibi yake aliorganize wapi?
No, he used to have like some organizations like kuna kitu anaita anga table banking.
Alianzisha hizo mapema as a pre-campaign things, but she was so shy. Ni watu walikuwa wanapanga hizo vitu. It's not her. She even doesn't have that brain to do that. Hey. Niaje?
Oh. Lecheruto, the only thing I remember ni akiombea maji ya kisima.
Mtu anakuambia anaombea maji ati inafanya nini, alafu na expect ati anachora hiyo michoro ya NGO style hiyo table banking. That's Bangladesh module where we researched at very high level Institute of Education. Hizo ni ma PhD things hizo.
Ndio akakuja akaimwaga Kenya.
Sio una copy paste. That is, we use that in Bangladesh, you know, bringing up the low communities who call women to women. Hii maneno ya chama is very well practiced in nini. Na ilianzishwa na huyu jamaa wa hii bank inaitwa nini, what we call that bank in Bangladesh.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Hii hata unaongea story ya merry-go-round ama?
Hapa, yeah, hiyo merry-go-round is Bangladesh module.
Ile tunatoa pesa tunapea huyu leo.
Yes.
The next time tunapea yule
Yes. What the concept there is, the security of that money ni nani, is peer to peer. Tumekopesha Njiru, ukikataa kulipa tunakuja kwako nyumbani.
It is Bangladesh which started that way?
Yes, that's a Bangladesh module, and they have the biggest bank that does that. It's the best module ya to mitigate poverty. You know, it was started for women at very low level to be able to sustain food and basic needs in the house. Yeah. Hiyo kidogo ana chakula ya hiyo wiki hivyo. That's what.
Do they charge, like in Bangladesh? I understand Bangladesh is a Muslim country, and I know Muslims have issues with interest. Do they charge interest? How does their model work? Ikifika hapo kwa interest, because I hear Muslims have issues with interest. Riba.
Riba ni haram. Yeah. So wanafanya hiyo basic tu, haina interest. Ile umekopa 1,000 ndio utarudisha, ipewe mwingine. Yeah. Lakini sasa when ilipokuja ikakuwa big bank, sasa ndio unakuta hiyo riba ni kidogo sana, kidogo kabisa. And by the way, Bangladesh is not entirely Muslim. Yeah.
So maybe I was thinking that Kenyan Women Finance Trust pia yenyewe ilianza hivyo Kenya. Unakumbuka hiyo banki inaitwa KWFT?
Ni hiyo tu concept hiyo at women empowerment and all that. Hiyo QIFT inaitwa QIFT. Kenya Women something.
Oh, okay. So Kalonzo aendelee.
Ulikuwa umebadilisha kidogo, cheza kidogo tuone.
Wacha Kalonzo aongee kidogo alafu
inaonekana is your president now.
Wewe, so PK, stop deciding for me. Bado. Stop deciding for me. Bado nangojea. I have listened to Matiang'i speeches severally, but it did not come out well.
Endelea tutabonga. Endelea kwanza hiyo ndio.
Yeah, we do an analysis. Okay.
Do you commit to the public that then your members of parliament under the Wiper Party are going to be raising this once parliament
comes back? I want them to do that. I want that table. Community by community, right? How many of the 5,203 recruits? Because you also suspect these are some of the people who are given, because Kanja said, oh no, we have to train them in the recent developments in digital policing and all of that kind of thing. I hope they don't end up being the ones who give priority to goons. Because these days you can't tell the difference between a police officer and a goon. All right? So this is a reality. And this is not a country under the rule of law anymore. You have never seen me talk like this. And I'm telling you, I'm very concerned. We have a lot of fixing to do.
A lot of fixing to do. And there too.
Unataka nipite, unasikia Kalonzo anasema, you have never heard me talking like this. Can you explain that statement? It's very direct. Ni watu wanamona ngiari ugwe, nimuko mbegwa. Stone PK is there? Amen. Stone PK. Ama umeenda kuchemusha yai? Wewe hujai nisikia nikiongea hivyo. It's a very powerful statement. Wewe hujai ni utanisikia.
Country under the rule of law anymore. You have never seen me talk like this. And I'm telling you, I'm very concerned. We have a lot of fixing to do.
A lot of fixing to do. And there are two issues which I want us to discuss. Very important that we discuss them in this particular interview. One is about elections and the integrity of elections, and making sure that the 2027 election actually reflects what the people or the people's will. But secondly is about the opposition. And this is what I want us to start with. You are mentioned. You've actually stated in the statement that was brought out by Shakil Abdallah that the entire country, should you stop anyone, not sponsored opinion polls, Kalonzo Tosha. Do you believe that is so?
I believe right now we are ahead of William Ruto by far. And I think that's the reason, because he's a consumer. He has said this himself. He's a consumer of first-class state intelligence. All right? So he knows he's lagging behind. Okay? So this is why he has decided, okay, let me deal with the number one fellow who seems to be leading the pack. Okay? And I think that is what he's doing. But I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about that. All we want to say, let him calm down. Calm down. If the elections come and he wins in a fair and free, transparent election, I'll be the first person to congratulate him. All right? But if on the other hand, he does what is obviously expected, a lot of Kenyans are saying, yeah, in your position, people, how will this fellow, how will you manage him? I want to tell you, we are doing everything possible as united opposition to make sure William Ruto will not steal the next election. We may not have to give you all the details, all right? But I can give you an example. You know, IBC, all right? The IBC as presently constituted is a William Ruto IBC. And we challenge them to come up and prove their citizens and that they are able to deliver the next election. Friends, right now, what is happening even with the registration of voters? What is happening? even when the by-elections were continuing in Mbere and in Malava and elsewhere, are you aware that they were transferring, and we have evidence? I wish some of these things I could bring for you. They were actually transferring voters from Westlands, register them in Mbere North, yeah, and yet ring fencing. When during a by-election, you should not register voters in an area where there is a contest.
Sure.
So what I'm telling you, Ibrahim, we are doing everything we can. We have a team of 100 lawyers, right? We will be taking every matter seriously. Of course, the last line of defense for us is the judiciary.
One wonders, because this statement about we're doing everything we can to ensure that the next election is not stolen, then one wonders what happened for then the by-election to be stolen, as the opposition is alleging, because the opposition says Mbere North. In fact, there is some petition about it, though about the member of parliament who won. You also claim about Malava having been stolen. If you were as prepared as you have been saying,
we called on the chairman of IBC and his team, right, to act on Malava. They didn't have to wait for results to be announced. That violence in Malava was enough to say, hey, stop this. Okay? They didn't. We are taking them, we are going to take them to court on that. We are not going to allow nobody in Kenya is, by the way, above the law. So the chairman, Ethicon, and his people.
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words, create your brand.
Okay? Of course, a very strong petition is coming. Yeah, even if you have to steal, you have to steal in a manner that is intelligent. You don't get, even the misuse of state resources. I don't know how every PS was supposed to go to Mbere, led, of course, by the deputy president. Of course, you have no problem. Deputy president should fight. But now, bringing all these other 600 million shillings plus, I'm not sure about the figure, but a lot of resources were spent or misspent, misused, abuse of office. For example, if it is that Ruku, right, who became the minister, he was the one chasing at 6 o'clock, chasing people from polling station. Some of the young people had to run for their lives. While the constitution says he should not even be taking part in that election. It is
a voter in Mbere North.
No, but voter, but
in terms of you said he should not be taking part in the by-election.
No. He should vote. Voting he should, but was leading the campaigns. In fact, I was on ground in Mbere myself, and we met with a convoy of GKs and things, yeah, between Ishara and a place called Kadawana or something.
Let's speak about the opposition and talks about a lineup having been established.
Before you come to that, Ibrahim, I have to tell you, let us complete a thought that, therefore, the example of these by-elections is not evidence enough that the opposition is not going to handle the next contest. If anything, we now know they have brought all the rot out of these by-elections. So we know exactly how to stop them. We know exactly. And we're going to start even by private prosecution against a man called Marjan. Marjan is the CEO. When we had the NADCO, everybody agreed and they signed that the CEO of IBC will not be there in 2027. He should leave, should immediately leave, because we don't want them to say, renew the contract because it's too close to 2027. These are some of the demands which are basic, minimum, all right? And I can also tell you that Smartmatic were not supposed even to supervise, to do with these by-elections. Their contract ended in April 2024, okay? And so this Marjan took advantage of the fact the commissioners were not in place to renew the Smartmatic contract. It's a framework contract. We are taking action against this. We are taking them to court. So isi mchezo bwana ni maisha ya Wakenya, and we know, and I want Ethicon to know, how did poor Kivui to die? Because when you have a whole country condemning, you can't even enjoy food, all right? And how did his immediate predecessor die? Because this is serious. because you cannot subvert the will of the Kenyan voters. Na sauti ya wananchi ni sauti ya Mungu. Okay? So, let me tell you sincerely, if I live in this country, one-term movement is unstoppable. Wewe mwenyewe umeniambia ndo toka kwa constituency huko. You natoka pande gani yuko Rift Valley. Everybody is talking one term. Mpaka they say, okay, let us invent something two term. Nobody, they are not even convinced that they should pronounce two term because it is just follow.
Ajistone.
Mbona uchukui hiyo kika ingine uongeze? I thought you are drawing down the kickers.
No. Hiyo nimesikiliza, nimejaribu kukuita auongei. No. I can't believe this is Kalonzo. Kwani Kalonzo
I knew utafikiria amepewa kitu.
No bwana, this is not Kalonzo bwana. Huyu bwana ni kama huyu.
Ukiangalia unataka kuona ama ni AI.
No, akiendelea na hii trajectory, by the way, he can be a president.
Amedhoka. Nilikuambia watch Kalonzo on fire. Hata ameambia huyu nani, huyu presa anamwambia I don't talk like this. I'm sure you know. Hata nilisimamisha nikakuuliza hiyo nani haji Kalonzo unajua that is in Kiambu. Unaona nito kwamba ragio gwe niko Lokumondo. Yes. Unajua ni ile akavende meruka anajua it is now for him or never, and it is now for Kenyans or never. By the way, it is not any normal thing at hii Ruto anapanda kwa magari akisema watajua hawajui. Kenyans should be charged now like never before. It is now or never. This country is auctioned. It's gone. It's finished. It's gone.
No, I think with the Kalonzo, let me speak, frankly speaking, I think if Kalonzo remains hinged, as wave, I think hata ile tumekuwa tukisema nani bwana Stone PK at somebody can talk to Kalonzo. I think now Kalonzo he has known there is a moment here. I think even that's why hata Ruto aliamua kumwattack, because I think pia Ruto ameanzia kuona he cannot now get Kalonzo. I think he has already given up on Kalonzo, because tulikuwa nasikia there was a time when they were saying that they might want to recruit Kalonzo as a deputy president. I think he has given up on him, and that is why now he identified him now as a target, because I think he now saw Kalonzo can now become a candidate. Now the next question which I can now ask you is, with this demeanor which you are seeing him here, playing with it here, and you know, we also know that big thing, Kalonzo is highly acceptable. Lakini sasa ile swali nauliza, can he be able now to revive the hope of opposition? Because ni kama sasa kuna watu walikuwa wameanza kusema hiyo opposition kama imeingia maji, hatuelewi ni nini, like with now, like because like with this speech I believe now kutoka kesho sasa, I think even I have even, to me bwana Stone PK, na nikitaje kuambia, I think this speech is more effective than what Gachagua has been doing. There is coherence. I don't know, you know, like a well connected speech. I understand like Gachagua nuna msewa kuhama, but when it comes to connection of points, explanation, he is like is a 360 degree. And yeah, and one of the reasons why I don't niambia nione speech. So let me ask you a question. Do you think with this interview, hata kama najua inaonekana na watu wengi, should now Kalonzo now start now using the same speech, sasa anzie kufanya marali sama marali zingoje? Because sasa unajua Kenyans need to know, like, they need to know him. What should happen?
Now, you see, and this is very, very well arranged. I don't want to, talk a lot of other things here. But you see, this was very purposely designed and timely. Okay? Timely. Because, unajua, you remember when I told you that Kalonzo should not answer for answer. Unaitwa wewe ni malaya na unasema wewe ndio malaya ule mkubwa. I told you the best is unaacha huyu jamaa anajidai acheze tu, apige nduru, then you organize your arsenal. Unapiga na kibui. All right? Now we want to see how Ruto will react to this pressure. Because what if you are Ruto, what would you really do here? Utapiga aje hii hawezi piga hata akitaka. And I know he has some good advisors. Ataambiwa aignore hii pressure. Because if he tries to counter this pressure, unless alipe journalist wakuje na pre-described whatever za ujinga za upuzi, it will all be matope. It will all be nonsense. Because of course, when you listen to Ruto talking and all that, about barabara and all this kind of a thing, Kalonzo has reduced to zero. Okay, so now when he goes out, and for him, for Kalonzo, he should not do hizo rally za ujinga. Akifanya kirali inakuwa ni rally moja very well choreographed. Unaona? Anaenda mahali very strategic, anaangusha hizi bomb. And I think that is what will follow, Njiro. You will see. You will follow. That is what will follow. Si amesema, by the way, towards the end, ndio utaona, amesema 2026 is when the decision is gonna be made. Amesema 2026 is when we are winning or losing the election. Kalonzo amesema hivyo. Wacha nisi preempt. Endelea ucheze uone.
Yeah, and I would also want to, I don't know why the reason why like Luo Nyanza is already showing indication of wanting to commit to Ruto. And I think there is a very serious probable candidate. Maybe Stony Pike, you need to react to that before in Mari's video. Do you think now Kalonzo can even build a momentum and even try to attract the rural people, not rural leaders, because we know rural leaders have been bought by Ruto. But do you think with what he has done, he can now be that acceptable candidate everywhere?
Exactly.
Even in Luo Nyanza?
Yes.
Who Ruto want to recruit?
Remember previously kwa hii clip kuna mahali alieleza sana ati alieleza juu ya relationship yake, bado hujafikia hapo. Ameongea, ameaddress hiyo issue ya ODM la Raila Luo Nation. Utaiona and you will tell me what you take about it. It will answer your question. Ameihama vizuri akasema the people, anyway, wacha nisi preempt, utaisikiza.
Leo kuna vile yani leo unataka yani for the first time hata utaki kutuambia vitu, unataka Kalonzo aseme.
Wacha aseme, sitaki mseme ni Stony Pike.
Leo inaonekana your candidate amecheza overboard.
Amekuwa coached vizuri bana. He's performing.
Na sasa we lost Makau Mutua. So Makau Mutua aende.
Makau Mutua wacha akae kule yuko. Huyo achana na yeye. He didn't deliver. So wacha akae huko.
Wow. Sawa.
After what Kenyans are saying. And it's a serious agenda on its own, by the way.
Then there is a question, aside from protecting votes and ensuring
that the election... addressed you on IBC and what you're going to do.
You have, and about what you'll do to ensure that the elections are not stolen. But then there is a challenge about actually winning these elections. What is it that you are doing as your opposition to ensure that you get support countrywide? So far, and this has been painted against the opposition as a side that is focused on dividing the country. Actually, we've heard about leaders focusing on their specific regions. Say the leaders from Western focus on consolidating Western. Kalonzo Musyoka focus on consolidating your region. Rigathi Gachagua focuses on consolidating the Mount Kenya region. Then how are you going to win the country?
Ibrahim, every political formation must have an area where, and it's even common in older democracies. Look at the UK, when you have the Labour Party and Conservatives, you find the areas which are strongly for Labour and strongly for Conservative. The same recently in the US, yeah, they paint them as blue states and red states. Okay, but that aside, nothing stops us as opposition government in waiting, and I please want you to take me seriously along with our viewers who are Kenyan citizens, all right? That the next election will be a game changer. First of all, we are riding on the blood of our children. There was a revolution which happened on the 25th of June, 2024. Our young kids who are killed and who have not even been compensated. Although Ruto said they'll pay them here and there, set up some commission here without proper consultation. This country is in a revolutionary mood. This is why when they say one term, it is not anything. It's a country talking about revolution time. That we are not going to allow you to steal. You remember they wanted to go and remove Ruto from State House? They stopped. I want to plead with them to come out even and take their voters' cards. I know they're angry, but I urge them to take out their voters' cards now. You can only remove President William Ruto using your voters' card, not your anger. This is my plea as a parent. And we are there to walk this journey with them. So you must understand, the next election, if you look at it that way, it's not, some people say, oh, Ruto cannot be beaten. Hey.
In fact, someone said that defeating will be a
Ruto cannot be beaten. Ruto is human. Ruto is a Kenyan, all right? And Ruto knows that he lost to Gen Zs. Look for Raila, all right? And Raila comes and tells us, the man looked so weak that I thought he was going to hand over the country to the military. I'm just quoting what our brother Raila told us. Ruto is beatable. And the same people that addressed him on accountability, on the need to stop stealing people's future, that is still the agenda. Right. Agenda item number 1, stop stealing from our people.
We need to take this conversation forward. And right now, let's speak about the opposition and its unity.
Yeah.
All the concern that Kenyans have about if indeed you're going to have a realistic shot at defeating President William Ruto is why is the opposition seeming divided? We saw a press conference on the same day, yourself regarding Gachagua, Eugene Wamalwa on one side doing a meeting and a press conference. The same day, Rosa Fred Matiang'i, Martha Karua and some other team members meeting also as the opposition. Is there a division?
I have not heard of any division. And again, when you're building coalitions anywhere in the world, it's a very difficult thing. What I know is we picked on Mukisa Kitui as a spokesperson, so it was in order to issue that statement, because actually they had met, that picture you talk about was a previous day, and this other meeting at Chui House was the following day. And so Kitui released that statement, which apparently was not in contradistinction, which is contradicting what we say, all right? Have you ever heard anybody say that, oh, I'm out of this coalition? Because I'm telling you, personally, I'm doing whatever it takes to make sure that we stay together. But you know, staying together is not a matter of personalities. It is the ideology. What I'm telling you, the overriding issue here is the anger in our country. That if you fall out of this arrangement, we will hold you responsible. That is the mood in the country. Any of us, therefore, saying, oh, I can be compromised by William Ruto, or whichever way, the country is watching. So I believe, therefore, we will hold together. And not only that, I'm calling on other friends like Chief Justice Emeritus to join fully, Senator Mutata and everybody else to join, so that all of us, and I have no problem, if any of my colleagues is picked to carry the flag, I will support them. After all, I'm used to this, isn't it? But I believe this time, we want to finish this job.
All right. That was going to be my next question, on whether you're going to allow anyone else picked to lead the course.
We want to complete this task.
Even if you're not picked.
It's a very important task.
Even if you're not picked on any position on the ticket.
I don't know what you mean by any position. The ticket, for me, I'm telling you, if I'm reading the mood in the country, right? If I'm reading the mood in the country, and I started suggesting, I may be wrong, the reason William Ruto has singled me out, give a dog a bad name and kill it by throwing the cat thing, a dead cat on the table. We're going to Singapore, all right? Oh, Kalonzo kwake hakuna barabara. I don't mind. By the way, we came from the dust, and to dust we shall all return.
Are you concerned?
So there's value about dust.
Are you concerned then, because you say you've been picked by President William Ruto, are you concerned by the sprouting up of new political parties? Recently saw Governor Sonko launch a party which
Governor Sonko ni kijana
ideally,
yangu. By the way, Governor Sonko ni kijana yangu. Yeah, he was running for Governor Mombasa, remember? And the Wiper Democratic Movement. He has briefed me that this is okay. He is free. Every Kenyan, article under our constitution, I think article, Kenya is a multi-party democracy. But you may find as we go on, right? As we go on, that some will realign, some will hold on, because the task ahead, which we must complete, this task must be completed by Kenyans themselves to make William Ruto one term. It's so critical, all right? Therefore, anybody, I'm sure my kijana yangu, Governor Sonko knows. Yeah.
let's talk about the late Raila Odinga's support base.
Yes.
May God rest his soul in eternal peace.
Indeed.
This is a man you supported all through. And at some point, there was even an indication that him and his party were going to support you. But right now, his support base is not seemingly on your side. It appears.
Who told you that?
The audience support base speaks about broad-based government.
Who says that the broad-based government? By the way, you know, I said, nitasema initoke. I'm going to say it, not now. I can tell you for a fact, William Ruto, Raila Amolo Odinga, my late comrade in arms, right? His heart was never in the broad-based government. Okay? I'm writing a book to bring it out because we were in constant communication every week. What happened is these so-called four experts were reached out individually.
Kenya, are you there?
Niko hapa.
Sasa unajua
Ngoja upewe dose.
Ngoja hiyo kidogo ati Kalonzo amesema ati my comrade in arms, he was not in broad-based government. And you guys, I might believe it.
Utabelieve, and he's writing. Listen, anasema they were in communication every week. Sasa anakuambia about the four experts that were sent to Raila.
Hey, yani nataka kusema Kalonzo ameamua kudeconstruct hii broad base.
By William Ruto. Some of them were threatened. If you don't accept that I make you a minister, I'll take you to jail. Let them remain nameless. Can you imagine? Yani unaambiwa, if you don't accept my appointment as minister, I will have you arrested for corruption. That tells you this man is weak. Okay? But this is what I'm telling you, therefore. Did you not see how we were received by the Raila Odinga family? Because they know the relationship between my brother Raila and I was beyond sometimes politics. We spent a lot of time together. I remember one time we went with our spouses to Ethiopia,
right,
to begin to understand each other.
Right.
We even went to Germany. We went everywhere. And so when we lost, we went even to South Africa in the national parks. That time Weta was with us. This is time tested, all right? And so when you say some of them, of course, some of them, the ministers must sing that praise, but the others who are saying no. And then what I want to urge my friends in ODM, all right, is please, let us read the intention. Let us never squander the intentions and the future Raila Odinga had for this country. That future was for a just democratic country, was for a country devoid of corruption. And I think I saw our little daughter, Winnie, come out strong on that score. She understands. If there's a person who understands Raila Odinga, it is his family. Yeah.
As we wind up, because we actually are running out of time, I want you to tell me about your approach for Nairobi politics. Nairobi is a very critical county for the country, of course.
It's the face of Kenya.
It's the face of Kenya, indeed. And this has been spoken about by your counterpart, the party leader of DCP, Rigathi Gachagua, who said you have agreed that you're leaving all the governor, especially senator, woman representative.
I don't want to spend our time on negative energy.
It was said.
The truth is, there's no agreement. And what my brother Rigiji was trying to say was to say that, Wiper in this city is significant. By the way, I don't even want to talk about Wiper. The Patriotic Front followers, this is significant in this city. So what we shall do in Nairobi, assuming we do not even agree on the framework agreement, like we did in 2002, where we had National Rainbow Coalition, but I was LDP, Rainbow, Raila Odinga was LDP, Mudi Awori, Alejo Saitoti, Kibaki, and Ngilu, and Wamalo were NAK. But when we formed the National Rainbow Coalition, we did the initial competition, nomination level, at the nomination level. But whoever emerged as the winner at the constituency was given the flag of NAC. So I went to Parliament as the NAC member of Parliament for Mwingi North. All right? Charity Ngilu went as NAC member of Parliament for Kitui Central, although she was from NAK. Raila Odinga and Kibaki himself. So that's a model I want to recommend. And if that model is accepted, then what you're trying to do to try and malign my friend Rigiji. By the way, I've known Rigiji for only 1 year and 2 months, and I can tell you, I've not seen a bigger fighter and a man who loves his country more than Rigiji. I can tell you that, okay? So we are going to do all those things. Therefore, when he was talking, and I believe he was talking maybe in Kikuyu or something, in Kuzo language, say, because obviously we used to support ODM strongly in Nairobi. So you can imagine ODM.
In Kuzo language, those are what we call idioms. Well, Stone PK.
Nico.
That was very powerful when mtu wa literature. In Kuzo language. Kuna kitu anajaribu. Literature. Hebu sema hapo in literature anamaanisha nini?
Inaitwa figurative language, kulua people kabisa. That is what is trending. Ni Kuzo alikuwa anabonga.
Hey, lakini Kalonzo bwana. Ai bwana. I think this should be archived bwana. Hey bwana, hii Stone PK mlimpea dawa meze.
Tulimpea red pills.
This is ama alikuwa na nini? Nikaanzia kusema vile wazungu wanaanzianga kusema alikuwa na microphone. Alikuwa anaambiwa.
Adisia alikuwa anaongea.
You so organized bwana. You so organized. Huyu ako na microchip. Huyu ako na chip bwana. Hey. No. I cannot believe this bwana. Hadi sasa anataka kumaliza broad based na one touch. Ati I know Raila Odinga was not in that thing. And you can believe him because he was right with him.
Wiper Patriotic Front, DCP, DAP Kenya, holding together, and Jubilee, holding together in Nairobi. Shall we surely not sweep Ruto out? We will.
That is very different from what Rigathi Gachagua said, because he spoke.
I think he clarified it. No. And I don't want you to dwell on the past. He clarified it and also issued a statement. Yeah. So I'm telling you the most up-to-date position. That is what we are looking at. All manner of possibilities. But please don't fall for the sake. By the way, I think some people understood Rigiji to mean, maybe a Kikuyu and a Mkamba. No. We will be having Patriotic Front candidates in Westlands who are not Mkamba. Okay? And so what we do, even if we don't agree on the flagship party, we'll do exactly what we did during the by-elections. Wiper had a candidate in Magarini, right? Although we knew the ODM candidate, Kambi, was strong. And we did our own opinion polling, and we had to withdraw the Wiper candidate, and we ran for DCP. And I went to campaign for the DCP candidate in Mbeere North. Listen, in Mbeere North. The candidate we were campaigning for is a DP candidate, not even DCP. And the DG spend all the time there. So nothing bars us from that kind of approach. We will look at what is possible. You know, these days of artificial intelligence, I can tell you, for example, who is the most likely MP for Njoro. I can tell you by tomorrow, if you call me. Yeah.
Excellency, we need to wind up this conversation. Time is really running out. Perhaps your closing comments.
Yeah, well, wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. As we think of this Christmas season, of course, we slaughter a lot of chicken, a lot of goats, maybe a few cows here. I'm so happy. A year ago, I took a position to say we were not sure what they're trying to do with vaccinations. I was playing basketball outside here. And they stopped it. They argued, they went along with it because we didn't want the DNA of our cows and goats to change. So may we enjoy every goat we can catch hold of in the next few days into the next year. And I want to tell you, 2026, in my view, is a critical year. It is a year because elections are a process. We cannot wait for 2027 to win or lose the next election. The next election in 2027 will be won or lost in 2026. But I have every confidence that the official, the united opposition will drive out dictatorship from Kenya in 2027. And that we will do in 2026 as we set up the mechanisms and everything else.
All right.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you very much.
Enjoy it yourself.
Asante sana. And Merry Christmas to you. Happy New Year 2026.
Thank you.
That has been Wiper Patriotic Front Party Leader Kalonzo Musyoka, of course, in this in-depth exclusive interview with NTV, speaking about a myriad of issues, including the road to Singapore, which is not exhausted. Of course, we'll be seeking to break down even what he has said and even fact check everything that he has said in this particular interview. Keep it NTV and all across our social platforms to ensure that we give you what is factual from the interview. Of course, that will be done by our teams in the course of the week. As from the next few minutes, of course, be sure to follow all our social platforms. My name is
Sikiza hiyo mambo. Jiru.
Nafikiria imeisha. Sasa si wikana naye sasa. Si imeisha.
Imeisha. Unaona vile PK anakuambia. I once said we do not castrate the only bull in the shed until we find a replacement. The bull has come of age.
No bwana. Mimi hata nimeshtuka bwana.
Alafu ani unajua darling wake ni Matiang'i anasema what games are you people playing?
No. I want to tell you, Matiang'i gets a moment in the TV. He is not able to come out. I don't know, like, I think Matiang'i has some, I have to say it, yes, but kuna vile like, Matiang'i akifika kwa TV ni kama anasahau vitu.
Wacha tuachane na Matiang'i for now. Juu Matiang'i ni wetu bado. Because we want a combination of an indomitable force. Okay.
Aya, hebu sasa ongea story ya Kalonzo sasa nisikie sasa. Because he has rated me. I was not expecting that. Ama ni vile wana improve with the time. Hata Matiang'i ataongea tushtuke.
No, I'm gonna improve in time. Kwanza, Jiru, let's accept a fact that Kalonzo is a seasoned fighter and a politician and a fighter in the opposition. That we should give it to him. He is a fighter in the opposition for quite some time. And he's been working along with the other bullfighter called Raila Amolo Odinga. So the fact that yeye si wa kushout didn't mean he was not a general in that army. You know, he is and he has. It is the same thing that you will find in Martha. Kenyans, we have fighters. Remember, if we had proper elections, nobody like Ruto would be president of this country. So you should not forget, juu ya hizo marigging ati sasa unadimin Raila Raila amekuja kuingia hizo ingine juu of course amewezwa miaka ikaisha nini na nini, and he did what he did because he was in his sunset days. So we excuse him, unfortunately. All right. this man, even as of now, is the senior most. So what game doesn't he know? And if he has made a resolve. Well, nakwambia hii election itawiniwa 2026. That they will do whatever they can to chase away the dictator. Listen to the language, bro. Listen to that language. Listen to that language.
Ni kama umekula glucose bana. Unaongea yani ni kama yani jamaa yako amecheza kama yeye leo. Yani
si unajua coach, ukiona mtu anacheza game vile unatakaga, ana score kuscore. How do you feel? You feel nice. Unaona? Hata ukiangalia huko, ngoja utaona kesho vile watu watacomment juu ya hiyo nini. It is on fire Kenya asubuhi ikiamka. Utaona na watu wa Ruto nao watakuja with arms, with guns and everything blazing. But and then umesikia Nation TV wanasema they are now going to analyze one by one to give facts. I don't know what will not be factual. Hiyo ndio, by the way, thanks to NTV, this thing is actually very well designed, because now watarudi wa analyze facts. You can imagine what facts will do. It's confirmation of what Kalonzo has said, bit by bit, like the way we've been stopping to analyze. Itakuwa bit by bit, bit by bit. Conclusion itakuwa dictator has to be driven out of town. Hakuna kitu haja correct hapo. I don't know what else you can ask.
People should now the first session iko na 5.1k. By kesho I know it will reach 100. Tutafollow. But it lazima iko na 5.1 views sahi.
Ana nauliza kama Matiang'i tunamcoach. Matiang'i lazima akue kwa hii mix. Because we have three
wote wakue ridho. We want them to be dangerous.
We have three people can explain. Yes. We have three people that we want watoe hii nyang'au kwa boma. Matiang'i, Karua and Kalonzo.
And by the way, Stony PK,
yes,
after kuona vile Kalonzo ameongea leo, in fact there is hope. There is hope, by the way. Tusitupe matumaini. Unajua historia, I think ni concept ya Kasongo kutu demoralize. Oh, hii upinzani hakuna, sijui nini, au hakuna pahali wanaenda, sijui. Ndio umeona hiyo narrative ilikuwa imeanza kushika moto.
Ilikuwa imeshika mpaka watu wa press, every interview wanasema ati United Opposition is confused, doesn't have an agenda. Alafu umenotice Kalonzo amesema we will do every other thing, na akasema I don't have to tell you everything that we are going to do. Sasa hiyo ndio inakuja ile zile njia mbadala zile tulikuwa tunaongea hapa. Okay? Unaona? So na akasema takataka yote imetolewa kwa hizi by election. So they know all the rat. You think they will just sit and wait to be election ikuwe stolen hivyo? I don't think so.
I think also maybe with your experience amekuwa nayo na Raila Odinga, I think Kalonzo also knows a lot right now, because when you umesema hiyo the one experience, and I believe now Kalonzo can also be able to bring so many actors in this thing. I don't think at the campaign ya Kalonzo itakuwa ndogo. Kalonzo he knows what he needs to do, how to pull even international resources in this thing, and I think some people will start even identifying with him as early as now. Kuna vile nimeanzia kuona, I think Kalonzo has himself in the cross path of politics now. He is the next Diotamite.
Ngoja nikwambie ingine hiyo unaona hii tunauliza na hii nguvu imetoka wapi? Kuna mahali nguvu imetoka bro.
Na hiyo bro unatumia hiyo ni ile bro ukweli ama hiyo ni ile bro generic?
Hii huwezi kuisikia, hii si generic. Ukisikia hiyo nikitoa hiyo inakuanga ni genuine. Kuna mahali sindano imetoka, booster.
Multivitamin. Jamaa amekuwa multivitamin.
Na multivitamin mahali imetoka, ameambiwa mwaga.
Na hiyo dose aendelea kila asubuhi anagongwa ili manini matabaini zinagonga hivyo kabisa. Jamaa anarusha kama zile tabaini za Elon Musk bana.
Amemwaga kuachilia bana, ameachilia. Wewe saa hiyo ni vile ulikuwa job. Saa hiyo nilitaka uisikize live. Nilikuwa hata nataka kutumia link. Juu mimi kuna vile ninazisikizanga live. Maze usikii nilisimama mpaka nika call off. for 2 hours. I called off. Nilisema ninaumwa na tumbo.
You couldn't believe?
I couldn't believe. Juu nilikuwa nasikiza na nini, nikaona hapana, I want to be somewhere mahali nitacheka ama ni clap ama ni shout. I went into the conference room.
I know you always have a soft spot for Kalonzo. So ukiona vitu za Kalonzo zinaenda vizuri, I know you feel elated.
Of course, we have a serious nini. 2013 nilisimama na chama yake, by the way. Okay. And we are actually direct personal sana kabisa ile
mbaya. And I think now you are almost convinced. Anajua utasimama na chama yake hii raundi sasa. Inakaa.
Tutajua.
No, hiyo ni shajua wewe ni mtu wa front, patriotic front. Nyinyi mnasikia Stone PK anasimama na patriotic storm nini, patriotic front.
Usianze kunini, don't put the cat before the nini. Wacha tuangalie vile inaenda, because what we are doing,
unataka kusema inaweza kuwa ni glucose ya siku moja aliwekewa kwa mkono akalamba.
Tunauza character kwanza, unauza Stone PK kwanza kabisa, akubalike wherever he goes.
Wewe ushakubalika bana, nini tunauza bana. Si unasimama Kiambere? Kiambere utashi. Stone PK, you are what is Kiambere?
It's Kiambere.
So si Kiambere ni hapo alikuwa hata nani amesema alitoa pipe ya mfereji hapo.
Hapo alitoa maji, si alitoa maji kwa hiyo
dam. I know that pipe. I have been there and I know a very huge pipe.
Yeah.
It is one of the legacy project in arid areas in Kenya.
It's a life turning project. Hiyo.
Na mbona Ruto hawezi taja vitu kama hizo?
Hawezi. Unajua, by the way, there were 2 phases. Phase 1 ilikuwa ya kwenda huko Ikulu Mwingi, na phase 2 ilikuwa ya kurudi upande mpaka Embu Town. Unaona?
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, sasa phase 2 ikakuja ikakulwa na hawa Jubilee. Hawa Ruto. They ate that money. Na Kalonzo alikuwa ameenda akanegotiate hiyo loan huko Netherlands. Okay? Sasa phase 2, lakini sasa haistakangi kumwaccuse because phase 1 was ingekuwa ndio pande hii ya juu na phase 2 kambani. Lakini of course you being there, you start with that because the need was so bad in Mwingi. Mwingi ilikuwa ina maji bwana. Nowhere.
You know, Stone PK, interviews are consequential. And when we are always saying that interviews are consequential, now I think hata akina Ligiji wakiangalia interview, I think they can be able now to see somebody who can actually, because ukiangalia like when Kalonzo Musyoka is speaking, kuna like he is a bit balanced. Kuna vile like some of the baggages ziko na wengine uzioni.
Very good analysis. Umeona hiyo, that demeanor there, it is imposing, it is superposing. Yani imesimama ni kama, it's like the way you see a lion standing out there, it is so distinct. Ama elephant, huwezi confuse. That is how he has come out, by the way. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
I hope if he gets another interview because I know hata watu wa Citizen wakiona hivyo, because when you start bending yourself and you start getting authority, I know even a more bigger media house, I know Citizen will be looking for him, and because Citizen has a bigger crown, I hope when you go to Citizen, because also one of the reasons which makes hata saa zingine candidate ashindwe na kuongea ni yule mtu anamuinterview. I think even this guy was a bit alikuwa anampea time anaongea. Wengine unajua anakuja kwa disrupt. I also like, I think this interviewer, this guy, nimependa approach yake.
He was very well prepared. He did it so well. Alikuja, his approach was giving the candidate time. Time and atoe content.
Yeah. So Helen Troy anatuambia yeye hawezi agree na sisi. He is saying,
okay. Can you tell him to write there? He's weak. What does weak mean? Give us his weakness. Helen, give us 3 weaknesses as we discussed. Just list 3 weaknesses.
I think Kalonzo ask, ile kitu pia tunataka ni also somebody who can also be able to bring, na nimesikia hata Kalonzo akielezea vizuri sana. Ameelezea being able to bring the synergy, all the other opposition actors together. Umesikia atakiita Omtata
Yes.
na huyu jamaa mwingine former CJ. He has like asked
yes.
for that additional energy to try to bring them together. I don't want to, you know, Stony PK ni vibaya kusema hii, but I don't want to go to that level. I don't want to verify our other candidate, but I want to tell you, I have listened to them. I don't think there is any other opposition candidate who could have done such an interview which I've seen today. I have not seen such an interview. This one was international. Uni kama ni candidate wa Republican ba.
Kwa nini si wa Democrat? Unajipenda sana. Ati Republican.
This is like our Republican candidate bana.
Nilijua utapeleka huko. Heleno, tupatie weakness at least 3 za Kalonzo.
Yeah. You know, and that's what I'm trying to say. When these people, they get an opportunity. Next time when Matiang'i gets an opportunity in the TV, we need to see him aligning issues. When Madakarua gets an opportunity in the TV, we need to see them talking and convincing people and showing their character and what they can do. And for the first time, Leo, nimeshanga, Kalonzo Musyoka is not beating around the bush. For the first time, I don't know kama Stony PK umerealize hiyo. He was able, like, now he is not trying to go around the point.
And it's so,
it was
so natural.
And that's how, like, I'm double sure even William Ruto operators, they must be having a very rough night tonight. If they watch what Kalonzo did, because I can tell you, out of the speeches, zile nimeona na Kalonzo Musyoka, this one is the best. I hope he can now be able to customize this one, na package. So maybe Stony PK, I can ask you, based on what he has done in the TV, can you package it for vehicle campaign? Because unajua kuna vile ameongea, you need now to package this for the vehicle campaign. Whatever he has just said, you can package this. Unajua tunasemanga hata kitabu kuna long hand na short hand. Whatever Kalonzo has done here, he can do a short hand of it. Na hiyo inakuwa ndio speech ya magari. Exactly what he said, even with this demeanor vile amefanya hapa. He can package this na akuwe na kitu ingine ya magari. So can you try to tell me out of this? Can you give me points za kuongea kwa magari, huko kwa streets? Because unajua kwa street unaanga 30 minutes ya kuongea. Kwa streets within 10 minutes, within the first 2 minutes, the information has to be home. So can you package me interview yote, hebu ipeleke kwa gari, hebu ipeleke pale Seikuru hapo kwa stage hapo. Ametokezea pale Mwevo Harambee wa Kenya. So can you package for me this speech into package for me? Sasa Helen ameanzia kufuatilia story ya Ruto tena ate. Look at his track record for 40 years. When did Kalonzo ever leave an imprint? He has already explained it. I think, Ellen, we should also be fair. He has explained his record, and I think we should also learn to trust people.
Let Ellen go and replay that.
Amerezea even the way they did project with the Kibaki, some of the legacy projects which they did, hiyo project ya Mwingi, he has explained. I think we need to listen to that. So I think that one we will not handle.
No, if she should listen to his nini ama hii, I don't know whether it's a hii.
Oh, Jenny anasema ati hata Maina Wanjigi alikuwa akiongea mahali. I think speech ya Maina Jenga niliweka jana, unless kama ameongea leo.
Not Njenga, Wanjigi.
Oh, Maina Wanjigi anasema aliongea leo, so ile walikuwa wanafungua kanisa pale. It takes more than being diplomatic to be an effective president. Ellen, not all the case. You also need to be diplomatic to be effective. That statement is not very balanced.
And what no, she's anaongea juu ya nani ya Lee Kuan Yew. Lee Kuan Yew, yes. Lee Kuan Yew was tough, nini. But what Kalonzo has talked about here, unplugging the rot, dealing with corruption. What other language do you want him to use? If he's not the type that talks banging the table, but his words are like, he will address that. He will bring the constitutional order in place. What else do you need? Unajua kuna watu wanaongeanga wakipiga makofi, kuna watu wanaongeanga wakipiga meza, kuna watu wanaongeanga visoft, but they are still killing the rot. Okay? So and we would not expect Kalonzo to talk like X or like Y. All right? But if somebody, however soft you are, you come and you put the law to take its course, you don't need to shout. You don't need to shout to tell somebody is going to be hanged for what he has stolen. Remember, he said immediately they come, it takes over. Those people who have hidden money in wherever Dubai nini itarudi mara moja. Alisema in 3 months you'll be given. Inaitangwa monorot, remind me Njiro, monoritarium or something like that. Yeah. What else do you need? You have give order and all that. You don't have to use a bullet to make sure people do things. So for me, you can have a Lee Kuan Yew that is soft. Matiang'i is soft. He's not like Lee Kuan Yew, but he's assertive as well. And by the way, he has always been my number 2 to Martha Karua. Okay, me my number 1, only that it might change. The one that I believed and the one that has always used my language, the one who said that Ruto should have gone yesterday. Okay, and it's Martha Karua. The one who said that people should go to committee has been Martha Karua, outright, in every interview she goes. All right. Now Kalonzo has joined the bandwagon. All right. Diplomacy, in fact, who is more diplomatic here? Matiang'i is the one who has been very diplomatic. Okay. He likes always making reference that, oh no, I was in government and we've been doing this, we've been doing that. Yeah. He keeps on trying to protect government, system and all that. If anything, he is more of a diplomacy than Kalonzo. You see, Kalonzo with Waitito Sonko, Avinya and other looters, how can he deal with corruption when that circle? He will be forced to deal with it because of the people that will be there in his government. The Matiang'is, the Karuas and the rest. Yeah. Olewao, all these people, the Wavinyas and the rest, those ukipatikana, Kalonzo is the type who will leave you to go and hang. Why do you think they differed with the Nani? Huyu anaitwa nani? Kabaluku. Why do you think they differed? It's because somebody says, now you go and hang, you're dead. Okay? Matiang'i is a strategist. Okay. We agree. Strategist, yes. So we need him in the team. By the way, you don't have to be president to do that. You only need to be in the right team with the right leader to guide you. Jenny Taylor, I feel like Matiang'i is a very good government obedient worker, not a president. In my opinion, he can be a very good attorney general. Why not? But he did it. Did he study law? Matiang'i is a strategist. You see Kalonzo with Waitito. Look at his track record after. Oh, okay.
Nimeona hiyo speech ya Wanjigi, wacha niwaekee waridhike.
Okay, weka, excuse me, sorry.
Sorry, wacha niweke. Nile alikuwa anafungua kanisa jana. Although I think nilicheza, but let him speak again. It doesn't hurt to.
Machine learning is advancing, but businesses wonder if some machines can keep up.
Let's welcome our new co-worker.
So aongee, alafu Sifuna aongee, then we analyze, we correct a day. So Stony PK, you can wait. In 30 minutes I will close.
Good afternoon.
Sasa niko tu, mimi sina shida.
Mugere kile kaniro kiu na mugere kile kaniro na pia buku hau na baro.
This has been an amazing ceremony. Dear Ma, I have never gone to a consecration of a cathedral ever in my life. I don't know who else here has. I am so elated. I hope you're feeling the same way I'm feeling. Toto, I feel spiritually so elated Please give yourselves a clap, Mount Kenya Diocese. You deserve it. You have done God and all of us a wonderful thing today. I am very honored that in 2024, in fact, I think it was 2020, no, not 2024, 2022, the bishop here visited my father's home in Karen, which is part of this diocese. In fact, our diocese leader, Oliver, is he Oliver? Where is Oliver? Is here. There he is. There he is. The vicar is there. Give him a big clap. That is a good man. And he asked my father to ask me to be the patron of this grand cathedral. I did not even hesitate. You know, an order from a father is an order. I did not hesitate because I felt very honored. So Bishop, asante sana, asante sana, asante sana. I can tell you that the journey, I at one point was really wondering whether we are going to get there. What began at 100 and something million became 200 million, became sijui nini. But look at the work of this diocese. I want to say, please give yourselves a clap again. Now, it was first built, I'm a believer of something called neurology, the science of neurology. This church was built in 1917. In 1917, if you count the years to 2025, with this new cathedral, it is 108 years. 108. In numerology, the numbers go from 1 to 9, 9 being the highest. So 1 plus 8 is 9. 9 is the attainment of completion, of wisdom. It is the highest order in spirituality. And I want to say there's nothing like coincidence. The bishop here said he's 63 years old. What is 6 plus 3? 6 plus 3? Your patron here is also 63 years old. What is 6 plus 3? 6 plus 3? Now, 108, 9. Bishop, 9. Your patron, 9. When you have 3, what is that called in the church? What is that called in the church? We are going a long way. This is the beginning of something grand and new you're going to see in the near future. Give yourselves a clap. Bishop, I want to say you are a man who says and he does. Kuganake. Kuganake. And Bishop, now that we are going to the festive season, sitaki kuharibu this lovely ceremony with too much siasa. Lakini I must say something. That's one thing. Just one. There are people who are going around this country talking all sorts of things. I want to ask my president, because he's our president, and he did a very good job. Let's give him a clap. He contributed a lot of money for this cathedral. He has started an agenda which is very good. He has brought what is called agenda politics. Agenda politics. Yani, the politics of the issues of each and every one of us. Na anasema, in the future, tutaona first world. Si ndio? And those are good dreams. In the future, tutaona Singapore. Very good dreams. The other day, alisema, kuna wengine hata barabara zao kwa kwenda nyumbani Angalia kwa internet 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Today when I was coming here, when I was Googling all these numbers, Nika Google the promises, and Deputy Governor, you know you are part of that government. Nika Google the promises ya Kenya Kwanza government in 2022. There are 259. Now, if you Google, you'll find a site called Mzalendo Tracker. 259. Of those promises, only 19 have been done. Wanasema that is an equivalent of 7%. Mmeshika hiyo? Now, Governor, Deputy Governor, kwa sababu wewe hiyo ni serikali yenu. You have 598 days left to the general election of 2027. Before you start telling us mambo ya Singapore na sijui first world, simuanushe hii kitu from 7% even to 20%, then you start telling us about another future. Mukamilishe kazi. How can you be at 7% with 600 or so days left? That is a shame. That is a shame. Let us deal with reality. This time, Kenyans are not going to joke. Na watacheza na mtu hapa. We want deliverables. We don't want ndomo. And we want deliverables to each and every one of us, like our bishop has shown us here. Give him a big clap. On that note, because I'm in a very good mood and I want us all in a good mood, I want to wish you all a great Merry Christmas and a wonderful Happy New Year. Asanteni sana. God bless you all.
Tunakushukuru sana. I now request the chairman of Rated to come and move the vote of thanks within 2 minutes. And we are coming to the conclusion of the service now. The one praying for lunch, you must be a little bit lady, but I can't see her.
Christmas Eve from the heart of Midtown Manhattan, the Hammerstein Ballroom, AEW's tradition.
Nitakuwa na mambo mawili tu. Jambo la kwanza, kama katibu mkuu wa chama cha ODM, kuna watu wanasema chama imeuzwa. Mimi nataka kuwaambia, kama ni wewe umedanganywa ati umeuziwa chama, ujue umegongwa. Ujue umegongwa. Kuuza chama ya ODM ni kama
Stone PK, are you there? Stone?
Yeah, niko.
Umesikia hapo ati kama umeuziwa chama ya ODM ujue umegongwa.
Umegongwa
So what does Sifuna mean? And you know kidogo, Kalonzo is a close ally of Raila Odinga.
Yes.
Sifuna, we can see he was a close ally of Raila Odinga because of the fact that even before his death, he even allowed him to be a CJ and you know his relationship. So it looks like things are aligning. Can you tell me, what do you think?
Yeah, si wale walikuwa wanasema nini, wamenunua ODM akina Ruto, si ndio wanaambiwa if they are nursing those dreams, they are wazizike, they go bury their dreams. Kuna mahali wananunua ODM. Kama watanunua ODM wameuziwa akina Mbandi.
Naye Kalonzo akasema the same day ati hao watu waliambiwa ati wachukue kazi or they be jailed.
Yeah, they be jailed because files zao zingevurutwa na DCI. Which means they are very corrupt, all of them, including Nani, including Nani, huyu Muluya anaitwa nani? Huyu alikuwa governor.
Na mbona Stone PK utafuta uambiwe Stone PK kama uchukui kazi tunakufunga? Mbona watafuti watu kama wewe?
Una kitu bwana. Mimi sijawahi kuwa niibe uko governor or something. You know all these guys, I always tell you they are thieves. What hao magavana wote wako na issues to death. Since devolution, Njiru, the money that has been devolved to the counties, bwana, kama ingefanya kazi, you would be seeing something different. Ungeona hizo classes za matope ulikuwa unaona huko mbele North na Garissa na wapi na huko Mogotio. That where has that money been going? That huge money. Anyway, endelea.
Kuuza Uhuru Park. Kuna watu wanasema chama imeuzwa. Mimi nataka kuwaambia kama ni wewe umedanganywa ati umeuziwa chama, ujue umegongwa. Ujue umegongwa. Kuuza chama ya ODM ni kama kuuza Uhuru Park. Shamba ya wananchi, hawezi kuuza mali ya wananchi. Chama cha ODM ni chama cha wananchi. Nyinyi ndio wenye kuamua. Wakati ambapo mnataka chama kiende left, mnasema left. Mkitaka right, mnaenda right. Viongozi wako hapa wengi. Kama katibu wenu na deputy party leader yuko hapa, ule mtu ambaye inasemekana ameuziwa ODM, ujue umegongwa. Kama kuna watu wamekula deposit yako, utawauliza wao. Sisi hatujui hiyo maneno. Jambo la mwisho, tunaambiwa hii Kenya inaenda kukua kama Singapore. Umesikia maneno ya Singapore nyinyi? Mmesikia mambo ya Singapore nyinyi? Lakini yule ambaye anatuambia mambo ya Singapore, yeye mwenyewe anakejeli viongozi wengine akiwaambia ati wamekuwa kwa uongozi miaka 40 na hawajajenga barabara ya kwenda kwao. Mimi nataka nimwambie Mheshimiwa William Ruto, uongozi ambao tunataka Kenya hii si uongozi ambao wewe ukiingia kwa mamlaka unajifikiria wewe mwenyewe na watu wa kwenu peke yake. Wanasema hauwezi kuanza wewe kama kiongozi unawe mkono ukule, wananchi wanakuangalia wakiwa na njaa. Kiongozi mzuri anakula mwisho, si ndio? Baada ya wananchi wake ambao anaongoza, wao wamekula tayari, wewe unakuwa wa mwisho kukula. Kama hiyo ndio akili ambayo unatuambia inaenda Singapore, hakuna Singapore mtafika nyinyi watu. Hakuna kiongozi anaweza tufikisha Singapore iwapo anafikiria mamlaka ni nafasi ya kujijenga yeye mwenyewe na watu wa kwao. Hatukatai. Wanasema charity begins at home, lakini mali ya umma is not available for charity. Charity ni pesa yako wewe mwenyewe. Ukitaka kujenga kwenu utumie pesa yako. Lakini mali ya umma itumiwe kunufaisha ama kunadhifisha nchi nzima, bali kujali ni mahali bagani ambapo unatoka. Kwa hivyo kwa hayo
kienda kwa chama cha ODM vile mheshimiwa SG amesema. And I want to make it very
don't want to go that. So sasa nikuulize huyu Sifuna, how do we tap him? Because it seems he can gravitate to our side. Ama acheze huko anachezea because huyu Sifuna, because I don't, and maybe to ask you, what is the percentage of ODM which listens to Sifuna, and do you think because Sifuna ni kama anaongea one time, how can we tap him? How can Kalonzo Musyoka have him on his side? Maybe because he can gravitate there. So ebu niambie, like, how do we handle Sifuna? Because it seems to be like, go ahead. He has been very consistent in kugonga Ruto, even from the press conference na nini.
Ala, Njiru, it is in everybody's yard that Sifuna is on one-term side. That is no doubt. You cannot doubt that. It's all over. I mean, it's not even hidden. It's not even in parables. It is outright that is on one-term side. Number two, where he's playing from. You ask how many are listening to him. He has the bigger ODM, for your information. And when I talk about the bigger ODM, I'm talking about use the term younger, liberal, and upright thinkers in ODM are in his camp. Okay? Forget about the fanatics. No, not fanatics, the Tumbocrats. The Tumbocrats, then Bandis. What following do you think Bandi has? Wandai and all that. All what they have is the mic and the job that they have. Okay, what has the common mwananchi got to do with Mbadi's job? Ngoja, kitaeleweka. Acha tuende hivyo tu. If the smallest that will happen is that there will be a split of not 50-50. Hapana. It will be 70-30, 60-40, something like that. And Sifuna will be with the liberal, the reasonable, and the good thinkers. So that me, I have no doubt. Hata ningetaka tu acheze huko juu yeye ndiye ataleta hiyo chunk ingine from ODM. Look at the confidence Kalonzo has. Alipokuwa anaambiwa na journalist that, oh, you know, ODM is in broad base. Alisema, what? Who said that? That confidence tells you something. And these guys, remember, Kalonzo amekwambia aje? Ati walikuwa wanaongea na baba every week walikuwa wanaongea mara moja ama mara mbili, sijui mara moja. What were they talking? And who tells you they are not talking with the huyu akina Sifuna? Nimekwambia hiyo injection umeona na huyu Kalonzo, all of a sudden hiyo energy imetoka wapi? Hiyo werugari, hiyo joto imetoka wapi? Iko mambo na kitaumana. Utaona mtu akitoroka aanze kuenda huko Dubai ama Japan, aende akaishi huko kama refugee. Joto itazidi. Ati, oh, Roba alleged Sifuna will be out of ODM this week. You see, Sifuna is the Secretary General of ODM. I do not expect him to, you know, he has to make very calculated move. And it would be too early even for him to jump out of ODM. Because we want him to really move out with a lot of roots. Okay, if he's moving out. Or if possible, he wrecks the ship from within and ensure he's steering it towards the salvation of this country. That is what now will be the best to help the legacy of ODM, which is Baba's legacy. Back to you.
Yeah, so kwa hivyo in other words, we can say that we have enough foot soldiers in united opposition. So ni vile sasa tuombe sasa this energy will come together. So let me ask you a question, Bwana Stone PK. Tukikaa sana maybe without approaching these people, do you think in the next like 6 months, uko June next year, do you think although sioni Sifuna he can be approached, but do you think Ruto can approach Sifuna na ampe pesa aende pande yake, or that is conviction? It is
you know, out of these politicians, they are, for me, I always initially look at the character of these people and the way they've been talking. I jump ahead across and try to see the level of corruptibility. Now, I know it is alleged that there are a few things that, you know, a few skeletons most of these politicians have in their crotchets, including Sifuna. So that makes me I can't vouch for him 100% that he cannot be bought, because remember, Ruto has facilitated himself with a lot of money, and that he is willing to buy people for whatever price they may want to call. And it is my belief that some of these astronomers figures can be very, very tempting. But again, now I try to imagine, what would Sifuna be? How would he change the narrative? You know, there are people you can see, Akina Wandai, they were wobbling, Akina Mbadi, all along, you could see how they are wavering, even including Nani, by the way, including Oparanya. Oparanya was not a stable opposition figure, because even all that time there were rumors that he he was being approached and he would warm up for Ruto and all that kind of a thing. So even when I heard he's moving, and I tend to think, no wonder Baba was very quick to pick some of those people, because he knew, I think, those people who had swallowed lolo, wale walikuwa wamelamba lolo, ama wale walikuwa rais kulambishwa lolo. But I'm trying to think and feel like and figure out how would Sifuna behave for him to defect and start now talking for Ruto government. I'm trying to look from his language. I try to turn the coin to the other side. Vile anaweza change sasa ikuwe ni inabonga juu ya Ruto na UDA. With all what he has been talking about, then that will be one of the worst moments in my life and one of the worst moments in politically, because I cannot imagine Sifuna turning to start praising Ruto. Sijui, I don't know. Sijui, najaribu kufiga hiyo language. Inakosa. Having gone through all the platforms, articulating, even in front of Baba. So what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say I'm seeing chances of Ruto being lured into Ruto camp are not, I can't say 100% impossible, but I give some doubt. Very little doubt compared to what I feel like guarantee. I would say 90 to something, maybe 10% he can be lured, but I think he's a strong guy who is so determined. Having even denounced in front of Raila, Ruto in front of Raila, I don't know how he can move to the other side. I know somebody will tell me, oh, Joho was, I see even Bayose will say just like Joho. For me, Joho, I would not have seen a swear on his behalf because he had too much skeleton in his crotchet. What he deals with, the kind of business they do. Those are the Mudendes type, and when things, because there is at one time you can remember Joho even went silent for quite some time after alishikwa Makei, alishikwa Ukenyo, tunaitanga Ukenyo, alishikwa Ukenyo mpaka akajidai alikuwa mgonjwa, sijui ameenda Dubai nini na nini, aliambiwa wewe sasa ukicheza tutakulipua. So but I don't think Sifuna would. Now, Sifuna and Babu Owino are real men. Babu Owino niko na doubts na yeye, unfortunately. I stand to be whatever. Niko na doubt na yeye. Babu Owino can easily be bought, just from his demeanor and all that. In my own opinion. I don't see that kind of resilience ama resistance akiwa ameshikwa sana.
Hata Sheima Hussein anasema ati hata Wanga na Junet, they have changed their trajectory of discussion today in Kakamega. So let me ask you a question regarding to this, because ni kama ODM wanaongea in turn, kila mtu anaongea yake. So let me ask you, is it like, could it be like a political concept of trying to coexist with Ruto? Then ikifika 2027 wamuteme, or Ruto has already embedded himself in ODM. Ama ni vile ODM itakuwa matambara. So is it a threat? Is it a threat to the ODM party itself on all these things which are happening, or it is a new, because like Ayaga here yesterday was saying, they need power, and the only way to get power is through William Ruto. Sijui kama ulisikia Ayaga jana Stony PK akiongea hapa, we need power.
That's why I left, because the way discussion was, I don't go discussing that. That is 1940s.
Sasa ungeniambia hata mimi nitoke niende. Sasa unaniacha pekee.
No, it was not fair for me to tell you to go. Niliacha you entertain, because siwezi jiingia kwa that kind of discussion.
Atuliniacha ni entertain.
I was entertained, of course. I'm beyond that kind of. Anybody who comes here taking, politics is about power, about that. For me, that is a lot of nonsense. Yeah. Oh, it's about capturing power and all. Hiyo ni mambo ya zamani sana.
Unajua, we were entertained for 4 hours.
Nilikuacha, nilijua na nikazima, hata sikutaka kusikiza. I want to do my other things. I want to do my other things. I did better. I want to do other better things. Because you see, for Kenya, you don't come with those theories. Oh, ODM does this. Because what benefit has ODM brought to Kenya today? Other than Raila himself as a person for having, fought for this consistently. They have screwed everything by going to ratifying those Akina Nadiko, they are the ones who have empowered Ruto. Yeah, you could do things for 100 years and then you kill everything you've done in one day. One day you spoil everything, and that's what Dani had done. Yeah. So I mean, I don't want to go there, but for me, it's not about for this country. It's not about which party is what and all that. Right now, the big problem we have is that it is at the country is at the verge of collapsing. So when some people go discussing, they are even discussing merits za Ruto. Kwanza, for me, anybody who begins by talking about Ruto being at okay, atariga anaweza shinda, but doesn't mean it's good. He's still the killer that we know. So anybody discussing, trying to cleanse him and cleanse his government, saying, oh, how he's going to win, how he's going to win in the opposition and all this kind of a thing, and because opposition is not organized and the way Ruto and his people are organized for Mbere and Malaba and all that. Sasa unataka nikae nikiongea na watu kama hao bana. Jiro. Now, unasema Shema anasema Wanga and Junet have changed the tune today. Sikuwasikiza. I don't know what they. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's listen. Let's listen in.
Direct eye contact. Confident.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Osotsi, abandu balu Makanda, abandu balu Gari, Mulembe Mosi, Mulembe Handi, Mulembe Swa. Asante sana. Mimi ni Gladys Wanga. Mimi ndio mwenyekiti wa kitaifa wa chama cha ODM. Chama kikubwa zaidi South of Sahara and North of Limpopo. Na pia mimi ni governor wa county ya Homa Bay. Na leo tumekuja na viongozi wa chama cha ODM. Tumekuja kwa niaba ya chama kwa sababu baba yetu, mnajua Raila Amolo Odinga alikuwa kipenzi chenu hapa. Na alikuwa rafiki sana na Mheshimiwa Jirongo. Walikuwa wametoka mbali pamoja na wamepiga siasa pamoja mpaka wakati wa 2022 wakakuwa Azimio pamoja. Na mimi niko na uhakika leo baba angekuwa hai, angekuwa hapa pia kuomboleza. Na sisi kama jeshi yake ambaye ametuacha nyuma tukichunga chama, pia tulisema lazima tufike tuomboleze na watu wa Lugari na tuomboleze pamoja na kiongozi wetu pia hapa Mheshimiwa Nabii na Bwera ambaye ndiye mbunge wa hapa katika chama cha ODM. Na pia Mheshimiwa mama anayetoshea ndani ya skirt, Mheshimiwa Women Rep, Mheshimiwa Elsie Muhanda. Na vile mumeambiwa na Deputy Party Leader na hata Mheshimiwa Junet, tumekuja pia na salamu ya Party Leader wetu. Na Party Leader wetu ni Dr. Oburu Oginga. Meona hata ile mboga tumekuja nayo, yeye pia ametutuma na mboga tulete hapa. Mmeshukuru? Mmepokea salamu? Na pia party leader mwenyewe atarudi, atakuja yeye mwenyewe awatembelee. Na mimi pia kama governor wa Homa Bay, nikija hapa Kakamega, nimezungumza na counterpart yangu ya hapa Kakamega, anaitwa Mheshimiwa Governor Fernandes Barasa. Pia amenituma nilete salamu yake. Sijui kama mumepokea. Asante sana. Asante sana. Sasa huyu jamaa Mheshimiwa Jirongo ambaye tumekuja hapa kumwomboleza si mtu wa kawaida na si mtu hivi hivi. Yeye amekuwa ni kigogo kwa siasa ya Kenya nzima na amekuwa ni kiongozi wa kitaifa kando ya kuwa kiongozi wa jamii ya Waluya. Yeye ni kiongozi msema kweli. Mkikumbuka juzi akiwa na matanga pale ya mtoto wake, si kama wanaume wengine wanajificha ficha hivi na hivi. Yeye alileta kila mtu mbele, akasema huyu ni yangu, hii ni yangu, hii ni yangu, hii ni yangu, na msililaumu, macho ndio imekuwa kubwa. Hiyo ndio alama ya mwanamume kamili. Sasa kesho kutwa hautaona watu wanajitokeza ati mimi pia nilikuwa, kwa sababu yeye mwenyewe aliwatambua. Na huyo kumbe ni mwanaume Mluya kamili. Anatambua jamii yake kila mahali ambako wako. Sasa mimi nikienda kumalizia, sisi kama chama cha ODM, kuna watu wengi ambao wamesema wakitazamia ya kwamba ati vile baba yetu Raila Amolo Odinga ametuacha, ati sasa chama itafifia, chama itarudi chini, chama itakufa, chama itaisha. Lakini mimi vile nimewaona hapa Lugari, nimejua kwamba kweli chama cha ODM, chama cha baba, kiko hai na kiko kinapanda nguvu na kinaendelea kuwa na nguvu zaidi. Na kumbe baba alijua chama si viongozi wa juu. Chama ni viongozi wa grassroots. Chama ni viongozi wa chini. Chama ni kiongozi ya polling station. Chama ni kiongozi ya branch. Chama ni kiongozi ya county. Chama ni MCA. Chama ni mbunge. Chama ndio hawa. Ndio inafanya chama iwe na nguvu. Na mimi nataka kuambia kama wanachama, msikufe roho na msilege, tukaze kamba, tujenge chama, tuunde chama, tuungane. Tuwe kitu kingapi? Kitu moja. Mimi kama chairperson wa chama nationally, nataka kuwaomba tuungane kama chama. Wanachama wote ni wanachama wa Raila. Tusikue na ubaguzi, tusiweke watu wengine kando na wengine kando, tuweke watu wote wawe nini? Pamoja. Kitu kingapi? Kitu kimoja. Na mambo yoyote ambayo iko, hakuna jambo ambayo haiwezi kutatuliwa. Wazee wakikaa pamoja na kina mama, mambo yote itafanya nini? Itatatuliwa. Na sisi tuko ndani ya broad based government vile mmeambiwa. Na sisi tuliungana pale, tukasema baba alipiga sahihi pamoja na president. Kasema tukae pale ndani ya broad based. Kwa sababu vile watu wengine wanalipa ushuru, ndio vile watu wa Lugari pia wanafanya nini? Wanalipa. Na pia vile watu wa Kakamega ndio wanafanya nini? Wanalipa ushuru. Na lazima wapate maendeleo. Na mimi niko na furaha kwa sababu ukiangalia hapa Kakamega, utaona pale hospitali kwa sababu ya hii mambo ya broad based inaendelea. Ile stadium inaendelea. Ile airport inaendelea. hii barabara yetu hapa kutoka Tarbo ukienda Makutano mpaka huko Siakanda Sibendu inaendelea. Hiyo ni broad based ama si broad based? Tunaendelea na hiyo kwa sababu chairman ya broad based pia ako hapa. Hiyo ni ile uhusiano ambayo tuko nayo, ile ambayo tulipiga sahihi mpaka 2027. Lakini tukienda mbele, hii hatukupigia kura. Hii hatukufanya nini? Tukipigia kura. Lakini tuliingia hapo njia hapo kwa barabara. Tukapata hiyo maendeleo na tumepata kiti. Oparanya yako ndani ya kiti, ni waziri pale, na Joho na Wandai na Mbadi na school huko Turkana. Lakini sasa tukienda 2027 lazima watu wakae chini waongee. Sisi kama chama tujikaze, tujiunde, tukae ngumu, tukae kwa grassroots, tukuje kwa meza. Wale wengine wakuje kwa meza. Lazima tujue ni nini iko ndani ya hii. Si kwenda tu fua ati sisi tumekuja fua namna hii. Lazima tufunge hiyo ndio tujue Western kama ODM wako na nini ndani ya hiyo broad based. Waluya wako na nini? Western iko na nini? Tunaongea Western ya ODM iko na nini? Nyanza iko na nini? Coast iko na nini? Turkana iko na nini? Huko Kwale iko na nini? Hii Kenya yote iko na nini? Na tukishakuwa kwa meza tukubaliane, vile tutakubaliana ndio tutafunga safari ya kwenda wapi? Mbele. Kwa sababu Biblia inasema watu wawili hawawezi kutembea pamoja kama hawajasikizana, si ndio? Sasa tuko ndani ya broad based, lakini tunataka kuhakikishia wanachama tutaunda serikali ijayo mbele, lakini kama tumeshakubaliana vile tutaenda wapi? Asanteni sana. Mungu awabariki, Mungu awabariki na Mungu awalinde.
Bwana Stone PK, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Nimecheza hiyo video Courtesy of Shaima ambaye anatuambia ati ni kama Gladys Wanga amebadilisha stance kidogo. From what she is saying, what can you pick? Asio kuenda fua, unajua hata kwa Kiembu tunasemanga hiyo fua, teko yuko fua, tunaitanga fua. Imaru, tunasemanga kufuata imaru, si unajuanga imaru ile?
She was a bit calculated and careful with her speech. Looks like she was a bit, she was trending on some. She was doing some balancing act, I think. I could hear some comments out there, and whenever you find yourself as you talk, people are making shouts here and there. It tells you there is something. Although I could not figure out or tell out exactly why there were those kind of call out, but it explains something. The crowd was not quiet to listen to her. There's something they were commenting about, and at one time
David Yearman.
She almost got distracted, but I've not seen her talk in such a kind of very remorseful kind of style. Nikama, she was just being too careful, whatever she was saying. And she kept within, and like those other days when she's so abrasive and, emphasizing so much about being in 2020, being in broad-based. Today, she talks and says broad-based is up to, and she's she's defining that it is up to 2027. The other days, she doesn't kind of emphasize that a lot, So I don't know. Could it be like Lugari? What's the mood there? Could it be like because of Tawe movement, there is some threat. And then it's being based ya Lugari, ya nani, ya Jirongo, who was in Azimio. Yeah, it leaves a lot to be desired. A lot to be desired.
Okay, ni sawa Stone PK. Wacha niwekee raia. Unajua pia natakanga tukisikiliza pia vigogo wa siasa tunaweka raia. Let me put for you somebody from bunge la mwananchi and you judge. Stone PK, tulia kidogo, wacha niwekee.
Mada inasema ati Kenya inaweza kaa kama inaitwa Singapore. Kwani nyinyi kwani unajua Singapore ni nchi aina gani? Kama Kenya, mahali wewe uko wapi hapa sahi? Ni Kenya. Na unaota ikae kama Singapore. Yaani uko kwa ndoto ingine hata kuna. Mimi nasema tu kweli, kama wewe mwenyewe unauliza swali kama hiyo ni swali ya ujinga. Hiyo ni kitu ya ujinga, ananiuliza mimi napinga. Aende angalia system vile mtoto yake anasoma. Ni sasa angalia ule mtoto ako Singapore na mtoto wa Kenya. Wewe ni mtu mzima. Angalia maisha ya mtoto yako na ule mtoto wa mtu ako Singapore. Alafu chukua hizo vitu mbili ukompea na angalia maisha yako na ule maisha ya Mkenya anafanya kazi Singapore. Yaani Mkenya ameandikwa maid ya Singapore, anasikia vizuri kuliko daktari ya Kenya. Sikudanganyi. Sabas. Umesasikia ule wafanyakazi wameenda mgomo. Na
okay. You know, kama umesikia hiyo point Stone PK? Ati maid. Maid Singapore ako poa kuliko daktari Kenya.
Kuliko daktari Kenya. And it's something very valid. Yeah.
Unajua jamani anaweza kaa chizi lakini
No, I know him. Huyu ni anaitwa si kimbi, kuna jina yake ingine
Huyu ni mjukuu ama?
Ni mjukuu, ni mjukuu. Hapana. Huyu ni mjukuu.
Hebu kidogo aongee.
Maisha ya mtoto yako na ule mtoto wa mtu ako Singapore. Alafu chukua hizo vitu mbili ukompea na angalia maisha yako na ule maisha ya Mkenya anafanya kazi Singapore. Yaani Mkenya ameandikwa maid ya Singapore, anasikia vizuri kuliko daktari ya Kenya. Sikudanganyi. Sabas. Umesasikia ule wafanyakazi wameenda mgomo. Na hapa unasikia nini? Umejua huyo ni mtu anatoka Siaya anapiga kelele juu Kenya inaendelea wapi? Umejua yeye ako kwa Ruto, hata kama Ruto anaingia kwa shimo, yeye anaingia tu. Ajui kuangalia mbele na je, Ruto akishaingia kwa shimo mimi naingia wapi? Hadi waliingia huko, alienda huko nini? Ruben anamwambia watu hadi sasa hii ako na plan ya kuchange Kenya ikuwe kama Singapore. Ndugu yangu, kwanza ende uangalie hiyo Singapore iko kwa class gani? Tuko na first class, tuko na second class na tuko na third. Kenya tuko kwa third. Second to that, Kenya huwezi compare hata na South Africa peke yake. Hii South Africa iko kwa second class hii. Sababu gani? Hata saa hii Ruto mwenyewe akigonjeka anataka kuchange. Ruto mwenyewe akigonjeka atapelekwa South Africa ama Europe. Huyo ni chukwe swali aina gani hiyo? Hebu leteni wale watu wako na swali wote hapa ndani. Makaziriko kwa mama yako. Hebu niulize.
I think the member is out of order. The question is how Singapore reached there. So the first step, Kenya Kenya Ruto anasema tunaanza aje ndio tufike mahali Singapore iko.
Sawa.
So you cannot
na kujibu, acha tu kijibu.
Uwezi tuambia atiangalia mtoto wa Kenya na mtoto wa Singapore hizo class ni different, tunajua, but walifika aje hiyo class?
Sawa.
Hiyo ndio question.
Kitu namba moja vile walifika, walidua way na corruption. Corruption namba moja ni Ruto, lazima aende. Ruto huyo akisaenda Kenya tutaweka kama Singapore. Hiyo peke yake. Nimekujibu ndugu yangu. Ruto akisaenda Kenya itakuwa huko because utaweka wale watu wanaweza fanya kazi. Kwanza huko hakuna corruption. Hii corruption iko hapo Kenya ndio itafanya hata Kenya iweze kuwa kama South Africa. Unaona? Kenya hata iweze kuwa kama Brazil. Unaona hata Brazil, Kenya iweze kuwa kama Brazil because of corruption. Corruption ukiangalia corruption vile watu wanachukua pesa. Corruption iko hapo kwa hali ya juu. Sababu gani? Uwezi sema unakata mtu pesa na unajengea nyumba. Unaona? Uwezi kata mtu pesa na unajengea nyumba, na ikifika ukishajengea nyumba tena unaenda unataka analipa pesa tena ndio apate hiyo nyumba. Na kila siku watu wanasema ati affordable. Kwani what is the meaning of affordable? Affordable ni ile kitu bei cheap kila mtu anaweza. Kama nyumba ya 2,000 ndio watu wanavurutana hapa na Baba Njeri hapa tu. Ndio watu wanavurutana hapa na Baba Njeri mbaya sana. Nyumba ya 3,000 watu wanavurutana hapa na baba wao. Na je, kila siku wanasemanga tutam. Mbona sijawahi ona watu wakienda kuchukua nyumba? Kwanza ni nini? Mbona waende wachukue nyumba alafu tubaki hapo watu one time? Kila siku tulikuja hapa tunapata wamekaa hapa chini na sisi. Na wanasema tutambono endeni mwanuchukweni nyumba. Sisi ni nini? Waende wachukue nyumba wanafanya nini hapa? Sasa wanasema hivyo Mr. Speaker. Wanasema hivyo Mr. Speaker, ukiangalia Ruto kutoka Ruto akue MP. Ruto hakuna kitu alifanya hata kwao. Juzi nilisikia akimwambia Kalonzo, Ruto alifanya nini? Ruto amekuwa MP for how long? Ruto amekuwa youth leader ya KANU, alifanya nini? Ukiangalia huyu Ruto moja tu ndiye Raila alimfukuza kwa kama Minister for Agriculture. Alafu huyu mwizi ndio unaweka pale, alafu anasema Kenya hataka kuwa kama Singapore. Umejua Ruto anachekelea tu watu wanaangalia tu wa Kenya hadi mafala kabisa. Alafu wa Kenya pia wanapiga makofi. Kenya itakaa kama Singapore. Kenya itakaa. Swali. Sasa umejua swali kama hiyo kuna mtu sitaki kujibu sababu gani nasema hivyo. Mr. Speaker, Raila Amolo Odinga the late alikuwa anajua Ruto kuliko kila mtu hapa. Na Raila Amolo Odinga ndiye alisema hata tupe Ruto 100 years huyu jamaa hawezi leta changes. Unaona? Amekufa kama anajua. Raila amekufa kama anajua Ruto hakuna changes ataleta hapa Kenya. Unaona? Ninasema hivyo. Lakini unataka kumwambia mtu saa hii ajui hata historia ya Kalonzo. Unaona? Ajui hata Kalonzo ndiye akuja ingia kwa politics. Jironga amelia hapa na jina ya Ruto mpaka Jironga akakufa. Raila mwenyewe akakufa kajua Ruto hawezi leta changes. Wewe mwenyewe bado unatembea hapa unajua Ruto hawezi leta changes. Wewe ni nani? Wewe utakaa wapi? Nikimalizia Mr. Speaker. Hebu kata hiyo. Mr. Speaker. Nikimalizia nasema hivi. Governor ya Nairobi. Lazima niguse hiyo governor ya Nairobi Mr. Speaker. Nasema hivi. Governor ya Nairobi nataka kumwambia vijana wote. Ukijua una support Gakuya, mwambie ni Gakuya ajipange. Ukijua uko na Moses Kuria, wajipange. Na ukijua uko na Sakaja mwenyewe, wajipange. Mr. Speaker, na huyu mama bonus, kuna bonus pia kwa hapa anaitwa Kagura, hiyo ni bonus. Nataka kumwambia watu because mimi candidate niko naye. Nataka kumwambia candidate niko naye ni mtu yani intellectual. Na huyu mtu anasema hii Gakuya peke yake ni kadogo. Nataka Gakuya aungane na Sakaja. Wanipe mtu ngapi? Moja. Kim, eni mwambie Gakuya rafiki yako aungane Sakaja ndiye watajua Babu Owino ni nani. Lakini ukulita Gakuya peke yake hata manage. Sasa nataka kumwambia watu hivi. Unaona ule mtu ndugu yangu wacha kukoa hivyo. Kuja basi uniulize swali. Uko na swali? Sawa. Nikimalizia ni hivi. Umejua mtu hana bibi. Mtu hana bibi hawezi judge mtu ako na bibi. Mtu hana ID hawezi judge mtu ako na ID. Hiyo ni ukweli. Yaani uchukue ID alafu kuja uchukue candidate yako. Mimi niko na ID na kura nimeshachukua Babu Owino. Na hapa nitasema ni Babu Owino. Na kama unapanga wacha tutakupanga huko mbele. Na kitu najua Mr. Speaker, Babu Owino anakula mapema 2032 ako kwa debe ya rais. Swali aina gani hiyo? Hebu niulize swali basi. Swali moja tu, taki mingi mtu aongee.
Mheshimiwa Spika, pamoja na wanabunge, nataka niulize mbunge wa Kamugundu ya kwamba anipea agenda ya Babu. Ni nini Babu atatufanyia, kwa sababu tunachagua mtu kwa sababu ako na agenda ya Capital City. Atuambie tukichagua Mheshimiwa Paul Ongeri, daktari, wakili, ni nini atatutekelezea kama vijana ama kama wakazi wa Nairobi?
Mr. Speaker, dakika moja na deal hiyo swali na anaenda kwa nini? Kwa daktari kabisa. Sasa ameniuliza Babu Owino wako na agenda gani? Ndugu yangu, wale watu Babu wana compete naye, most of them ni wezi. Unaona? Saa hii tuko kwa inaitwa window period. Kila mtu ananunua player. Ile siku tunapanga line up, unaona tukitoka dressing room. Unasikia hapo? Sasa wewe uko na Bazuu. Bazuu bado anaipanga huko. Wewe umetumwa na Bazuu ukuje nitoe agenda, nikisatoa agenda alafu rudishe huko ndugu yangu. Agenda inakuja. Unapea bibi mimba kwanza, ndiye bibi anasahau. Kwani basi kweli? Anataka kutumia agenda ya Babu. Kwani sijia watu? Sijia watu. Sijui hao watu wanataka kutumia agenda ya Babu. Sawa.
Huyo jamaa unaweza fikiria yeye ni like I think Babu Owino should take him as his front man. People in the ground speaking better than even MPs.
Hiyo inaitwa streetwise bwana.
I listened to that guy and I could pick some points here and there. And I think these are some of the people, ni vile saa zingine wengine wanakuja Ruto wanawachukua, but I think if some of these people were more courageous, wengine najua ni shida inakuwaka imewasukuma, but if these people were more courageous and more organized and more serious in life, they can actually be very effective even in marshalling campaign. So I hope hawa wanasiasa watu watafuta halafu waanzie kuwatumia vibaya. Kweli this Jacaranda could not have grown wakuwa Shakahola. Yeah, so of course we appreciate we will also try to reach them as well to see if they can also become a part of the dream vision which we are trying to build.
Huyo jamani ni songa ama anaitwa nani?
Nimesikia kuna mtu amemuita songa. Ni songa. So Stony PK. The reason why nimekuchezea huyu jamaa, I wanted you to ukisikia vile anaongea, he is from the Luo community and that's the reason why naileta sababu it looks like our brothers from Luo community, from all the allays ya zile vitu nimeanzia kuona, I think we should not give up with these people. There is hope and I think we need to look for ways of reaching to these people. So let me sasa nikuulize, where you see a communities like people are speaking in different forms, how do you approach them? Because it looks like I don't think this community is fully committed to Ruto. Kulingana vile naona. I don't think.
No, community is not. Community is not, by the way, and you can tell that even by going to the grassroots. Yeah, community is not. Ni only a few. I mean, in some individuals, those who know what they are gaining. Sasa mtu kama huyu hapa, these vijana hapa hivi, does it hawa ndio safara wale wamedhulumiwa na serikali ya Ruto, the biggest, and they are the ones who have not even benefited from nini. They only benefit from being in opposition, of course, in either freedom of now saying what they have said, because they had hope that the day opposition wins, then it would be able to give them that leverage to be able to attain their goals, including like what the Baba Manifesto was promising them. So that was their hope. Mbadi being in finance, it doesn't light their day. Their day is still dark. I mean, they are dark. Their night is still dark. Okay? There's no kind of being lit by Wandai being in government, all right? Or Mbandi being in government. So the approach would be like, and I think this is what the opposition will do, you know, people like Kalonzo and all that. You will soon be seeing them now go for events in Nyanza. And of course, they know that, of course, when going there, the pro broad-based, like the Akina Wandai, Akina Nambandi, they will definitely cause some mayhem. They will want to show that Nyanza is against, let's say, for example, if it's Matiang'i who goes for a meeting, or Kalonzo, or maybe the opposition goes for a meeting, they will try to create a scene, you know, it could disrupt or something like that. But if I were the opposition, I would do that so that we see that as early as possible. I would look for an event, you know, I would try to instigate an event that they can all go, you know, in a place like, for example, the stadium or something, or even because there are those who believe in opposition, they can even arrange for something like an event, which would be okay. Yeah, I don't know when we are going to have the Luo night at the carnival. That would be also another nice place for the opposition to attend and taste the waters in Nairobi. All right. Yeah, and also maybe have a function somewhere in like in Mathare, you know. They should they test water that way, and then they do another event now somewhere in Nyanza, okay, just to test the reaction of the common mwananchi in the name of the Luo community. So I still do not think like it is closed out for opposition, that they should shy away from approaching the Luo community. Back to you.
Aya, sawa. Let me play our video tonight. There is a new twist of Jirongo, death, and it is being said that the man who has been saying aliona Jirongo akikufa, sasa they are coming to terms, he lied.
I got a dad with heart conditions and refuses to call ambulances when he's on the bed at the crib, like sitting there about to have a heart attack, but he's worried about medical bills and expenses.
Governor Cooper today signing Medicaid expansion into law.
Caused because of that. Now, CCTV footage from Eagle petrol station has cast fresh doubt on the circumstances surrounding the horrific death of former cabinet minister and Lugari MP Cyrus Jirongo. Contrary to claims by Climax bus driver that Jirongo was overtaking vehicles in a heavy 2 a.m. traffic, moments before the head-on collision, the footage shows there was no traffic at all and that Jirongo was not overtaking. Meanwhile, detectives from the DCI who had pointed to Park Place Hotel as the last location Jirongo visited that night are facing new contradictions. The hotel's management, together with former Vihiga Senator George Kaniri, insist the late politician never set foot at the premises that evening. As NTV's Duncan Khaemba reports, the evidence suggests the Climax bus driver may have lied about the accident.
From Wednesday evening, when NTV obtained CCTV footage showing how former cabinet minister and former Lugari member of parliament Cyrus Jirongo met his death, NTV has been attempting to join the dots. From here at Oasis in Karen, what happened in between up to the moment he was involved in that fatal crash?
The controversial demise of politician cum businessman Cyrus Jirongo has now presented fresh twists, with the Climax bus driver Tyrus Kamau Githinji expected to return to Naivasha traffic base tomorrow, Monday, December 22nd, for further police action. Few hours after the 2:19 a.m. horrific head-on collision, this is what Githinji eloquently stated.
Wakati aliona upande yake ya kupanda Nairobi, magari meshikana, alifanya hesabu overtake hizo gari. Na mimi naye nikamuona nikiwa mbali.
Githinji's testimony contradicts footage captured by CCTV cameras obtained from Eagle petrol station. The footage shows how the late Jirongo drove in at 2:18 a.m. and 44 seconds from Nairobi direction and did not drive to the petrol station's filling pumps. Instead, he made a U-turn in 34 seconds and at 2:19 and 19 seconds headed to the exit and turned hastily towards Nairobi, the direction he had come from. And 6 seconds later, at 2:19 and 25 seconds, collided with the Climax bus that was ferociously rolling downhill towards Naivasha, crashed into Cyrus Jirongo, dragging him for some distance, with the Mercedes spinning off the road before the bus eventually stopped. The road remained clear before another vehicle driving towards Nairobi arrived at the scene 1 minute later, slowed down but did not stop. From the CCTV footage, no passenger disembarked to even check on the incident that could have ended their lives, given that the stretch is a black spot. The driver said he was carrying 67 persons that until today, and despite the many questions, none has come out to talk about the incident and their narrow escape. More intriguing is this white Probox vehicle that also drove into Eagle petrol station 29 seconds after Jirongo drove in, raising questions on the coincidence of the two driving from the same direction and entering the filling station at the same time in the wee hours. Immediately the Probox entered, Jirongo exited the station 6 seconds later, zooming back to Nairobi before he crashed, implying he could have entered the petrol station to shake off the Probox that could have been trailing him for a while, possibly from Nairobi. According to security expert George Msamali, it was not a coincidence. Jirongo was desperately attempting to save his life. It was possibly a tiger tail.
Possibly he must have driven out of Nairobi, knowing after getting out of Karen where he was, he must have realized that he's under surveillance. And to shake off the surveilling team, he drove out of Nairobi instead of going to his Gigiri home. And he realized that he's under a tiger tail, and that is why he drove to Naivasha, and he was trying to shake off the pursuers. And that's why he got in, and instead of stopping, he left immediately. And after leaving, the accident occurred.
And the accident scene was a choke point.
Yeah, it brings a lot to question, because that is what the driver told us. And I normally say that a story told is a story altered. We need really to interrogate what the driver was telling us and exactly what happened.
Detectives from DCI are said to be following leads that show from Karen Oasis within Karen Plains, that is close to official deputy president's residence, Jirongo switched to Park Place along Magadi Road before eventually leaving and getting involved in the fatal accident at Karai along Nairobi-Naivasha Highway. However, multiple sources within Park Place say the claim is a decoy. Speaking to NTV, former Vihiga Senator George Haniri has confirmed that whereas they had been waiting for Jirongo to join them for their monthly Park Place goat eating session, which was Haniri's turn to host, the late politician was a no-show, despite numerous phone calls. It was until 8:30 p.m. when Haniri and the rest ended the goat eating, and he drove to Karen Oasis, where Jirongo was seated in a meeting with the National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula and the restaurant owner Rebman Malala. Haniri, who had driven in with his wife, did not alight from his vehicle, made a U-turn and left for a different joint. Also, as per this NTSA motor vehicle copy of records, vehicle number KCZ 350C is registered under Smart Cars Limited and not Cyrus Jirongo. Duncan Haemba, NTV.
Well, leaders.
I'm probably going to sleep in here once they're finished. We're here, and it's time to start building my dream workshop.
So, Stony PK analyze tumalize sasa that one.
Hiyo mazi hiyo hiyo sasa ni kizungumkuti. Yaani jamaa kweli nchi yetu ni nini? No, it's shocking. It's shocking. So this bus akukua watu, you know, then mimi hata nashindwa la kusema hapo Njiro. It is heavy. It's really heavy. It's heavy the way. So this bus was empty, man.
Alafu huyu jamaa amepeana hii fake evidence. How comes that hawezi kamatwa because of kupeana, because he is misleading in a very serious matter? Why would you come out to give a fake evidence? Nah, there was no accident. No, ni swali tu nauliza, like, and we are still saying we are managing account like Stony PK. This is the same country we are being promised that is going to Singapore.
Yeah, imagine.
So mimi nimeona hiyo twist and I couldn't believe. Sasa mimi nikaona where now we are beyond repair. I think that was trying to tell you that we need to finish this thing very fast. I don't know. I hope 2027 itatukuta tukua sawa and he will not assassinate so many people. Mimi hata ile kitu naogopa sasa. Hata huyu Kalonzo sasa lazima aanzie kujipanga na ulinzi sawa sawa. Ruto akianzia kuona he is becoming a real threat in politics. Sumu na vitu kama hii accident. You remember even we were almost losing even Kibaki in an accident, and there are some people in the school of thought wanasema like that accident could have been engineered. Nastaki kusema sana. So that's why najaribu kusema when you start becoming a serious person in life, sasa especially sasa a serious person to Ruto, there must be some extra caution. So Nyamu anasema kitu, could it be that the bus driver and the tailgate car had the same mission to finish CJ? Hii story ya CJ ni ngumu because there's also another concept that kuna uwezekano hiyo gari ilikuwa tu inapiga malapa hapo, already CJ ashauawa, hiyo gari ilikuwa inaendeshwa na watu wengine, so wanapiga tu malapa hapo. Anyway, hata uwezi jua hata sasa saa zingine hiyo gari inaingia hapo kwa petrol station, hata unaweza soma number plate vizuri, inasomeka number plate. Can we say it is the one?
Hiyo Mercedes hiyo.
Number plate zinaonekana kwa CCTV.
Hazionekani.
How can we confirm it? Because you know we can also have a similar car pretending nitumie hiyo handi yako. You know, to the PK, you are the fan of using that word pretending. So tunaweza kuwa na hiyo similar car pretending hapo ni CJ, but kumbe jamaa aliwawa kitambo. So these accidents are very suspicious. It is like the same ya yule jamaa wa marathon pia. Vile hiyo huyu jamaa wa marathon vile mambo yake. Unakumbuka yule jamaa alikuwa anaitwa Kiptum?
Kiptum.
Tunaamkia tu asubuhi ati tunaambua Kiptum alianguka na gari. Unajua kuna accidents zingine Kenya they don't make logical sense. When unafuatilia, because I know people get accidents. There must be a way to explain hiyo accident ilitendeka aje. Tunipikia hata ukifuatilia accident ya huyo besti, it is not making sense. Mara kulikuwa na jam 2 am.
Yeah. Alafu hakuna jam. Na huyo jamaa anatakiwa ashikwe. Ati sasa wamesema wamemsama na kuje for further interrogation. Haki ya Mungu Kenya kweli. What?
Sasa ni interrogation gani na mtu kama huyu? He is misleading the state. Because he is a gun for hire.
Na hakuna polisi anaongea, inspector wa polisi, traffic. Ama wameongea ni mimi sijaona.
Unaona vile ati Janet anasema ati au maabiria alikuwa anasema 65 amebeba au ndio walikuwa wauaji. He had 65 passengers, but not a single passenger here the accident. Looks like killers were inside the bus. And the passengers were Gezinji walipotea. No, let me tell you, Stony PK, tulifuatilia kifo ya JM Kariuki. Nimefuatilia kifo ya Robert Ouko. Lakini ya Jilongo manze.
Unajua hii kifo ya gari ni kama ile ya Muge. Nani alikuwa anaitwa nani? Bishop Muge.
Philip Muge.
Yeah, when you choose to use a car accident, wana complicating mpaka unakuwa it's very hard to even follow the kupata the real thing, because inakuwa na cover up mingi sana, which is it's very sad, man, that we can have this kind of a thing happening.
Yes, yani hii familia itajua ukweli. Unajua ni trauma mbaya sana whereby mtu anakufa na that sudden end whereby you'll never know really what happened to your person. Unajua tu aliwao but amjui aje. There are so many missing links. Hii sasa hata forensic itatai hapa aje. And no one in Kenya Ana anasema ati kuna video ya Chris Kumekucha. So do you want to tell us Chris Kumekucha? Give the title. Chris Kumekucha has tried to escape that point. Nitaweka. I think hiyo Chris Kumekucha can be our last video tonight. Here 2 days mystery probox. Hiyo si tulicheza jana. Jirongo secrets out. And you need to guide me. Ni video gani unataka? Ni mingi hapa. Kuna nilicheza hii ambayo ni Jirongo secrets out. That will really hurt Ruto politically. Wacha tuweke hiyo.
David Yurman. More meaningful with time.
Taxes was feeling unwelcome.
What exactly is the political aftermath of Cyrus Jirongo's death? Now, in my series of videos on this channel, we have looked at various angles, we have looked at various issues connected to the still very mysterious car crash that ended the life of former Lugari legislator Cyrus Jirongo. Don't you find it super interesting that shortly after I released my last video, where the section towards the end, where I spoke about the mila na desturi ya Watiriki, Jirongo was a Tiriki. Don't you find it very interesting that a few hours later, the Tiriki community came out into the public and they said a lot of things, and they more than confirmed what we said right here on this channel. Don't you find that interesting? Well, I did. By the way, in one of the comments, on a video in this series of the Jirongo death, somebody said the contents of this video are like from a movie script, an action-packed tense, movie script. Yeah, I'm sure most of you got that comment, although I've put it in my own words. But if you are thinking that now we move to the boring stuff, the political aftermath, my friend, you're very mistaken. Actually, that is where all the action and drama and suspense is going to be very shortly. Especially if we look at history, what has happened in the past to similar political assassinations. Yeah, because that is exactly what I believe this is. And the vast majority of Kenyans believe the same. And so, you have a very, very interesting show to look forward to. But I have yet another riddle for you. Yeah, you remember the last political riddle in my last video? I have yet another one for you. And this one is key because, in my opinion, it is also a clue in the Njorongo Manenos that identifies his killers. Okay? Now this is the riddle. In very many political assassinations in Kenya in the past, when police start the investigations, they have always been very keen to introduce a mysterious woman. Okay? The fallen Kenyan is of course married, but this woman is not his wife. It is very, very common that they introduce a woman into the equation. So, my question is, what objective does this usually serve? Or what objective do they think this one will serve towards their interests? Yeah? And I'm talking about the police, serikali, yeah, of course, who order the police to do stuff. And of course, sometimes the serikali do their own things. And then they order the police to clean up after them. Okay? I will give you the answer towards the tail end of this video. And I will explain why, in my opinion, it is a key clue to identify Cyrus Jirongo's killers. Okay? For now, let's get this show on the road. Twende kazi. Before we continue the Njorongo Manenos, there is something that has come up in our politics that is most disturbing. A recent opinion poll is telling us that support for the broad-based government has improved so much over the last few weeks that in fact it has almost doubled. What? Hey! Well, it seems that the nation called Kenya is well on its way to being the next Singapore. Kwa hivyo kaeni kando. Kenya is going to be a Singapore. Kwani iko nini? Ish. Now, I am not going to say very much about these opinion polls. I am not even going to remind you of the history of opinion polls in Kenya, which have been skewed, twisted, rigged, etc., to cover the interests of those who have commissioned these opinion polls. because I think we all know opinion polls are not cheap. Okay? I'm not even going to remind you about that. Instead, what I'm going to do is address my fellow bloggers, people who cover politics, people who you and I rely on to give us inside information, to give us analysis on politics. I have a little advice for them, okay? Humble advice. I don't know everything, but just a little advice based on my little experience. Please, please, even if somebody has helped you along the way, done major things for you and in the development of your channel, try your best not to be tempted by money, not to be tempted to be a conduit for propaganda and misinformation. Remember, in what we do, there is one thing you can never avoid, and that is, if you don't do something that will stand the test of time, it will always, without fail, catch up with you, and it is not going to be comfortable. It is going to be very, very shameful. So please, please, I know things are very difficult. I know money is tempting, but please do only what can stand the test of time. Now, of course, it is possible that what I've just done, nimechezea mbuzi guitar. That is very possible. However, in my opinion, I have avoided judgment. Because one day if I'm asked, why did you not tell them? Why did you not warn them? At least I have avoided that situation where I'll be asked such a question. Okay? Let's get on with the Njirongo Manenos. And please, please, I beg you, don't ask me what my opinion is on if support for the broad-based government has doubled. Please, I'm sure most of you know why. Because on this channel, we're very sensitive about the precious time of those who take time to take in our videos. We do not want, and we will never waste people's precious time with stories ajaba. Okay? Now, the late Cyrus Njirongo's personal life was super fascinating. This man was a polygamist. You will remember, I believe, in my very first video of this series, I told you that Njirongo, at the time he passed on, had 10 active wives. Now, the use of the word active means that there are other wives who are not active. Okay? Now, in today's Daily Nation, they have done an interview with Cyrus Njirongo's first wife, a woman he fell in love with, and even eloped with her. She had just left school. Okay? And she has revealed that at one point, 18 women were introduced as the wives of the late Cyrus Njirongo. Now, I know how most of us feel about polygamy. And especially those of us on this channel who are very opposed to polygamy, hate polygamy, and yet they have some mpango wakando. They have a few girlfriends somewhere else, okay? But they're against polygamy, okay? I'm telling you, humans are very interesting, super fascinating. Humans, you can't understand them, no matter what you do. And we also have right here on this channel, I'm very sure, okay, women who are involved in a relationship with a married man. Wako. Na wako wengi, okay? And these are the people on the front line of criticizing a polygamous arrangement. Kweli, nyani aioni nini? People don't see themselves at all. They just focused on the other person and what is wrong with the other person. Because somebody told me yesterday that those who were close to the late Jirongo understood him, yeah, and in a way admired him. Because while other people have mipango za kando, Jirongo did not hide, and he made them official. He made them his wives. That is what somebody told me. But please let us stay focused. Okay? I need to ask you a question. Will that cloud your judgment when we're looking at the terrible, brutal way in which a precious life was ended? Will we ignore the facts? Will we give up looking deeper into this just because we don't like polygamous men? Will we do that? And that was not the only habit of the late Jirongo that was not good. I was also informed yesterday that at the Karen Oasis, the last place Jirongo was seen alive, we have eyewitnesses who say he fell because he was drunk. He fell at least twice. He was so drunk, he could not successfully keep on standing. Yeah, and so he fell twice. Again, will those of us who get so drunk that we start singing naughty traditional songs at public places, will those people condemn Jirongo? Will they? Or will that cloud our judgment? Will that cloud our determination to get to the bottom of what happened to this Kenyan? Now, I hope the answer to those two questions I've asked is no. Now, there's a new theory linked to the mysterious Pro Box about what happened to Jirongo. Now, just be patient. We're coming to the political aftermath very shortly. Yeah, and I'm going to cover this very quickly. There are people who are saying that Jirongo realized that he was being followed, and in his effort to shake off those who were following him, he ended up on the road to Naivasha. Okay? Now, maybe the first question we need to ask ourselves is this new theory, who is it going to favor? Is it going to favor those who want to get to the bottom of this, or is it going to favor the government? Of course, it's going to favor the government, because I'm sure you realize that one of the things that this theory does is to wipe out completely all conspiracy theories that this accident was set up. Okay? And yet we know, I've just told you, when Jirongo was so drunk, he was so intoxicated, that it is highly unlikely that he would have made it to Naivasha. And in any case, imagine a situation, if it was you, involved in a high-speed car chase. You're trying to shake off people following you. Don't you think that you would call a number of your friends and inform them of what is happening? Don't you think that is the most obvious thing you do? Yeah. So let's not waste any more time on this story ajaba, in my opinion. Now, based on Kenya's political history, the aftermath of political assassinations is not always very predictable. Okay? What I mean is that many times people predict there'll be chaos, and those chaos will be so serious as to cause the government serious problems. However, in many instances, what has happened is that there have been pockets of protests and so on and so forth. But then the whole thing with time has simmered down and has been forgotten. However, having said that, usually the political consequences and repercussions are usually much easier to predict. After the assassination of Tom Mboya on the streets of Nairobi on July 5th, 1969, the political consequences that followed were serious. And I believe so serious that, in my opinion, they were the main trigger that led to the Ichaweri blood oath. Okay, we have covered that in previous videos of this channel. I'm sure most of us know what I'm talking about. That is evidence that the political consequences were very, very serious. And remember, one of the things that followed the assassination of Mboya was the October 25th, 1969. Mboya was gunned down in July. The October 25th, 1969, Kisumu massacre. A very dark, sad, very sad chapter of Kenyan history. Jirongo was, of course, not a political giant like Tom Mboya was, but there are a lot of similarities in the two men and the circumstances surrounding their deaths. By the way, Mboya also had a problem of women. But bila kizungu mingi, what ended up happening is that an entire community, the Luo community, from whence Tom Mboya hailed, ended up being ostracized from the country called Kenya. Okay, no development. In fact, there are many instances where members of the Luo community had to pretend they are lawyers in order to get basic health care assistance. And then, of course, thanks to the massive propaganda campaign by the intelligence community then, which was very successful, we ended up in a country where the rest of us like stereotyping the Luo. Okay? Msichana yangu, sitaki uolewe na Mjaluo. Wewe niletee mtu mwingine yeyote, lakini Mjaluo hapana. Utaniua. Ukiniletea Mjaluo, sitaki. That kind of nonsense. Well done, gorgeous Kikuyu lasses who have gotten married in the land of the Luo. Well done. Regulars of this channel will know that even my late political lecturer, with all his smartness, with all his excellent, extraordinary qualities, had issues with the Luo. That is how effective that propaganda by the intelligence community in the 60s was. And the impact is still being felt in Kenya today. Okay? In Jirongo's case, I think we can very confidently say that the Mulembe Nation will not vote for two-term. Okay? If anything, they will now be violently opposed to a second term for President Ruto. Okay? That is a given. And so all the hard work that has been done in the Mulembe Nation, people camping there for weeks, all that work has been wiped out in one deft stroke. Okay? Because you see, the vast majority in the Mulembe Nation, where Jirongo hailed from, do not believe this was an ordinary accident. And they blame the government. End of story. It doesn't matter how many CCTV footages are released. It doesn't matter what we're told by the government or by the police. That is what they believe. Now, talk hapo. And so, the vote reach Mulembe Nation for this government in the next general elections. Tawe. Gone. Hiyo imeenda kabisa. Okay? That is one major consequence. And in my opinion, it is so major, it is more than major. Number two is that a lot of anti-government, anti-Ruto information has now been very suddenly released to be amplified and emphasized on. I even believe that people are going to use this in the next general election, political campaigns. What am I talking about? Towards the end of his life, for a reason I am yet to understand, Bwana Jirongo suddenly became a podcaster, a blogger. And he has a lot of material that he put online with a lot of information that Kenyans are now going to go through with a fine tooth comb. Just to give you a very, very relevant example, I want to play you a clip from one particular podcast that also included politician Babu Wino and Cyrus Jirongo. Listen in. I'll be back shortly.
Having spent some time with him, and I know that from experience now, that Ruto has a bad heart. Is it true?
He's not like me. He's not forgiving. If you wonder that answer, he's not. When I quarrel with you now, I'll forget about it in 10 minutes. And I'll believe it is over. But we are not all made the same. God makes all of us. We are all one, as far as I'm concerned. Because in all of us, we are spirit, we are soul. Spirit is one. So we are all interconnected somehow as the human race. But there is that actually part of us, which is the ego, that drives our pride. It can sometimes taint your thinking to believe you are superhuman. It can sometimes taint your thinking to believe you are superhuman.
Do you think that Cyrus Jirongo was qualified to analyze and tell us about the character of President Ruto? I think so. In fact, I think he was overqualified. And that is what his opinion was. Super fascinating. Yeah, because we have done videos before on this channel, including sensitive videos that touch on that very issue he has brought out in that small soundbite I've just played for you. And please allow me a small aside here. Okay, Jirongo seems to have understood the difference between the spirit, the soul, the body, and the subconscious. Unajua, hiyo inachanganya watu wengi sana. Many people don't understand. But very briefly, the spirit is from the Most High. And as we speak, when Jirongo passed on, his spirit returned where it came from. It returned to the Most High. His soul proceeded to wait for judgment. And then his body, which will be interred, has remained here on earth. And that is exactly what is going to happen to all of us. What we're wearing, what we're so proud of, what we take good care of and we take it to the gym, etc., is just a bodysuit, which we're going to live right here on this earth. Okay? What is important is that guy inside you called your soul. Okay? The one who makes all the decisions. And sadly, many, many times these decisions are made while completely ignoring one's spirit. So that wherever that spirit is after the fact, it will be able to say very accurately, nilimwambia, lakini hakusikia. Anyway, it is very difficult to imagine Cyrus Jirongo's funeral not having a lot of politics. That one is very hard to imagine. Okay? I think it is going to be very political, extremely political, and not in a good way for our dear government. Okay? And I believe all that drama at the funeral, which so far has been scheduled for the 30th of December, 30th of this month, all that drama will give us very useful pointers to some of the other political consequences. At this early juncture, I want to speculate that some people are going to win elective posts, and the main cause will be their relationship with the late Cyrus Jirongo. Yeah, remember I told you, Kenyans worship the dead. It's very wrong, but that is the reality. Now, the answer to the riddle. When you introduce a woman into the equation, yeah, it removes the government from the whole story. It now becomes a personal story, which involved a woman and your enemies. Nothing to do with the government. And so that is the chief, main reason why in many political assassination in the motherland, there's always been a woman introduced. It even happened in the Ouko case. John Robert Ouko, the former foreign affairs minister. Apparently, he was having an affair like many politicians. And that woman was introduced into the whole mix. Yeah. And it was even suggested that she could be linked to one of the motives behind the killing of Ouko. So it is nothing new. It is even super fascinating that Jirongo himself mentioned it. Yeah, he said when people are assassinated in Kenya, there is a place where a woman will be introduced. Yeah, I believe that particular video has already gone viral online. So that is the answer to the riddle. And I believe the link to the latest Jirongo controversy is clear. Yeah. And I'm sure you also remember that somebody has also tried to push very hard the narrative that he was dropping a woman in Naivasha. Okay? But at least now you know why a woman will always be introduced. And in my opinion, it is the killers showing their hand. Because obviously, the real killers want to divert attention from themselves and they want people to suspect somebody else. I'm sure you get it.
Killers wanting to show their hand. Yeah, so wacha niwaache na hii. So I think that one is self-explanatory. Wacha niwaache na hii comedy alafu tupatane kesho.
What is your name? No, what is not my name? Excuse me, it's a question. What is your name? I told you what is not my name. My name is Pablo. Don't call me what. What is your age? What is not my age? I mean, how old are you? I am not old. I am young. Okay, tell me who is your father? Who is not my father? Who is not my father? Who is your father? Who is not my father? My father is not who. Okay, you poor English. Okay, tell me what is your favorite subject? What is not my favorite subject? What is not my favorite subject? My favorite subject is English. What is not? Okay? What is your name? No, what is not my name? Excuse me, it's a question. What is your name? I told you what is not my name. My name is Pablo. Don't call me what. What is your age? What is not my age? I mean, how old are you? I am not old. I am young. Okay, tell me who is your father? Who is not my father? Who is not my father? Who is your father? Who is not my father? My father is not who. Okay, you poor English. Okay, tell me what is your favorite subject? What is not my favorite subject? What is not my favorite subject? My favorite subject is English. What is not? Okay?
Haya, sawa. So we can live with that one. Stony PK, you can conclude. Tufunge show siku ya leo. I'm tired. Stony PK, are you there? Yeah, I don't seem to get Stony PK. So I hope we had a nice 7 hours. We are approaching Christmas. I will not be very regular. Nikipata nafasi nafungua, nisipopata sifungui. So just regularly keep on checking. Yeah, so we have around approximately 9 days. Is it 9, 10? Let me say 10. We have approximately 10 days to the end of this year. We forget 2025. So please plan with us. Wale ambao amuja to subscribe hii mwaka, next year musubscribe sisi. Those who have not been thanking us in 2025, yeah, 2026, tupangieni. You can thank us, you can do something. Yeah, you can give $4, $5, whatever you have, just as a way of doing thank you. Yeah, we burn a lot of midnight oil here, all for this nation. And I hope we will be able to fight and win. We will strategize, and we will highly support the united opposition to win, for that manner, or for that matter. So the united opposition is in this to win, and we are behind them. Even with all the confusion which we are being told that those people are confused, we don't care. It's a better side compared to Ruto side. So we have to support united opposition kwa udi na uvumba. Yeah, because it's a safer part. It doesn't matter the rhetoric which Ruto want to sell us, so that we don't believe in the united opposition. Those guys are a million times better than Ruto. So whether they are disorganized or not, you see your story. We will support them by tooth, by nail. So I'm very happy to be associated with them. Yeah, because we cannot be on the side of Ruto. Lazima tukue hiyo pande ingine. So, and I'm very proud to support the opposition, hoping that they will not betray us. Ruto also was a product of opposition, in quote. He pretended, nitumie your word as Tony PK, he pretended to be an opposition. But ilikuwa tu opposition ya ujinga, kijinga. And that is why we cannot get any reforms. So we will defeat William Ruto. I agree with Kalonzo Musyoka. We will defeat William Ruto. Yeah, so please come and just subscribe. Sisi out of the 18 people, nitawaomba 2-3 subscribers tonight. Yeah, na tufunge channel. So kesho naweza fungua, naweza kataa kufungua. So niko kwa mawili. So nikifungua mutaniona tu. Thank you. Please subscribe us. Share with your families. Najua kama kuna watu wako likizo Christmas, tell them kuna channel na kuanga hapa nasikiliza. Kuna vitu inaendelea hapa. Please share us with your family, friends. Tafadhali. Usituone peke yako. If you believe in the calling which we are doing, especially wakati wa festive season, people have a lot of time. Please share our platform. Bye.